Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. That's my usual intro. Well. What do we have here? I don't know if you've all been watching YouTube, right? But it's been quite entertaining over the past 2 days. I've really found I don't need to watch EastEnders. It's many years since I watched EastEnders, so I needed some form of replacement, something to keep me entertained. And what have I found? Guess. Who can guess what I've found to replace EastEnders in my life? Although it's not as bad as EastEnders, but it's, I suppose, a halal form of it, right? Yes. What I found is the YouTube, sorry, in quotes, the Dawa. Yeah, the Dawa. The Dawa beef? Yeah, the Dawa beef. The Dawa beef. And yeah, it's been fun. I've enjoyed it. Oh, I should say I'm enjoying it. Hello, Dean M. Hello to you. Yes, I've been enjoying it. The Dawa beef. Who's the Dawa beef between? It's between Mr. Hijab and Mr. Lipham. Yes, it is. Alaikum salam. It's between Mr. Hijab and Mr. Lipham. And if it's not Mr. Hijab and Mr. Lipham, then it's Milahan and Ali Dawa. And if it's not them, then it's Milahan and Hamza. Right? It's just who else? Who else has got online beef? Dawa beef. Who else has got Dawa beef? The Dawa beef. Yeah, or it's what's his name's Shadid Muhammad and Abu Khadija. Yeah, but it's fun. I'll tell you that. Cressida Dick quit the police, did she? Oh dear. Thanks for the comment. I'll take your word for it. Not that I was really bothered. It doesn't. What difference does it make whether she's in charge or somebody else is in charge? Does it make any difference? Shamsi and Bro Haji and Dawa man. Yeah, that's another one. Dawa beef. Those three. That's like a triangle, a three-way Dawa beef there. Who else is there? Yes. Yasser Qadhi against the world. Yeah, that's a big Dawa beef. Yasser Qadhi against everyone in the world. And there must be more. Daniel Hakikatu, has he got Dawa beef with anyone? Yeah, Daniel Hakikatu and what's it called? Umar Suleiman. Yes, that's a Dawa beef right there. Come on, bro. Any more Dawa beef? The features and Shamsi. Oh, indeed, yes. I missed that one. Should have known that. The features and Shamsi. Or as he calls him, Shamsi. The features and Shamsi. Shamsi against the world. Yeah, that's another one. Shamsi against everyone. What should I say? Against everyone in the Dawa. That's called themselves a Dawa name. Wow, there's tons of it, isn't there? Indian school protest hijab ban. Okay. Any more Dawa beef? Who else is there in the Dawa scene? Can't think of anyone. Is that it? I mean, there was more Dawa beef in the past. You had like Brixton Mosque versus S pubs versus Luton. Call to Islam is what they were called. Yeah, what are you looking at? Stupid taxi driver. Like you're gonna do anything. That's it. Sorry. Features and Shamsi. Mufti and Shamsi. Yeah, Mufti Munir and Shamsi. Mufti Munir versus Shamsi. That's another one. And what's Shamsi's Sheikh's name again? Hassan Somali. Hassan Somali. Features and Shamsi. Features versus Hassan Somali is another one. Well, that's not really a beef. It's more one directional, isn't it? Hey, why so? I'm good, thanks. How are you? So yeah, who else is there? So the Dawa beef is strong. Like everyone in Dawa has got beef with someone. Isn't that nuts? Isn't that crazy? Dawa beef. The Dawa scene is full of beef. Dawa scene is full of beef. You know? Yeah. Yeah, who else is there that's beefing? Oh, when I say beefing, I'm just talking about Dawa. So anyhow, I don't know if you've all been following, but what's his name? This Apus guy that for some reason people think they need to speak to him. What's his name? Ali Dawa, as you know, he calls it a debate, or they call it a debate. I don't know. Because on the one hand, he says it's not a debate. On the other hand, they say it's a debate. Anyway, they done an online debate. Did I watch it? No, I didn't. I didn't watch a minute of it. And why didn't I watch it? Well, this Apus dude, if you look at his channel, he's got a logo, a little icon on his screen. His icon is a cartoon image mocking the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It's a mockery. Now, is it permissible for a Muslim to sit in a place where Allah and His Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam, where Allah's verses and His Messenger are being mocked and ridiculed? The answer is no. It's not permissible. If you sit there while they're doing that, then you become one of them. Now, participating on these platforms or going to Speaker's Corner, I'm sure most people, if not everybody, has fallen into this crime of doing that. But it's a severe issue, and we shouldn't do that. As Muslims, we should stay far away. If somebody insults the Prophet ﷺ, get up and walk away. That's it. If somebody's going to be posting a mocking cartoon of our Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, don't go on his platform. Stay away from him. You're welcome to engage with people who do that, as long as they don't do it when they're with you. That's what I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong. Because the verse in the Quran says, until they indulge in حتى يخوضوا في حديث غيره, until they engage in speech other than that. So if they stop insulting, if they're not mocking the Prophet, then you're welcome to engage people. But if they're doing that, then don't talk to them. If you talk to them, إنكم إذا مثلهم, you will indeed be you'll be one of them. You'll be like one of them. You'll be like them. Basically, you'll be a kafir. What else? EF versus React. Who's EF? Who's EF? I've got no beef with anyone, bro. I don't beef people. Everyone on Clubhouse these days is beefing. Is it? Yeah, I've been on Clubhouse a bit for the past couple of days, but I haven't really seen much beef. Only in one of the Somali groups. There's a lot of beef going on there, like non-stop beef. Yeah, but apart from that, I haven't really seen any on some Arab chats as well. Pretty, what's the word? Pretty beefy, meaning there's a lot of beef. Okay. Weiser says, I don't believe for 1 second that Jordan M didn't get the Munafiq list hadith from you responding to Uncle Omar doing dua on you. Okay, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I can only take people by their word. Yeah. That's all we can do. What reason would there be to lie about something like that? I don't know. Daniel, and anyway, it's not like I made it up. I didn't make it up. I got it from somewhere myself, right? So, Daniel Hakikatu gave Apus panic attack. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe you can tell me when Daniel Hakikatu debated Apus. Was it posted on Apus's channel with that cartoon image, or not? If it was, then yeah, nobody should agree to do it. If you're going to agree to talk to the guy, make sure you put rules in place. One of the terms would be this is not to be published on your channel because of such imagery, such mockery. Why did Apus leave Turkey? I don't know. قد ترك Turkey. Turkey in Arabic means one who leaves. Yeah. So if you leave somewhere, tarak is the word. Oh, EF Dawa. Yeah. Did I ever have beef with the? I never had beef with EF Dawa. But I suppose there's one person I didn't have beef with him, but he made beef with me. That was what's his name? Brother Sabur Ahmed. Brother Sabur. Don't know why he felt he had to mistreat me. Yeah. I did nothing to him. Simply wanted to have a conversation. The guy booted me off and talked to me like I'm some child. Dawa wise. What reason? The same reason he didn't mention who he heard. Yeah. Who he heard about the NBA. Oh yeah, he didn't mention that, did he? Brother Jordan M didn't mention who he got that story from about the NBA owner, that scumbag. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to insult people, am I? And didn't mention that his response was what almost word for word from ABL video. Oh yeah, that ABL video. Yes, exactly. Oh, another beef. Yes, Gabriel Romani versus Mufti. Which Mufti? Which Mufti? Mufti Menk. No, because there was another Gabriel. Oh yeah, it was Mohammed Hijab versus Gabriel Romani. That's another one that took place over the past 2 days. Or Gabriel Romario, as Hijab calls him. Romario. Sabor may have simply made a mistake. We shouldn't hate him because of one mistake. No, nobody hates Brother Sabor Ahmed. Why would anyone hate him? But I dislike his treatment of me. I definitely do. Not just of me. He treated somebody else worse. Yeah, so I dislike that treatment. To treat Muslims in that way is not good. Especially when they're so polite to kuffar. Anyhow, reactionary is the poor man's Ali Dawa. Yeah, because I haven't monetized my channel. Is that what? Why? Therefore, nobody has to spend money. And this new thing that they're all debating about, membership. Should Dawa channels start charging people to watch their content? ISIS versus Taliban. That's not like a Dawa team beef, is it? That's something else. Hamza versus Milan. Yeah. We saw that one already. We mentioned that already as for Mentium 2166. Did you see Sajid's response to Muhammad needs hijab? Yes, I did, Ishmael. Yes, I did. And to be honest, when I watched it, one thing, right, I was so happy because it was nice and long. It wasn't short. I wanted something to listen to, and it was nice to hear it. And when I watched it and listened to it, I thought, you know, he's quite convincing here. There was one thing I did, like from the start, I took issue with his description about the history of it all, how S pubs first came about. He misrepresented that. That's not accurate. That's not true. Right? He was trying to say that S pubs, before S pubs, Muslims in the West didn't have a link to the scholars. So S pubs came about to you know, to to serve that need. That's not true. Okay, that's not true. S pubs only came about when there was jealousy about the tape shops and the bookshops in Birmingham. There's a particular road in Birmingham where the Muslim bookshops used to be, the Salafi tape shops, cassettes, back in the days of cassettes. And so S pubs split and started their own bookshop, and then started putting down the other tape shop by saying, you know, to get their customers. So that's the history, but he's like presenting it differently. So I took issue with that. But apart from that, the points he was making against hijab, I was like, wow, he's got good points here. And he kind of won me over. And then hijab came back today. Hijab came back today. And oh, what? Oh dear. Hijab, you're making points too. You know, he won me over as well. So I have to say it's fun. I am enjoying it. It is really entertaining. I hope there's more to come. You know, and hijab's video response was also nice and long, so you know I could listen to something for a while. It's yeah, I'm enjoying it. Boss man aren't the poor most of the inhabitants of paradise. So how is that? Yes, exactly. Why Mr. Why so religious? Good point. See everyone, all you Muslims out there, you know, misusing or misunderstanding Islam. See, Waiso's got you. Should Ali Dawa stop debating or even giving Dawa? I think Ali Dawa's got a place, right? He's got a role that he's filling. He's doing a job that needs doing. Sometimes though he steps out of that or beyond his capability, of course. But at least he's doing what a role that I think needs to be done. As Muslims in this society, we need, like, I wouldn't say role models, but we need characters or personalities that we can recognize. So let's say you're going to have I don't know, a charity auction, okay? And you have to invite somebody to be the MC or the host of the event, and you're going to put flyers out to invite people to come along. I'm sure if you put Ali Dawa's name, a lot of people will want to come. He's recognizable. Everybody knows who he is. But if I give you some other random imam's name, you're not going to know who that is. Nobody knows. And also, hijab's got, sorry, Ali Dawa. I think young people, when I say young people, they're getting older now, aren't they? But for a while, young people would look up to them, especially when they saw them shouting on their videos and, you know, calling people names. Young people like that, isn't it? So they've got a role. In terms of debating, you know, like if you're talking about proper debates, academic style debates, yeah, I wouldn't, like, let's say I said to you, select somebody to join your debate team. Would you select Ali Dawa? I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would do that. And I'm not disrespecting him. Big up, brother Ali Dawa. He's a good brother, you know. Inshallah. I think good of the brother. Ha! Nonsense reaction. He does it for free. Yes, exactly. House of comments. Big up. Hey, why so? Okay, why so religious? Stay out of this and go back to your methamphetamine addiction. Oh, boss man, why are you being so disrespectful? The guy's correcting you. You should say thank you. Yeah, don't say things like that. It's a bit rude. Triller TV in the building. Big up to you as well. He also got Muhammad Hijab was accusing Sajid of being soft on Muslims and hash. So you put the R in the wrong place, and harsh on the disbelievers. But his friend Sabur does the same. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Ismail. You got a point. Sabur was harsh against me, and he was harsh against, remember Abu Aish at that time when he kicked him off his channel. He says, "Shut up." That's what he said to him. He says, "Shut up. Shut up. You ignorant." Oh my gosh, he switched. But yeah, they don't do that with the skeptic. What's that guy in Oxford? I've forgotten his name. Not Muslim skeptic, cosmic skeptic. Yeah, cosmic septic. Okay, Jordan M versus blogging theology. Yes, that's the new beef. That's the new beef. I want to see that one. We need to arrange something there because yeah, it's simmering. Well, it's simmering from the Jordan side. I haven't seen any comments from Paul Williams, but to be honest, I don't really watch his videos. So if he said anything about Jordan M, I wouldn't mind seeing that. Yeah, reaction. My response to Boss Man seems it silenced him. Yeah. So Jordan M's been, pointing out a few things about Paul Williams, which I was very surprised to hear. Well, I won't say I was surprised, but sad to hear, shall I say? Yeah. Anyhow, so is there any? I mean, there's beef everywhere in the Dawa. When you actually sit down and analyze it's just unbelievable. The beef is wajid, as they say in Arabic. It's wajid. Sajid, wajid. Now wajid, like, it means it's there. The beef is there. You can't escape from it. Should Muslims use philosophy as a tool for debating? Should they use it? I see Muslims on Clubhouse trying to use philosophy, and sadly, because they don't have a good, strong foundation in Aqidah, they end up falling into kufr, clear kufr with their speech, especially when they try and talk about the Creator, when they talk about the Khaliq. They say things that should not be said, because as Muslims, we only speak about Allah with that which He has spoken about Himself. Okay, He knows Himself. Therefore, how can I talk about Allah without what He's told us about Himself? Yeah. Wait a second. What should we get? Why so religious? I replied to you, you vile old man. ELBWL versus El Jordan. El Buel. Who's El Buel? And who's El Jordan? You talking about Jordan M? What was that? I don't know who El Buel is. You talking about Paul? Albani versus Saud. Bro, I don't know what you mean there. I am very poor. MBS versus Al Qaeda. No, Al Qaeda, they finished long before MBS came around, didn't it? You had the other group that came along. Ali Dawa as an entertainer. Okay. Ali Dawa is great at getting all the Islamophobes identified. I suppose he triggers them. Like, you have to. Yeah, you have to give it to Ali Dawa. Like, one of his strengths, I wouldn't say he's good at these formal academic debates, but he is good at street ambush type debates, if you want to call it that. So do you remember when he confronted Jada Franson at some EDL type march? Yeah, that was really good, wasn't it? That was a really good interaction. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was a really good interaction. And then you had his interaction with Tommy Robinson. That was really good as well. Says, "I know where you live, fam." Do you remember that? No, you don't. He goes, "Number." I won't say the number, but he said number. It's like, uh-oh. He does. That was a really good debate. Let's call that a debate. So yeah, he's got his strengths. And look, who's done more for Muslims than these two? Don't forget that they travelled to where the Rohingya are on the border of Bangladesh. Do you remember, to do charity? They've gone to like Ghana and all these other places around the world for charity. Yeah, that's just risking parking the car on the line like that. Maybe. Sort of leave it. So bear with me a second. So yeah, where were we? I don't know. It's great on getting Islamophobes identified. Men grapes, for example. I don't know what you mean by that, Dane. Ali Dawa thinks he was being cool by eating grapes during the debate. Yeah, I didn't watch that, so I don't know. But, yeah, I'd say he's mistaken for. But you know what? I'm told by people it was a complete flop, right? His interaction with Apus, and I can believe that. But you have to understand, these are YouTubers, right? That's their bread and butter. They know how to get views, how to get subscribers. So I doubt his goal was to win a debate. His goal was probably to get snippets to edit together and put out in another video. Because nobody's going to sit through a 2-hour long debate between him and Apus. So what they probably did is took snippets, edited it out, and made it look like they smashed him. You know what they're doing. They've been doing YouTube for a good while now. Okay. So you're using Ali Dawa to say, this is how I don't do Dawa. Look, I don't even call it Dawa. Well, in some sense, I suppose there's a thread of Dawa running through their work. But Dawa is, you just pass the message. That's all it is. But you do so with good words and with good manners and wisdom. When Allah sent Moses and Harun to the Pharaoh to give him Dawah, Allah told them to speak soft words to him. Okay? The Pharaoh, who claimed to be God, they were told to speak nicely to him, gently. So now, I can't guide anyone. I can just tell them what I think. Do my best to show them the way. But guidance is for Allah. If He wants them to be guided, He'll guide them. And for Allah to guide them, they have to want themselves to be guided. How is Allah going to guide somebody who doesn't want to be guided? Humans, we're like sheep. It's true though. We are sheep. We just follow the crowd. Now, you're gonna get some, but you have to know how to herd sheep. You've got different methods of herding sheep, different tools you can use. But if you've got some sheep, they're just not gonna do what they're told. They're gonna go off in their own direction, and they're gonna get snatched up by some eagles, get their eyes pecked out. Don't stop Ali Dawa. We needed to carry on with these antics. His name is Ali Dawa, not Ali Debater. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And he's got a nice personality. I don't think I've ever seen Ali Dawa lose his temper. Has anybody seen him lose his temper before? I don't think I've seen him lose his temper. Very nice personality. Very warm. Like, he looks very serious, and then he'll just drop a smile in the middle of that serious conversation. He's a good guy. Oh, good intention. One thing that's lacking, though, is knowledge, Islamic knowledge. And that was pointed out earlier when I reviewed his conversation with Shamsi one day at Speaker Scholar. Sadly. I mean, how can you give dawah if you don't have knowledge? I mean, you don't have to have like perfect knowledge, like, but just have some good grounding. And on the other side, how can you give dawah if you can't speak English? Invest a bit of time learning Aqidah. And for those who can't speak English, well, invest some time learning English. Don't just think you can give dawah and you can't even speak English. Okay. Are there no better role model for youngsters? Bro Haji, dawah man. Again, what is Bro Haji's dawah? Like, what does he call to? He calls to hating Saudi Arabia and hating Wahhabism. That's it. That's his dawah. Doesn't call you to his way. What is his way? Who is this sheikh? What books does he study? I've got a clue. All he does is tell you what he hates. I don't even watch him anyway. Like at least Ali Dawah's got some charisma. Bro Haji, I hope he comes to the hap. I like guide the brother. I mean, I'm sure he can be very beneficial if he applied himself correctly. Yeah. I think he should come to the Sunnah and rectify his ways. And inshallah, he could be very beneficial. So, yeah, big up, Bro Haji. Dawa man. What about Dawa man? Dawa man, again, he's got a problem in that what's stopping him sticking it on S-pubs? Yeah? A lot of these people, they've been written off by S-pubs. But instead of sticking it on them, like Muhammad Hijab has done, I'll say a couple of words, but they don't stick on them because they admire S-pubs. They actually believe that S-pubs are on the haq. S-pubs are not on the haq. They're not on the truth. S-pubs are a deviant group. Okay? Just come out and say it. Why don't you say it, Dawa man? Come out and say that S-pubs are deviants. And this is exactly what caused the issue between Sajid Lipham and Muhammad Hijab. I'm pretty sure this is the reason. Because Muhammad Hijab, he went around to all these seniors of the Dawa scene, yeah? The ones who pat themselves on the back all the time. How much work they've been doing for the Dawa over the past 30 years or whatever. Studied in Medina and all that kind of thing. Now, they all were on the same, in their private conversations, I'm sure, they were all on the same boat. So, yes, Bubs are this, Bubs are that. We got your back, Hijab. You do your thing. So Hijab goes out there. He does his videos. But then when he needed their input, they just abandoned him. They left him out there all alone. Imagine going to war. You got a bunch of troops who say, yes, we're all going to join you. You go out into the battle, and it's time to face the enemy. And when you look to your side, to your right, to your left, your troops or your, your mates have all disappeared. They left you out there all alone. Treachery. And this is what I think happened to Muhammad Hijab. these Dawa people, they left him all alone to fight S-pubs. That's it. They just abandoned him. Yeah. Where's the in Arabic you say rujula? Where's the manhood? Where's the bravery? This is like bad behavior. You don't encourage people into a fight and then you abandon them. Remember that video with Abu Osama and John Fontaine when they said about hijab? Oh, he's young. He's young. The patronizing comments. The patronizing comments. So I think that's what really pushed hijab over the edge. Yeah, he felt, how can these people just abandon me like that?
Assalamu
It's not.
alaikum, reactionary.
Alaikum salam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. What are you wilding on about today, reactionary?
Well, I'm just talking
See,
to
just wilding
my
out, bro.
viewers. Huh?
I just see you on YouTube just wilding out, bro. I thought, let me jump on, calm the brother down.
Okay.
Maybe don't want your blood
Tell me
pressure to
something
get
you can
too high.
contribute. What are you going to talk about? Have you watched the Dawa beefs?
What, some new Dawa beef is there?
Hello? Oh, my audio's going to get, isn't it?
Or is it between Daniel
Go out and
Hakikachu and Yakin Institute? Are you talking about the Daniel Hakikachu beef? Oh, he jumped out. I've taken over reactionary show, right? What's going on? Why so religious, you little waste man? You come on here again, we're gonna violate you.
Sorry, bro, Lucian. I
Yeah,
had to
so
go out and
yeah,
come back. Yeah.
reactionary. Yeah, just yeah, so reactionary. What are you talking about? Daniel Hakikachu's beef with Yakin.
Yeah. Mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, it's been going on for a while though, isn't it? It's not
That's just
new.
one of the things we've been talking about. Like, there's beefs everywhere. All of the Dawa people have got beef with someone. You know that?
Yeah, well, it's gonna happen, isn't it? There's people that are they have differences of opinion, loads of stuff in it. So you're gonna get this kind of stuff. But why do we need to highlight it? I don't understand.
I mean, highlight it. They highlight it.
Why
They're the
why do
ones
we need
doing
to
it.
highlight?
I'm enjoying the entertainment. That's all.
Yeah, but do we need to necessarily highlight it? Like maybe there's better ways of.
Is it going to
Huh?
magically disappear by not talking about
Yeah,
it?
but like, don't you think it'd be better for you to speak to the people privately, maybe get a few Muslims together, beneficial, like some well-known,
Yeah.
respectable
Very good advice.
Muslims,
Very good
get them
advice, Lucian.
together, go speak to the brothers rather than spazzing out on the channel like
Yeah.
getting this dirty scumbag,
I'm agreeing
why
with you
so
right now,
religious
and
is all
you're
excited
still
and
going
that.
on.
These little waste man. Look
I
at
try.
why so religious.
I'm trying not to disagree with you, and you're still going on.
No, but I don't disagree with you, reactionary. But I'm just saying, innit, like, is it beneficial, bro? Don't you think it'd be more beneficial for you, like a learned brother like you, yeah, to debate with these why so religious is and all these you know, Ralphs and all these scumbags? Don't you think it'd be better for you to debate with these kind of people rather than just, taking shots at these brothers that are, trying in it, bro? We should be making dua for them, bro. Maybe trying to correct them instead of throwing shots. Get me, my brother. You got a quiet reactionary, man. What's going on? Get Jordan M. Jordan M, jump on, man. Why you shy? Jordan, jump on. Triller, jump on, man. Triller. I haven't spoken to you in ages. Gaines backstage as well. Yeah, I've taken over a reactionary show again. So yeah, basically the point being, yeah, why so religious? Just a scumbag, mate. We all know. Scumbag, sit at home husband, You cook, you clean. I think you do one of them. Do you remember what was that? Meet the Parents, when Robert De Niro like literally breastfeeds the child. I reckon Why So Religious has got one of them. Oh gosh. Anyway, Jordan M, where are you, man? Jump on. Kane. Oh gosh. Anyway, I see there's a few haters in the chat. Uberella's shoe. Congratulations, mate. And remember, if it wasn't for the immigrants, you would forget inbreeding, mate. You'd be in the incest vibe right now. Just remember that, lad. All right. And yeah, why so religious? Yeah, maybe I'm an idiot, mate. But you're just a house husband.
Hello.
Assalamu alaikum, reactionary. Why do you keep giving me the show, reactionary, man?
Alaikum salam. Sorry, my audio went, so I had to go out and come back.
Get everyone on. Get everyone on reactionary.
Alaikum salam.
Reactionary is doing the disappearing X again.
Yeah, he loves it. He loves it.
Luton.
Oh, assalamu
Luton.
alaikum.
Walaikum
How
salam,
you doing,
Luton.
my
Long
brother?
time no here, brother. How you doing?
No, brother. No. You know it is.
Let the Eastern West Pakistani brothers take over.
I'm telling you, bro. You know it is, yeah. You know
The
fans,
Brelvi
yeah.
rules. Brelvi rule.
Fans left the scene, yeah, and he like bare people just got like juda from each other, bro. That's what happened in it again. Judai, bro.
Yeah, man. It's like I mean, other than reactionary, all the channels just died out for some reason. Where are the Muslim channels gone? You
But
guys scared of
got, like...
you guys scared of Faz?
Oh, Jordan goes live. Jordan goes live. Don't forget Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan.
Yeah,
but Jordan's live is different to your live, isn't it, reactionary?
But Jordan does his live from a car, ain't it? I don't want to jump in some next man's car, you know what I mean?
Jordan's live is different though, isn't it, reactionary? Like you said, innit, he's more of the, and he's on the big sort of level, innit? That's a different sort of level, isn't it?
No, definitely.
Reaction's a bit of a troublemaker. You know what I mean? I'm still convinced.
Luton, careful now, Luton. Don't rub salt to reactionary's wounds.
Yeah. No. You know, look. End of the day, you don't really know people unless you really fucking know them.
Who's that?
I don't know reactionary.
Who's that?
I like it. I like that he's very upfront about shit. It saves a lot of fucking. I like that he doesn't sugarcoat that much. You get me? So I like that.
Who doesn't?
But, reactionary. He doesn't really sugarcoat, does he? Or does he?
See, big up Triller. Real recognizes real.
Mate. I'm not saying anything, mate.
What, is Real and Maggie on this channel?
No. Reactionary is a real guy, bro. He's a real guy. He don't sugarcoat nothing, mate. He's real talk. Says it as it is, bro.
I don't know, man. Unless it's Britain first, that lady, what her name is? I forgot her name.
Oh, Jada Franson.
Jada, yeah. Reaction's legs were wobbling. Reaction's legs were wobbling when he was speaking to her.
See, the point is, yeah, with reactionary, when it comes to certain individuals, he gets a bit shy, innit? But, we have to forgive the brother for that.
Poor reactionary, man. He's a shy guy. He's a shy guy, really.
Oh, bless him.
You saw a niche in the market. Thought, fuck it, man, we'll do some shows, man. That's it, innit?
Anyway, Triller, how's life, man?
Chilling, bro. Chilling, man. Just living a good life, bro.
Yeah. I see you not been like in the limelight recently, man. What's happening? Calm down, yeah.
Yeah, but you know how it is, isn't it? Like, I don't know. Look, certain people, if they'd be nice to me, I'd be nice to them, innit? One of them ones, isn't it? So, I just kind of like, just get on with whatever I'm doing, innit? Go where I'm wanted, innit? Kind of thing.
Listen, only one person that hasn't changed over the years. I can see Triller changing eventually. Like how Dogger first started and then he changed.
Salaam alaikum.
Walaikum salam. He changed over the years, hasn't he, Dogger?
Salam, King Khan.
What's going on?
He's another troublemaker.
Khanito and Maku debates are just hilarious.
Oh, I smashed him today again.
Oh, is it? You guys had another debate? I missed it.
I got pissed off though, and I told T and Zulu to go F his mum, and then I was like, "Fuck you, fuck all of you," and then I left.
Oh, you done
I
a
shouldn't have really
classic
done
Canito,
that,
yeah?
but
You done a classic
yeah,
Canito.
I've done a classic. I spaz out every now and then.
Get spaz out, and then a day later.
I feel
All
bad
right, mate.
now.
All right, mate.
Yeah, now I'm thinking, how am I going to go back on there? Like, how am I going
Yeah.
to text
Look
some
at your notebook,
apologies
man.
that I'm really sorry,
yeah.
man.
Look
Forgot to
at
take
your
my blood
notebook, man.
pressure
You've done this many
medication.
times.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it. You know, you guys said me. You didn't mean it, man.
Yeah.
No, you are funny though, Khan. I gotta admit, I told you sometime, but it is funny. It is funny.
Yeah. That's all right.
Nah, big up Khan, man. Big up Khan, representative of Illuminati.
Of the Ummah.
The Ottomans, representing of the Ottomans.
The Ottoman representative of the Illuminati end, bro.
No. We
How are you not allowed
discovered
to be
his,
a-
got that
we
not allowed
discovered
to
his
be an Ottoman,
Mongolian
bro?
ancestry. He has
Apparently
Mongolian
the
ancestry.
Ottomans were slave
So
masters,
we've proven
so you're
that
not allowed to be
yesterday. He
Ottoman.
doesn't have Mongolian ancestry.
Khan's got Illuminati unlocked.
Khan, you've been doing like 12-hour shows, bro. Freaking out over there. I know.
Yeah, it's been good,
Like,
man.
how are
Chill out,
you
you there,
talking
bro?
for 12 hours? I said, long. I ain't gonna lie, that's work, bro. That is work.
Khan is practicing his customer service. He's got his SIA badge, hasn't he now recently?
Yeah.
No, but
I had one
there you
Trilla,
go,
to
before.
be
you know.
fair, yeah. Trilla, to be
Yeah.
fair, yeah. I think you've been violated the most.
Oh, what, on the streams? Fuck it, mate. I'm a fucking.
Trilla's got
is
thick
what it
skin, man. Trilla has got really thick skin.
is.
You know,
Yeah,
men can
you
come
kind of
on.
fucking have to.
Yeah, man gives a lot of shit. He takes a lot of shit, and next day he forgets about it. Starts fresh again. It's
I'll
like
give him that, bro. I'll give
memory
him
You know
wiped
that.
what?
off.
Next day, I just kind of think, oh shit, oh well. I can't do
Trilla,
anything
do-
apart from just
Trilla,
let it
do you
go.
do
You know,
this
Move
Trilla,
on.
Trilla, if you
Trilla,
didn't have short, you know,
Trilla,
Trilla, if you didn't have short
recognize you.
memory loss, yeah, you'd be mad, you know that.
Trilla, do you do this purposely just to get reaction, like what reaction does? But opposite.
I literally do forget because I feel like I wanted to, innit? Like, you know what I mean? I know how to.
Hey,
a little
Trilla,
bit. Just
Trilla,
don't
was
take
you
it too
jealous?
seriously, you know what I mean?
Was you jealous
Yeah.
when Raj come on to talk to me and he didn't want to talk to you? Was you jealous?
I was probably drunk, bro. I didn't give a fuck. I swear. I was quite happy that he was talking to you, bro. Was that when you were talking about the Mongolian thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I don't want to talk to him. I got nothing to talk to him about at all, apart from just
He's all
listening.
right,
That's
man.
it. Bro, you like
If we
him.
convert-
That's you, bro. I
If we
got no
converted
respect
him
for
to
that guy.
Islam, he would be such a
I got
staunch
no respect.
Muslim. He'd be such a
Bro,
good
I got
Muslim.
Keep
no
putting them
respect
up,
for
keep
somebody
putting
who's
them
got
up,
no respect for
reactionary,
other
keep
people,
putting
bro.
them up. Keep putting them up, reactionary.
We should put a bounty on his head, $100 million. Whoever can convert Raj to Islam.
Convert?
Yeah.
From what? Atheism.
No, he's not atheist, bro.
Yeah, go back to them. Keep going back to them as a reactionary. Reactionary, don't you worry, mate. I got your number, lad. Don't you worry, lad.
Where's React?
8-year-olds.
React.
I think 8-year-olds being a bit nice, man. I think I'm more like 6-year-old or 5-year-old, bro, to be honest with you, man. 8-year-olds being like generous, bro. But guess what? I'll still violate you, bro, with the IQ, with that IQ. How about that? Your waist, man.
Whose face is that? Schiffer? Who's
I
that?
don't know, man. But he looks like he's one of them one eye open when I'm
eye
sleeping.
open when I'm speaking.
One eye.
Where's Ralph, man? I want to speak to Ralph.
Yo, is that Sheikh Asim Al Hakim? Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Walaikum
Who's this?
salam.
Wagwan, brother. Brother.
Chilling, man. Chilling in it, just based.
We got the...
Are we violating the people, them? Big up reactionary, man.
Big up the reactionary man, them. The reactionary goes quiet when certain individuals come on the server.
What do you want, Jet?
Is that Jack?
Oh, what do you want,
What do I
Jack?
want?
No, walaikum salam,
No,
no,
yeah,
lad.
Is that Jat here?
Yeah. How are you doing, Gay? Assalamu alaikum.
Are you doing
Why?
Jat, man? You're the only Jat that that doesn't say I'm a Jat first, not Pakistani.
I'm a Muslim first, bro.
Well, there's another guy who says I'm a Jat. I'm not Pakistani.
Yeah, but that's that individual
The Brelvi first.
Brelvi, big up the Brelvi.
Pick up the
Yeah.
Brovies.
You know what, reactionary? You keep putting your fanboys' messages up. Yeah, you keep doing that, your fanboys. So, but
You know
He's a
what?
fanboy,
It
why
seems
so?
like
he might even be a bum boy.
Waiso
I don't know, he might be a bum
reactionary's
boy.
mouthpiece.
Yeah, why so religious is reactionary's mouthpiece, bro. I fully believe reactionary
talking about?
messages why so religious. So why so religious
They
can
got
have won
WhatsApp
over the
group.
Muslims.
They got
100%,
WhatsApp.
bro.
Not taste
100%.
Islamophobe. In
I
bed with
reckon
the
why
dirty
so religious
Islamophobe.
gets all his knowledge of reactionary. Oh, hey, imagine that, bro. Imagine reactionary
Or
is
do you
like
think it's the other way
one
around?
undercover, like,
It's the other way around.
that's a dangerous one, bro. Yeah, look, Jordan M said Luton is on.
Oh no, Jordan, you troublemaker. Jump on, man.
Reactionary's
Big
channel's
up Jordan,
popping
man.
today, bro.
Big up
Big up
Jordan
Jordan for
M,
sticking up
bro.
for the
Big
Uyghurs,
up
man.
Jordan
Big up
M,
Jordan,
my
man.
G, bro.
Big
Original
up.
YouTuber Jordan M. Big up,
Big
big
up
up.
Jordan,
I'll tell
man.
you something though. Jordan's got dedicated followers, yeah, because he puts a
Has
lot of
he?
Yeah,
shows
bro.
on. He puts a lot of shows on with lots scholars and all these other alims jumps on his channel
Yeah.
separately, yeah. But hardly anyone watches it. But when Jordan is sitting in his Audi TT, he gets 180 views. I was like,
Has he
huh?
got
But
a
man
TT?
gets like, man will get messages here like, cause you like your jacket. That's it. Like, yo, like, I'm telling you, innit, like,
Nothing to do
people
with
will
Islam,
come
innit?
on. People will come on and say, yo, Jordan, like, what's that jacket, bro? Like, bro, they love him, bro. They love him,
He's got
bro.
very
Like,
viral. Yeah, for real.
he's a proper YouTuber, bro. But then there's certain individuals that come on, they have like 10 viewers, and then like, and they think they got the authority to talk about like people who
Man,
got
like
like
Jordan.
60,000 like subscribers and shit, bro. And then
Hey, what's Shifa doing there? Is that Shifa?
Big up Ali Dawa, my Turkish brother. Big up Ali, if you're listening.
He's Kurdish, man.
He's Kurdish, you know.
He's Kurdish by ethnicity, but his nationality is Turkish.
His nationality is British.
That's true.
Have you seen Ali Dawa's? Have you seen
are we
Ali
just-
Dawa's video about the insurance scam?
No, is it good?
It's funny, man. Some scooter man scraped his car, and the scooter man says it's not his fault. It's Ali Dawa's fault.
Oh no.
And he's a Muslim
Was
as well. He
he
always has
Bengali?
accidents with Muslims. I think
Was he
two.
Bengali on the moped?
No, he's Afghani. I think probably Afghani.
Afghani? Oh my god. Big up the Afghanis, bro.
Yo, why so religious is riding hard on reactionaries nuts, innit? Like, what is going on, bro? Like, come on, man. Just make sure you lube up, why so?
I think reactionary gives him grapes like Ali Dawa. Like, yeah, have some grapes.
Oh, Ali Dawa A+, yeah?
nah, reactionary shares a
That was embarrassing.
reactionary shares a shawarma with the white
What do you mean?
religion.
The conversation itself was embarrassing, or
The
his conduct was embarrassing?
His conduct was embarrassing, and he's not suited for these things, man. I don't know why he gave what's his name, Apus, the viewership and content. You know what I mean?
Who?
Yeah. Now Apus is running wild with
do you know
that.
what?
So,
Look,
you know.
I hear you, yeah, and I'll be honest with you. Prior to the discussion taking place, I was thinking the same thing, right? I thought this is going to be a bit of a car crash, but even though his antics were childish, I thought the level of disrespect that he was showing towards him, yeah, it was valid. Like, it wasn't meant to be a kind of formal discussion or even giving the guy any form of respect. You know, anyone's a dirty Islamophobe.
Yeah, but you I don't know if you watched it all. I don't know if you
religious.
Yeah, but I
shouldn't be
don't know if
given
you
the
watched it
platform.
all. Yeah, I don't know if you watched it all, but whole purpose of Ali Dawa doing that was to set him up and says, "Look, I tricked you. You're non-Muslim. You can't do that. You can't participate in this." I was like, huh?
Sorry, what was that? Who's a non-Muslim?
The cursing. You know, Ali Dawa wanted to do the cursing with him, yeah. And later on, after the cursing's done, he asked him like, why did you curse me? You're not a Muslim. You fell for my trick. You can't have this. You can't have the Mahabharata if you're not a Muslim. And Apis went, huh?
Mm,
It's just
that's
silly,
true.
man. It was embarrassing. I'll be honest.
Mm.
At least hijab
What do
gives
we
him.
think
At least
about this?
hijab gives him a challenge. At least hijab and Daniel Hikachu and other people, they they do challenge him and they do take him academically.
Nobody
Sorry,
cares
Gain.
for
Who are you talking
Why
about?
Souls
Gain. Who are you
comment.
talking about?
Ali Dawa and Apus debate.
Yeah, Ali, that was like, I don't know, man. You shouldn't really go into that debate scene too quickly, bro. I don't know. There's more, yeah, like you said, bro, there's more intellectual people out there that can put a full stop to APOS, bro. Like they did,
But
bro.
is it required? Is it required for Muslims to jump on this YouTube thing and debate people like Apus, who doesn't, he needs Muslim for his content. And
Mm.
more you give him, more coverage he's going to get, and more subscribers he's going to get. If you know what I mean?
So you're saying
Sometimes
debating someone
it's
like
better
him?
sometimes better to not to debate these people and don't give them the content, and they just die in their rage. They won't get that much subscription because they don't have anybody to debate with.
Yeah. So you're saying there's only really the only person benefiting from those kind of conversations or debates are going to be the atheist side.
Yep,
The issue you
because
have with
bad publicity is always good publicity for them.
Yeah, but the issue you have with that sort of like just blanking them or ignoring them is that their fan base seems to think that you're deliberately ignoring them because you don't have the answers that they possess for the questions that they possess, So it's a bit of a tricky one.
Well, no, as we actually says, our job as Muslim is just to pass on the message. It's not really to debate or discuss. Our Prophet and the Sahaba didn't go around discussing atheism or science or philosophy. They just gave the message and leave it to Allah and leave it to themselves. They wish to accept Islam, they accept Islam.
Yeah, but look, I believe, I even believe, I'm sure I've heard one of the debaters even say that there's a narration where the Prophet ﷺ himself had a debate with an atheist, let alone Imam Abu Hanifa having open air debates with atheists and stuff like that. So I don't think that's sort of out of the picture again. But I understand, like certain individuals, they're not really made for that sort of scene. So they should sort of
I'm not sure if they had
clap
debate.
back.
They may have conversation where they tried,
Yeah, I think,
Prophet, even the Sahaba tried to reason with people, not debate as such. I think the debating in Islamic world, the debating scenario came in during the Abbasid Khilafah. They called the so-called the golden age of Islam, where they did have they invited other scholars and from all faiths and atheists to come and debate the Muslims. That was under Khalif al-Mansur, Khalif al-Mamun, and so it was that period. But before that, they didn't, and after that, they didn't.
no, who's this? Is House of Comments? Is that Ralph?
Yeah.
And funny, he's made a comment about years of inbreeding. Sorry, Ralph. What are you again? I know you try to be like you're Indian, right?
Yeah, and his surname.
Ralph can't talk about inbreeding with them ears. Like, come
Bro,
on,
have you
man.
seen the guy, bro?
I
Have you
mean,
seen him, bro?
bro.
Ralph is a proper bounty. He's a proper
Bro,
bounty.
Yeah,
trust me.
Proper
He's
chai
one of the
walla, man.
most wettest characters you can ever see in your life.
and ain't
What
his
are you
name
talking
Ralph?
about, Ralph, man?
Ralph,
Like,
his name's
probably
Ralph Muslim
like
Mud.
2 generations back, one of your ancestors married a dog, bro. So what are you even talking about, like genetics and research, bro?
That's
Are you
true.
dumb?
In south of southern India, they actually do that. It's a custom where they
Yeah,
marry
it's a
dogs.
custom,
And
bro.
I'm pretty sure Ralph looks the sort of guy like he bathes in fair and
He
lovely.
looks like a bit of
I
a
mean,
bloody Yorkshire Terrier, to be honest with you.
want to be a gora.
Mm,
Please, sir, can I have some more?
yes, please,
Chai walas.
Chai wala.
Big
Two cup,
duty boy.
two
Big
cup,
duty boy.
please. Oh, look,
Chocolate.
reactionary jumped off. He can't handle the heat. His
No, we
friend,
actually don't
his
ask.
friend
They don't
Ralph
like
was
us
getting
insulting.
his
Yeah, we
his
actually
friend
don't like
Ralph
us
was getting
insulting.
insulted. The reactionary had to jump on. Oh, bless you, reactionary.
We
We'll
actually
stop.
don't want this. Yeah, he's back, but he
Reactionary
doesn't
will
want
stop.
part where we insult Ralph and
We'll
why
stop,
so religious.
reactionary. We won't say nothing to your inbred, dog
Yeah.
bred
Ralph,
friend
jump on so
Ralph.
we can violate you,
Yeah.
bro. in Hindi and Punjabi. Come on, bro.
Don't get upset, reactionary man. That you have to
Violating,
jump off
bro.
your own panel, bro. If you want us to leave, bro, just say it. Like you don't have to jump off your own panel, bro.
Nah, he's got connection issues, man. He does that.
Trina, what are you after today from Reaction? You after something?
Trilla's a gun driller,
I'm just
bro.
doing some cooking, man.
Trilla's
He wants a
gun driller.
spanner. Trina wants a blue spanner today.
You reckon he's on that
I'm
spanner
good, I'm
vibe?
good.
Trilla,
Nah, I
you're
was
that
just listening
spanner
to a
vibe.
couple of streams and I just saw reaction on. I thought, ah, fuck it. What's for looting here? You said jump on, so I
Yo,
thought, might as well jump on.
can you hear
Yo,
me?
Ralph, you're talking about
Jack, you're
people
there.
marrying. 1 minute. Ralph, you're talking about people marrying their sisters. Aja मैं तेरी बहन दी बोंड पारा. बहन यका. Aja.
Chắc bé pen đi bốn bác. I love that little lingo.
Yes, yes.
Man, chod.
Haram zada.
Haram
Habib
zada,
ki
दूध
aulad,
हलाल है।
Habib ki
Haram
aulad.
khor ki aulad.
Kutte ki aulad.
Khanzir.
शैतानी।
Suwar ki aulad na hoए थे. शक्ल तक की है हरामी.
Yo, why so religious? Have you got a tracker on your missus's car? Don't lie.
Yo, you know what? I read a comment before, yeah? Somebody wrote that why so religious bought his wife is from a catalogue. He said like catalogue bride, yeah? He said something like it's a catalogue bride, but unfortunately the company didn't have a
I
return
didn't
policy
read
for
that,
faulty
you know.
products.
Yo,
Mad thing.
why you insulting people's families?
Who?
Because he's
Insulting
talking
who?
about
Hold on,
inbreeding
one second.
and marrying
Insulting who?
your sister. Why
Why
did
did he
you
say
time
that?
him out?
Yeah,
Look at his
why did you
comments.
say that? Was it
Why
unprovoked?
did he say?
Was it
Who?
unprovoked?
Are you
Who are you
justifying
talking
him?
about, cuz? Cuz who are
I'm
you
asking
talking about?
you, was it unprovoked?
Who's
If you
what?
don't
Ralph's
know,
comment.
Why
Ralph's
didn't you
comment.
answer my question? Simple. Was it unprovoked?
yeah,
I'll
well,
answer your
you
question,
go
man. Are
to
you
his
talking about
defense
Ralph?
straight away.
Are you talking
Where
about
is
Ralph?
Ralph anyway, man? I can't see Ralph on the chats.
Are you
What
talking
I don't
about
want
Ralph?
to happen is I don't want our Prophet ﷺ being insulted. But by provoking people, what do you think is going to happen?
He's talking about inbreeding for no reason whatsoever, and then he's talking about marrying
No,
your
no.
sister.
I asked you, was it unprovoked?
Yes, it was unprovoked.
It wasn't
Yeah.
unprovoked.
Why? Who said anything
Why are
about
you
Ralph?
asking then if you already know the
Who
answer?
said anything to Ralph, man? Who said anything
I want
to
you
Ralph?
to recognize that, don't
No,
don't
I
just
want you to recognize
insult
that you don't
people.
know what you're talking about, bro.
You're
All
a
right,
reactionary.
I
You're a
apologize. I
Silent.
apologize.
yeah, you're reactionary. You're a beggar of the kuffar. I don't know what the friggers is going on here, bro.
No, I'm not.
I
I'm
don't
not.
know what
I
kind of
I I,
Wow,
don't, I
mad
disagree
figures
with
you
you.
come out with,
I
bro. Like you're
disagree.
just some
I'm
beggar,
not.
bro. Like,
No, I just don't want our Prophet ﷺ to be insulted. That's all.
Oh, bro. I don't
but you'll
know.
sit on a panel
Hmm.
and you'll key with the guy who insults the Prophet ﷺ on a regular basis. What are you talking about, man?
That's true.
What are you talking
His name's
about?
why so religious if you didn't know who that was.
But this guy's sleep. I think reactionary. You're sleeping, bro.
And the
Yeah.
night moves to the rook.
Wake
Come
up,
on.
bro. You're sleeping,
Bro,
bro.
Need
there's
a
levels in it.
checkmate. Need a
There's
checkmate.
levels a person goes to in order to protect their spanner. Like levels.
I don't know why you like to violate people.
Violating, bro. If he's
You don't
gonna
violate
call my
anyone,
brother,
bro.
Violate.
if he's gonna call your brother in Islam inbred and kind of suggest that he sleeps with his sister, then yeah, I'm gonna violate him.
He responded
I'm gonna
to him.
say,
He didn't initiate anything. Oh dear.
Of course he did.
It's only,
Roll up.
like
Look at
I'm
it.
trying to reason with you, but you're not reasonable, so it's
No,
pointless.
I'm bro. No, how can I reason with you when you're taking an unjust position? You're passing judgment without being fair.
Reactionary, why
Don't
are you
pull
only
this guy. Like,
highlighting
why
the
are you
comments?
highlighting this guy's
Why don't
comments?
you
Like,
highlight the comments from the brothers? Huh?
yeah, bro.
Huh?
Like,
You love
only why?
highlighting these kufar's comments, bro. Oi.
What does he put in some extra money in your PayPal account or
So
something?
I'm
I don't
surprised
think
he
so, bro.
I'm surprised
Bro,
Cash up,
RM Sid
cash
isn't a
up.
mod. I'm
bro,
surprised
cash
RM Sid isn't a mod on here,
violate,
bro.
bro. Violate, not violate.
As
Violate.
reaction duck tagging.
Yeah, bro.
Oi, my battery
There's
died.
too much heat on the panel right now, man. The circuit is overloading.
Yeah, sorry, I got my
But
audio
technically
cut
speaking,
off again.
reaction is correct on this. What you said, like we shouldn't insult people first, because otherwise it leads to insulting the prophets and the
That's
religion.
Again, that's not what happened though, right?
I know,
Somebody made a comment.
I understand that.
All right, so let's just rewind. Let's just recap 1 second, yeah? Somebody made a comment.
Keep it
about,
up, game. You might
inbredness.
get a spanner soon. Yeah.
No. Don't give me a spanner, man. No.
Flattery gets you everywhere.
Yeah. I'm not saying Jat is incorrect on that, because I believe that maybe that was started by Ralph, but I can't see Ralph on the comment. Who is Ralph on the comments? Has he got a different name now?
House of Comments.
Oh, proper Britisher, House of Commons.
Yeah. Anyway, is there a topic to be spoken about, or are we just,
there was a topic until I let somebody on the panel.
Yeah, we kind of take control. But anyway, continue.
So actually, let me ask you a question. Yeah, I mean, I already got different answers from Alims and so on, right? But I want to hear your answer. Yeah, earlier on, you said our job is to give dawah, right? We pass on the message, yeah.
Yeah.
And it is up to Allah and also the individual to accept Islam, right? So it is Allah who can make someone a Muslim, yeah. So in that case, why do we need to give dawah then? Oh. All right, and until he comes back. Oh, he's back. I was going to say, let's have a moment.
I'm sorry. The last I heard you say was in that case, why?
Yeah, why are we required to give dawah if Allah is the one who makes someone a Muslim or not? You need to sort out his gift cuff, man.
I know. You usually gets better at the end of the night, I think.
Yeah, signal improves.
Yeah, look, but like,
where's he gone? Where's Carnito? Carnito's quiet today.
Carnito's having a power nap. He'll come back.
Yeah, he spent 12 hours in Jedi's.
No. Yeah, he's had some carbs, so he needs a little rest. But what's interesting is that Reactionary said he doesn't want anybody to insult the Prophet, which obviously that's a good position to take. But then why have such individuals who are likely to do that as a moderator on your channel? Why do that? I don't understand.
Me no comprende.
No comprende, eh?
¿Qué?
Sí, señor. Sí, señor. ¿Cómo estás? Reactionary. You hear me now?
Reactionary is pointing his mobile in the air, try to get a signal at the moment. Reactionary doesn't believe, he doesn't want 5G, he's still on 3G. He believes 5G gives corona, so he's avoiding 5G.
Bro, not even using Tesco Wi-Fi. It's like using quick save Wi-Fi right now, bro. It's some obsolete Wi-Fi, bro.
What's the worst out of all the internet providers? Which is the worst one? It's not Pulse, is it? Or
PlusNet or something? I don't know.
PlusNet. Or Tesco Value or Asda Value Wi-Fi.
Some mad thing, bro.
Or Lidl's.
Where? So, what do we think about this hijab row that's going on right now? Did you see that young girl in India? What do we think about that?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
What's happening? Yeah. What's happening there?
Oh, where is it? Is it the one that some people are talking about where she went to a school or something? They didn't permit hijab, and the High Court judge says, well, in that case, go to a different school where they allow you to wear hijab. That one?
Yeah, well, there's something that's been going on for the past week or so in, is it Karnataka, is it?
South India, Karnataka.
Yeah, kind of southeast
Kerala, Karnataka.
Yeah, just above Tamil, I think it is. And there's this one particular hijabi sister who came into the educational establishment. She pulled up, and as she pulled up on a motorbike, and she started walking towards.
Wait, she pulled up on a motorbike? She was riding a motorbike herself?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
man.
think it might have been a college. Might have been a college, but she had a
Okay.
hijab on, yeah. She had a full
Oh,
hijab on and
cool.
whatnot,
Yeah.
and she pulled up, and there was about 60 or 70 youths from like the Hindutva BJP movement who had these
Oh, okay.
saffron
Right.
scarves on, and
Oh,
they
I
were
didn't see that
shouting,
one.
yeah, they were shouting Jai Shri Ram at her, and just basically harassing, bullying, and intimidating her, and
This is happening in India quite often. I think because of BJP in power, even though Modi directly isn't saying anything against Islam directly, you know what I mean? But at the same time, he's giving signals, and he's also staying quiet on other parties that are becoming tyrant towards the Muslims. You know what I mean? There's lots of Hindu preachers are openly preaching hatred towards the Muslims, right? And the
yeah,
authorities, the police are quiet.
this is something that's obviously is being overt and is clearly observable by majority of people. But these particular instances that have occurred in the last week or so, it's just highlighted. And to be honest, like I've spoken to a number of different people on Clubhouse, Indians and Hindus alike, and a lot of them are quite disgusted at the direction that India is going in, especially under
Yeah,
the kind of
because
BJP
technically,
leadership.
India's meant to be India's constitution is a secular constitution where all religion are permitted. Yeah, but obviously BJP want to turn into a Hindu Vata, a Hindu state or Sanata Dharma. Yeah,
Mm.
which is against the constitution. So even though you get the liberals or maybe the middle class Indians who don't want India to go that direction, but a majority of Indians do want that. This is why BJP won landslide election twice in a row.
Yeah,
but the
but the thing
majority are
is
Hindus.
that
So
yeah, sorry, go on, Trilla.
I was going to say the majority are Hindus, so that is to be expected. Or that there's
No,
going to be a certain
but
view and a
yeah, but
certain
what
way.
Jat was saying, some of the Hindus, I'll say the middle class Hindus or the liberal Hindus, don't want India to be Hindu Vata. They want the secular India, where all faiths and should be allowed to live and
Well,
stay in India. Yeah, but
this
you
is
got the majority that are not middle class, working class. They're ethno Hindus. They want India to. It's an ethno state. They want an ethno state. That's it.
yeah. So I mean, basically, I think the population of India um, need to ask the question like, what is the direction that they want India to be like in the future, right? Do they want to kind of increase this enmity and hostility and have a society where the fabric of the diversity that is within India itself that be stretched to a breaking point? Or do they want to live in a more harmonious sort of society? This is something that they're going to have to kind of
But
like
some of the I saw some debate where it's similar question. Someone did ask that similar question because it goes against the Constitution of India and the founding fathers of in modern day India. Yeah, but some of the strict ethno Hindus will turn around and says in 1947 Muslims were given two countries for them to migrate to. They could have gone to those Muslim countries, but they chose to stay in India, and India was meant to be a Hindu state. This is why you had the separation of two Muslim state and one Hindu state. But Muslim stayed in India. They didn't want to go. So they're going to turn around and say, well, you chose to stay in India, and India is meant to be a Hindu state.
The thing is that there's a lot of the Muslim kind of population in India are quite how can you put it patriotic, yeah. Regardless of how they're being treated, and whether they're being
Yeah,
discriminated
they're
against
Indian. Yeah, they're
or
ethnic.
marginalized,
Yeah,
they are Indian, yeah.
they're Indian.
There's one particular kind of one of the Muslim leaders is a guy called Owaisi from Hyderabad, and he's staunch Indian, pro India, to the extent that I think some Pakistani politicians or journalists kind of commented on this particular event that occurred, and he turned around and said, "Don't you dare look towards India. It's got nothing to do with you. Keep your beak out of it." So
If you
I don't know.
if you look at early freedom movement, when the British was ruling India, yeah, you had the freedom party movements from all sects, all societies, Bengalis, Punjabis, South Indian, North Indian. There was a massive movement. And after the First World War, where the British was considering to leave India, there was lots of, like the Deobandi party was set up to keep India as one India, but Muslim. You know what I mean? They didn't want India to split. And you had other Muslim parties, they didn't want India to split neither. They believe that India should stay as one, and Muslims should have their own freedom to live in India. They don't want to split India. This is why a lot of Deobandis started in India, and some, even the Brahmavis, they didn't want to split India. They didn't want these three different states.
Hmm. Yeah, but like, I don't understand that particular sentiment though, because if we're seeing today, the Hindu population, the majority, and we can clearly, we can categorically say it is the majority because BJP have won landslide victories, elections on a couple of occasions. If they're behaving in this way now, like, how would it be any better? It would just be
I
a
think
powder keg
if
waiting to explode.
yeah. If it continues like this, there's going to be massive sectarian problems going to happen.
The thing is,
it's
though,
just waiting to erupt.
For every Hindu, I think for every I think for one Muslim, there's probably about 7 or 8 Hindus, right? So they're vastly,
Well, they're vastly outnumbered, but
yeah.
it's just waiting. It's a ticking, waiting to erupt if nothing gets done, if nothing gets resolved.
Mm.
The question is, let's say if it goes like that, will Bangladesh and Pakistan allow the Muslims in India to come and live with us? Will our countries take them? Right, everyone's left. Yo, reactionary. I'll wait someone to jump on. I'm not going to do reaction. I'm not going to read the comments. Can't be bothered. I'll quietly vape. Yo, reactionary. Anyone going to jump on? Luton, Chat, Trailer. You been kicked off or? Oh, Ishmael saying reactionary kicked them off. Let's get back to on a topic. Well, we was discussing a topic, so I don't know if reactionary kicked everyone off except me. Not sure why. Oh, there is. Did you kick everyone off, reaction?
No. I just my phone.
Your phone's
needed
playing
rebooting. Up. Yeah.
What is this? What is this Chinese, proper Chinese made phone? Yeah.
That's pretty old, actually.
Oh, 3G. I get it.
Yeah. So what did I miss?
No, we was just discussing what Jat and I was discussing the Indian problems right now, what's happening, and I said it's a ticking bomb at the moment. Something's going to erupt. It's
Yeah.
It's only so far people can get pushed before they retaliate.
Yeah.
And so hopefully they can resolve this amicably. Let everyone live peacefully and practice their religion as they see fit.
And the likelihood of that?
Well, at the moment it's slim, but Allah is the greatest planner. So
that's right. Yep.
Yeah. So the question I asked earlier: if Allah is, I mean, obviously I have my own answer, and because I've spoken to other people about this. If Allah is the one who makes someone a Muslim or opens their heart to be Muslim, then what's the need for dawah then? If we cannot if we as humans cannot persuade someone to be Muslim.
Okay. What was the answer you found?
A different type of answer, man. The answer is that we are, as advised by Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, even the Quran, that we are obliged to pass on the message to them, so their ear and the heart hears it, and because they have a free will in a sense where they can choose to accept or not, and if they do have inkling, the fitra does choose to accept, Allah will open up their heart even more.
Okay. You have a child, right?
Yeah.
And do you feed your child?
Of course.
All right. I mean, sorry, it's a dumb question, right? But
No.
at the same
I
at the same
understand.
time, the food that your child eats, was it written that your child will eat that food?
Yeah.
But you still feed the child, right?
Yeah. Because it's written that I will feed the child as well.
Yeah. So maybe that's the answer to your question.
All right, cool. Okay, I understand.
I think that's
It's
the
deep.
answer.
It's deep. It's deep.
You get it? No, I mean, that's what I think anyway. I may be wrong. I mean, we could ask one or
So
two
if
Dawa people if they're not beefing. But
exactly. We see what they say from their scholarly opinion. What to say? So if we can ask, like a lot of people say, because of our bad behavior, because we insult or we're rude, or we look down on people. This is why a lot of people leave Islam. Do us humans have the power to take people out of Islam?
you have the power to give Dawa out of Islam, yeah. Don't you?
No, me as a Muslim, let's say, let's say I start swearing or shouting at other Muslims, and someone who's new in Islam and I didn't believe it, blah blah blah. Do I have the power for them to change their mind and leave Islam?
Allah is the one that guides.
That's right.
But
Yeah.
but your words have an effect on people coming or going.
Okay, so in that case, I do have the power then.
What do you mean, the power to what? You have the power to influence
Influence,
Allah's
yeah.
permission.
Yeah, so it's a form of power, isn't it? Influence is a very powerful tool.
Speech is power, yeah.
Well, so the parents' actions, you get me? What you do,
Yeah.
somebody, like, for example, that somebody doesn't know anything about Islam, and then they see somebody who calls himself a Muslim, and they genuinely don't know, like, if majority of people act or behave or look or whatever in a certain way, and so they might just take that one example, you know what I mean? Which is why first impressions are important.
Alhamdulillah. So Trilla, me as a generally nice person, I've tried to be reasonable with you many times, and we had our own beef here and there. But other than that, I've always been pretty nice and pretty decent, right? So
yeah. Literally, it's all good, yeah.
Yeah. So I welcome you to accept Islam.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, I would have to politely decline your invitation, but yeah, thank you for the invitation. Yeah.
So I don't. Well, we don't really have influence and power, then, do we?
Well, you can. You probably do over other people. Like, end of the day, people are free to make their choice, like you said, isn't it? So it's a thing where, like, well, what's interesting to me? Look, I think, yeah, when it comes to Islam, which obviously I know hardly anything about, dude, I hardly know anything about Sikhi, let alone Islam, right? But when it comes to Islam, I feel like to be a Muslim, it's just as simple as taking your Shahada, basically, right? And I mean, again, forgive me for any mistakes that I might make. I don't mean to sound rude or anything, but it's like if somebody doesn't do anything, right? That's basically, like your prayers and this and that. You know what I mean? They just really don't do anything. They go against so many tenets,
I
and they still put
understand
themselves
that. Yeah, I understand. A lot of people give the narrative is to be a Muslim. All you do is take the Shahada, and you're a Muslim. Yeah, all right. You're taking the first pillar of Islam is the Shahada, right? But that alone doesn't necessarily make you a Muslim. These days, in the Quran and even in the Hadith, what makes you a Muslim or is taking Shahada, obviously, doing your Salah and giving Zakat.
Yeah.
So those three will make you Muslim. But
right.
just anyone can take Shahada and don't do nothing for Islam, don't pray, still misbehave, but they believe in Allah. Yes, of course, that's the first step they've taken. But they have to complete the Salah. They have to, if they, you know, even if they're disabled, they, as long as their mind is working, they can still do salah, because salah was, you know, given as a law, the only commandment in the Jannah Allah gave directly to a prophet to you know, make sure the people do their salah. Right, that's the only command that came from the heaven from the paradise. Yeah, from when our Prophet ﷺ went up in heavens, he was commanded by Allah to do salah.
Yeah.
And every other law came in the dunya from obviously Allah to Jibril to a prophet, but that was directly to a prophet. The salah command.
Yeah, so it's like what it is. I feel that people are afraid to obviously say you're not a Muslim, right? Or because the whole takfir thing, they're not. It's not permissible for somebody to say you are or are not a Muslim, for example, kind of thing. Yeah, because only you're saying God knows who the real ones are, right? In that regard, yeah. So it's like not a way of deterring somebody away from the faith. But the thing is, right? You know, quality over quantity, right? And that's the way it should be. So
Well,
it's like
if you know someone.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
If you meet people, let's say they're Muslims, right? And yeah, all right, they believe in Allah, the Creator, right? But what are they doing for Allah? Allah, you know, Allah has given you the book, Allah has given you the guidance for you to follow those guidance that Allah has set out. If you just accept Allah, la ilaha illallah, yeah, and don't do nothing for Him, then are you really obeying Allah? You're going against Allah, what Allah is guiding you, yeah? So if I see that someone who is able to pray but doesn't pray, yeah, who shouldn't drink but continues drinking, even though we advise the person, he knows as well that he shouldn't drink, doing other bad things, doing zina, yeah, listening to continuous music, going to nightclub, yeah. I mean, can I really say that you know, this guy is a Muslim, or is it just a Muslim by name?
Yeah, by default kind of thing as well. Yeah,
and especially if you don't practice what but you're preaching Islam, but you don't practice it yourself. That's munafiq. That's hypocrite, right? Yeah, which is the lowest of the sins.
Yeah. It's even then that sort of hypocrisy. I mean, if you are sort of having a conversation about saying like something you believe in it, this and that, things like that, then I think it's more open in that regard, more forgiving. But it's like when it comes down to you actually doing the opposite and actually telling people no, I don't know, actually, man. It's like, you know what I mean? I'm a bit confused with that one as well, because like telling somebody to do a good thing, like for example, don't drink, don't smoke, yeah. So that's a good thing, but you might do it yourself. You might, you know, be what you call it, you know, stuck in that trap, for example, right? But you're still giving good advice to other people, like youngsters, right? There's no harm in somebody who smokes to say somebody don't smoke. You know what I mean?
All right, would you take advice from, let's say, a drug dealer who's making a lot of money, right? Yeah, and he's telling you don't deal in drugs, but he doesn't stop dealing in drugs.
I would I would listen to him, because obviously he's probably fallen into some sort of trap that he can't get out now, because it's just habitual for him now, right? Or whatever reason is for him to remain doing so. But he's basically giving somebody some sound advice by saying, not doing it, don't do it. Don't make the same mistake I made.
Even the shaitan can tell you the truth, but does that mean you have to listen to the shaitan?
I mean, I don't believe in the devil in that regard. The devil is a manifestation of the ego. So, in my opinion,
but you understand what we mean by shaitan, yeah?
I understand the concept of the devil to a certain degree. Yeah.
Sure. So from your understanding, even the shaitan is capable of telling the truth. Even the shaitan will say Allah exists, because he's been cast out by Allah. Yeah, he's spoken to Allah, so he knows he exists, right? So even he recognizes Allah exists. Yeah.
Okay.
But so if a shaitan gives you advice or tells you, even if he tells the truth, does that mean you should listen to your shaitan, or you should listen to someone who is actually a pious person who actually practice their deen or the religion that they follow? It's like you, for example. And I know you said you're not Sikhi because you're not practicing as such, but is there an excuse you making up for yourself? Are you making the effort? What is it that you're doing? You're 35 years old. I mean, are you actually putting the effort? Is your heart, is the intention there?
That's the thing. I mean, with me, it's just a thing where I just don't want to disrespect Sikhi, you know what I mean, by saying I'm a Sikh, because I know I'm not doing enough. So it's that would be quite easy.
My point isn't the fact that where you term yourself a Sikhi or not. My point is that if you're 35 years old, man, right? Nobody knows when you're going to die. Yeah, we don't have that control of that. Anyone can die any second or any moment, right? Now, 35 years old, you're capable of reading and writing, you're capable of understanding things, you got decent brain, decent mind, and so on, right? When are you going to actually start, if you're Sikh, when are you going to actually become a practice Sikh? It's no good just saying, I'm still learning. We all learn. Learning never stops, but you got to make the effort. You got to take the first step. You got to have the intention and putting the effort, and that's how you change.
Yeah, no doubt. But at the same time, it's like having that belief and recognizing that you believe in something, as opposed to actually being part of the whole way of life. You know what I mean? I think that should be acknowledged. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's quite foolish for me to recognize myself as a Sikh, or maybe even for a Muslim to recognize themselves as a Muslim if they're not actually doing their prayers. I mean, they were talking about Dawa last week, sort of, right?
Well, technically, Muslim means one who believes in Allah, the Creator. So if you believe in Allah, the Creator, technically you're a Muslim. But are you following? Are you like Muslim in a sense where you're following the Quran and the Sunnah? That's a different kettle of fish, yeah. But you as a Sikh, you can identify yourself as a Sikh because you accept all the 10 gurus, you accept SGS. So technically you can say, yes, I am a Sikh, but I'm not a practicing Sikh. Or I'm not practicing as I should do, but yeah, you still identify yourself as a Sikh because you believe in the 10 gurus and Guru Nanak and the SGS. So yes, you got the foundation there.
Yeah, but then is that enough to call yourself a Sikh believing in something, right? I mean, it's one thing. Like, there's a lot of truth in a lot of religions.
So you don't want to call yourself
Sikh?
Sikh.
I might believe in a lot of religions, but that I believe in wholeheartedly, 100%. For me, definitely, yeah.
One of the reasons I gathered from the conversation that I hear from you and my conversation with you is that you don't want to call yourself a Sikh because you don't feel like you're suited. You don't want to embarrass Sikhism from your behavior, right? You feel embarrassed. So if you feel embarrassed, isn't that telling you something that if you really feel embarrassed about your behavior and the way you believe, then it is time for you to change because you acknowledge that you feel embarrassed. When someone feels embarrassed about something, they should make the effort of changing and to get out and be proud. I mean, to get out of this embarrassment and start to believe in themselves and practice their religion and have more confidence. Then you can say, yeah, I'm a Sikhi. So you got to take the step. You got to make the move. You cannot keep on using the excuse for years and years and years and years. You know what I mean?
Oh no, but then there's no shame in either. Like, well, there is to an extent, but there is no harm in somebody who chooses not to, who just chooses to believe, and you know what I mean, and just they only do so much, right? Whether they choose to call themselves a Sikh or not. But they don't go.
So you want to pick and choose what suits you?
No, I'm not trying to. I'm saying Sikhi is of a certain way of life. That's clear, right? But when it comes to other people, which way of that life they choose, that's up to them because we don't believe in imposing. You know what I mean? Our beliefs on anybody. So it's like we'll show you if you want to. You know what I mean? Like, and again, resources and things like that should be more, better, improved, and everything else to help people on their journey, you know what I mean? Basically, and not to fall off and to help them back on the path if they do. So a lot of improvement needs to happen. At the same time, it's like each to their own kind of thing. We're all on our own journey. Even if I do practice a certain ideology, right? I'm still going to do it slightly different from somebody else. It's never going to be exactly the same as somebody. It's going to be similar. Yeah.
Nobody's going to say that you're going to be if you as a Sikh, nobody's going to say you're a perfect Sikh. But do you believe that you need to make more effort in to practice your religion? Because it's down to you. It's not to me. So if you recognize that, effort.
It's a constant effort. It's not, it never stops.
Right. So first step of achieving something is for you to actually attempt it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So only you know how much you want to put the effort in. Only you know if you want to become a better Sikhi. Just like me as a Muslim, I got to put in the effort, and I become a better Muslim. So I have to put in the effort to find the time to do my salah. That we pray 5 times a day, and even when I'm working, I have to make the effort to fit my salah in during my work time as well, right? Before in the past, I probably didn't. You thought, what, salah time, I'll make it up when I go home. But as I get older and more wiser and start to believe and practice my religion, I'll find a way at my workplace or wherever I am to do my salah. It's only 5 minutes. And nowadays in England, we're privileged in a sense that, depending on your employer, but I'm privileged in a sense on my employer that gives you the time to do that. Even if I'm in the middle of a meeting, I might turn around and say, you know what, I need to go and pray. I'll be back in 5 minutes. my bosses and the staff, yeah, cool, go. You know, so we're privileged in that sense in this country that allows you to do that.
Yeah, definitely.
So if you have the opportunity to practice your religion freely to a certain extent, then we should take the opportunity.
Yeah, I do. I agree with you totally. It's a thing where like someone like myself, obviously, you know, learned a bit late in life. So I do feel like one of the things that's quite important to learn from something like that is teach kids early, you know, about their faith. I think it's quite important. Like, you know, when you get some groups, yeah, that are like, oh, you know, you shouldn't impose your faith on a child, da 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 da. But I think it's absolutely essential to teach a child early because then it's going to be more embedded in them. You know what I mean? Whereas if you learn a bit later, sometimes, you know, you just sort of
Well,
like it's harder.
as a Muslim parent, it is my duty to teach my children Islam and make sure they practice this in the Sharia as well. So for us we're responsible for the upbringing of our children, and we teach them all the good. And if we accept Islam as a good, so we pass that goodness to them as well. But look, Trilla, listen, I wasn't always like a practicing Muslim. I'll be honest, I've said that many times when I was younger, even in my late 20s. I started really becoming practicing in my early 30s, yeah, just before I got married and start changing my life a bit. That's when I started doing research and taking my religion more seriously than I did when I was younger. So even you, 35, it's not, I mean, it's still, you can still, start practicing. So you can still, improve your lifestyle, improve your knowledge in your deen. And if Sikhism you find out it's not suited for you, then I invite you to Islam.
Oh no, yeah, I appreciate that. Like I said, it's just Sikhi is very suited for me. This is why, I've chosen to believe in that. You know what I mean? And but yeah, like I said, it's just not taking the steps to follow it yet. Because again, it's a big commitment. I mean, a lot of the factors are like that. One of the reasons I don't do it is simply because again, the influence of the West, isn't it? Yeah, like I've just become accustomed to a certain way of life living out here in Britain, where I've had a lot of just independence, to sort of do what I want. But yeah, so I think, yeah, that's one of the reasons anyway.
No,
Give me a
I
second.
understand. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, go on, carry on. No, go on, carry on, bro.
I understand that in the West you have the independence, right? And no one's really going to tell you off whether you're practicing Sikh or not. If you're in Punjab, you might get few people telling you off. Yeah, I get that, right? But just because you got independence, you should take the advantage of the independence because you are greatly tested. So me in living in the West, I am being tested all the time. And if I can pass my test, I will get better reward than people that are living in a country where they're not tested so much. You know what I mean? So the struggle is more in a non-Muslim country than it is in a way in a Muslim country, because in a Muslim country everyone's doing the salah, everyone's going to keep their Ramadan, everyone's going to try to behave in a sense of way, and you are part of that society, and you become like them, if you know what I mean. But in the West, because we're multicultural, you got different faiths, a different race, different culture, different languages, so it becomes a bit more challenging because you got that freedom, yeah. And for me to overcome these desires and this and that, yeah, and actually continue practicing my religion, it's a struggle. This is a jihad in a way, struggling. The actual jihad is to struggle, and I believe living in the West is a struggle, and people that do practice their religion in the West faithfully and sincerely should, inshallah, get more reward for their effort. Because as soon as you step out of the house, there is fitness, there's zinnas everywhere, isn't it? Women dressing a certain way, people swearing and this and that, people drinking on the street, and you keep yourself away from that, from the temptation. You are really tested.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. The thing is that I don't disagree with anything that you're saying, right? One should do it. Do you know what I mean? Generally speaking, straight off the bat, like you said, you never know when we're gonna go, things like that. My thing is just see, again, I'm more open to my belief, right? So like, I believe like in kind of like, just good actions over majority of things, isn't it? So, like when it comes to Islam, there's a lot of truth in it, I believe. Same as other faiths. So I just feel like when it comes to Muslims, they just kind of believe it's our way, and no other way. But my thing is with that is I'm like, all right, so because we were talking about Dawa and spreading the word and how it's a good thing and how like what's his name? That guy, who's the EF Dawa guy? What's his name again?
Hamza.
That EF Dawa guy, the other one, yeah, the Jordan M. Yeah. So like when he
true.
was on, he was like, I don't want Triller to go to heaven. So yeah, I'd want him to. Sorry, I don't want Triller to go to hell. So like, I want to tell him about Islam and I want him to be a Muslim like that. Yeah. But I'm like, yeah, but then everyone's kind of gonna have that stance. Do you know what I mean? So like, looking at it objectively, right? We're all in the same boat. We all want the best for each other, and we're all not gonna basically believe in the same thing, and we all got to get on with each other, regardless. You know what I mean? And it's a thing where like that whole live and let live policy, for me, it's a massive thing. You know what I mean? So I kind of advocate that a lot. You know what I mean? In that regard as well, people's freedom to choose whether they want to be religious or not. You know? They have the
Oh
right
yeah,
to.
yeah, of course. As a Muslim, we're not allowed to force or impose ourselves onto others, because even Surah 88 of the Quran says that a prophet is not to rule over the non-Muslims. Leave that to Allah.
So do you think like working on your own Muslims, trying to get them to do more of their thing proper, is more important than spreading the word in that regard, or do you think it's just as important or more important to spread the word and get more converts than it is to sort of like, is it
I think
quantity over
nowadays,
quality or is it quality over quantity? You know what I mean,
I think nowadays with globalization and the internet and communication, as well as the travel, the shortness of travel, I think both can be done. You can do both. I don't see why we got enough numbers. We have the facility, we have the knowledge, we have the money. We got everything in our disposal to both do quality dawah and invite people to Islam, as well as also give dawah or nasiha to Muslims who are not as knowledgeable, and hopefully bring them in the right path. I mean, when people say Muslims are the second largest in the world, that includes every Muslim, including Shias, Ahmadis, and so on, right? But for us, the actual Muslim, for as a Sunni Muslim, we believe in the Quran and Sunnah, right? Ahl Sunnah wa Jama'ah, yeah? Those numbers are smaller compared to other Muslims. You know what I mean? So being a Muslim doesn't necessarily mean that you're on the right Aqidah or right manhaj or the right path of Islam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we've got so many different sects and so many deviants and so many variants of Islam or Muslims. I don't like when people say, well, we're the largest, the second largest, we're going to be the largest in the world. I mean, even if it doesn't matter if you're the largest in the world, if you're following the wrong manhaj or wrong akida, and you got a lot of innovations and biddas in there, you're not really in the true Islam. You know what I mean? What Allah intended.
Yeah.
So numbers isn't important. And even in the Quran, it says that there'll be a time when there is no more Muslims.
Oh wow.
Yeah, before the world ends, there ain't gonna be no Muslims.
Why?
It's coming to the end of the world.
But then there are going to be but there's going to be nobody then at the end of the world. Then doesn't that mean that? Or what do you mean no Muslims? You mean there will be people but no Muslims?
Yeah, there won't be anybody believing in the Creator.
Oh, got ya. Okay.
And you can see how that is moving fast nowadays. You can see that the atheism is rising, increasing fast, isn't it? Not just in the West, even in Asia.
I mean, do you think then that's a failing of the two Abrahamic faiths, in particular, like the major Abrahamic faiths are Christianity and Islam, right? Predominantly, you guys have the most resources doing the Dawa and preaching and things like that, and giving knowledge and stuff. So you got numbers, you got money, you got a lot of stuff going for you in comparison to other faiths, right? So do you think that people leaving, people becoming more atheist, it's because of the two major faiths, the two major Abrahamic faiths? Christianity and
No,
Islam.
there's lot of it's not just in Islam and Christianity that people are leaving. There's a lot of Jews that left their religion. There's a lot of Hindus are leaving their religion. You getting so you atheism is not just based on Islam. Atheism means anyone that does not believe in a God. Yeah, that's all it is. They deny the existence of God, or at least they're agnostic. But it happens for every religion. But it's not a failing for Islam, because this is part of the prophecy. It's in the Quran that eventually the world won't have any believers.
Yeah, I mean, because I kind of feel like if there were 2 billion 6 or 1 billion 6, right, around the world with the, similar resources and this and that, I wonder how that would work. Because, there's about 30 million, right? And again, how many are actually doing it properly, right?
One sec.
You know what I mean?
We have a guest on the channel. Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Yes, brother. How you doing? Is that Brother King?
Yeah. So, what are you discussing?
Yes.
Atheism and secularism, or I
My audio
don't know how long you've been on live for.
Yeah, carry on, bro. You had a question?
No, it's not. It's
Oh, no,
not
I'm
necessarily
listening,
about. It's not necessarily about atheism or anything like that. It's just general chit chat, Sikhism,
Okay.
Muslim, and world religion, and so on.
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But any topic you want to discuss?
No, I'm just obviously you've been speaking, so I don't want to change the topic. So,
Yeah,
no,
it's calm,
the
bro.
rise of atheism, or the reasons why so many people are atheists.
Yeah, what's your opinion on this?
I think it's always been. I think people, the curriculums around the world are pretty secular anyway.
Yep.
And religion. If like most of the world follows Europe because of colonialism, and then when was it Nietzsche, that German philosopher? He said like God is dead. So if you have Europe moving away from Christianity, and the separation of religion from state, which has happened, that's a long time, isn't it? What?
Yep.
Okay, if Napoleon is the father of kind of like French secularism, so yeah, the pushback against the church has been happening for what, 400 years?
500 years in certain part of the
since Henry
Western.
VIII, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, in England, but other parts of the world has resisted the church longer than that. But if you talk about Western Europe, then yes, Martin Luther was the one who went against the Catholic papal system, and then eventually King Henry VIII in England.
Yeah. So, and then also tied to that is like the consumerism. So, just like capitalistic consumerist world. So, the more things we have, and the more things we buy.
You didn't always have capitalism. You had communism in Russia, which was an atheist state. Even in China, to a certain extent, is before they adopted this. They're semi-capitalist. Let's not pretend they're not. They are technically semi-capitalist state. The party is communist, yeah. But even they're atheist. So it's not just capitalism or liberalism that made people atheists. Communism also made people atheists.
Yeah, I don't really understand. I don't know too much personally about the Chinese religion. I think Confucianism. I think it's similar to Buddhism. I think
it's more philosophy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it leans towards atheism anyway, type of thing. That Chinese people, obviously, it's like an ancient culture, but whether they believe in a higher power per se, I don't think they actually do.
Once upon a time, they did. I mean, you had the Jade. They believed in the Jade Emperor. And I think some Chinese still do believe in Jade Emperor. But you got Japanese Shinto. You got all these other. When I say the word pagan literally means non-Abrahamic religion. So they did have other pagan religion. Yeah. So they do have it. It's just that Chinese government under Chairman Zhao, forgot his name, the communist chairman, the founder of the modern day China, he abolished any form of religion.
Yeah, because he's communist. Yeah, so
Is a Marxist.
and that's why they view the Muslims there as such. I don't know if they think Islam is a threat, but they view any ethnic diversity away from kind of the Han Chinese dominance of the state. I think
Chinese, the Chinese situation at the moment is not. It is now targeting Muslims. I get that, but Chinese regime do not like separatist mindset. They do not like those people that think outside their red book.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, they all have their red book. So and Muslim, they find it that they will not. Muslim won't accept that red book. Muslim won't accept to be told what to do because we have our own way of life, right? And we worship Allah.
But if you
so
look at the people they're persecuting now, though, they're not even really ethnically Chinese. Do you get what I'm saying?
They're Uyghurs, yeah, they're Turko.
Yeah, the Xinjiang province.
Yeah, and they have been fighting for independence for a long time.
Yeah.
Before the Chinese actually went be hard on them. Yeah, and they actually think that Islam is the one that's making them to be separatists. But I think they always wanted to be a separate state.
Yeah, my understanding of it is that they're just it's like it was East Turkmenistan. They're a separate ethnic group.
Yeah. China has many
and
separate
the Han
ethnic
Chinese are their own kind of,
their own.
Obviously,
one of the oldest
dominant people.
They're the largest ethnic group in the world, one of the oldest as well. It's more of control. Let's just say that Chinese government do not want to let go of control. Anything that whether it's Christianity or Islam or even let's just say Hinduism, if that goes against their ideology or their politics, they will try to stamp it out. Yeah, even Chinese people are not allowed. They don't really have that much freedom. Even they control the state, they control the media, they control what you say, how you behave, what you're not allowed to say, this and that. Yeah, they're a totalitarian regime. I don't think they're purposely picking on Islam as in because they dislike Islam. They just dislike anybody that really goes against the CCP. And it's just that Uyghur just happens to be Muslims, and they're following the Quran and the Sunnah, which goes against the CCP.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. Yeah, to some extent. But yeah, funny people. Yeah.
Well, end of the day, what can we do? You know what I mean? They are superpower.
But I don't know. Yeah.
What can the Muslim world do against China to stop this crackdown on the Muslims? What can the Muslim world do? As a matter of fact, a lot of Muslim countries are partners with China. They're doing trade deals. They're just brushing this under the carpet.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, that's the whole geopolitical thing about it. Yeah, that look, China is the biggest trading partner with most countries in the world. So,
and not just China. China. Technically speaking, China, a lot of Chinese people are smart. They know how to play this game. They don't need to go to war with you. Yeah, they will buy you in a sense where they will invest in your country and you become dependent on them, and therefore you cannot go against them, because if you go against them, they pull out and your country will suffer. In a way, they're buying you. In a way, all that investment, the Silk Road and all this investment in Africa, Asia. Yeah, in a way, it's a neo-colonization done economically, where you become reliant on them, where you become dependent on them.
I agree with that.
Because the World Bank and IMF has failed them. Yeah. Sorry?
Do you think America allowed that to happen?
What can America do? America, at the time they were too busy. No, but America at that time was too busy watching the Russians, right? And the Chinese on the background.
The last 20 years, America have blamed everything on Islam and the Muslims. So
so they took their eye off. Yeah, they took their eye off. They took the eye off China, and now it's kind of a little bit late, and now they try to tackle China.
Yeah, and it's too late now. That's what I'm saying. So you wasted 20 years on the war on terror, and now China controls Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia. It controls all of Asia, more or less. Sri Lanka.
Yeah,
and then
Bangladesh.
Now they say like, oh, China's it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me anyway.
But as a non-American, and as a Muslim, should we rely on America to police the world? You know what I mean? End of the day, is it their job to put China in their place or other countries in their place?
No, they're not police. They can't police. Like you've
Well,
seen
they have,
Russia.
haven't
America's very
there's
weak now.
there's two
Putin's doing
countries
things.
after the World War. There's only two countries that police the whole world. You're either communist or you're American westernized capitalist. There's only two ideology fighting for supremacy. Capitalism, the West won, yeah, in a sense, they won. But do we need to rely on the West, America, to say, you know, the China needs to back down, or Russia needs to back down, or India needs to back down? Why are we dependent on America? America does what America wants to do. They're their own people. They're their own power. They're not here to benefit me and you that don't live in America. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe.
Otherwise, if you want America help, then that means you depend on America. So technically, you're allowing America to, in a way, rule you.
But aren't most Muslim countries, haven't they allowed that to happen though?
Yes, reason that happened is because either them days you either had to join America or had to join Russia. Simple as that. From the 1945 1950s onward.
I think it's more nuanced because you have to realize Britain was controlling the world, and then after World War II, Britain was much weaker. They lost its colonies. America kind of stepped in, and it was like America. If you look at Egypt as well, America told the Brits and the French, look, back off.
Piss off,
yeah, you understand? So I think in some ways, America has enabled certain countries. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't think we can always just say, America.
Look, as I said, there's only two influential countries those days after the World War II, yeah? Russia and America. If you look at the geopolitics in the 1950s all the way to
the Cold War. Yeah, the Cold
War. Yeah, you'll see the map, either red or the blue. Yeah, you had no choice. So you cannot be on your own going against communism and capitalism. You have to join one. Yeah, you as an independent state, you have to trade. You have to do business. You either go with Russia or you go with America. There is no alternative. Otherwise, you have to fend for yourself. And you that do not have the money or the power to look after yourself, you're going to need help. And who are you going to get help from? You're going to choose one. Because the dominoes and the chess.
Russia's capitalist now.
Russia broke after Gorbachev, 1989, and it collapsed. And Putin wants to go back to the old days. He wants USSR back again.
Yeah, that's what everybody wants, isn't it? That's like make America great again, make Russia great again, make whatever China.
The thing is, communism. It's true, really. Stalinism. I should say Stalinism and Leninism. It wasn't really full Marxism. They didn't really follow full communists. They were dictators and totalitarian. They just used communists as their banner, yeah. But they weren't really communist. But even if they were genuine communists, it was bound to fail. Communism will not increase productivity. Will not make your country rich. It's impossible. It won't lead you to innovation, advancement, and the freedom to create jobs and create business. If it's run by the state and everything controlled by the state, how you to everyone act the same, look the same, talk the same? Everyone earning the same amount of money.
Now. They've abandoned that now.
Yeah, because it doesn't work. It's bound to fail.
I think it's more he just wants the territory.
He wants USSR back.
Russia. Yeah. I think he wants the land which he regards as Russia.
But he had control. But he had to let go of that because those countries were occupied by Russia after the Second World War. Yeah, they were taken by Russian forces. Yeah, the communist forces. Yeah, now they got the independence. And historically speaking, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan was never part of Russia anyway. They were all independent states.
Ukraine is.
No, Ukraine wasn't.
Ukrainians are ethnically Russian.
No. You can be ethnically. No, Eastern Ukraine is ethnically Russian because the Russian moved there and but the Western Ukraine are not ethnically Russian. That's Eastern Ukraine is taken over by Russia anyway. Let's face it, yeah. But Western part of Ukraine. But if you look at historically, Ukraine had their own empire. They had their own kings. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If you read the history of it, they say the idea of a Russian and Russia, it starts in Kiev. It's like
Yeah,
it's
the
actually the
Kiev.
birthplace of the
Yeah.
Russian Empire. So the way Putin sees it is that for NATO to get that far is too much.
Right.
I can see where he's coming from.
Look, no. Ukraine has the choice. If they're independent state, right? If they choose to join NATO, who's Russia to say? If they choose not to join NATO, who is America to say? You know what I mean? So if they choose to join NATO as a sovereign state, are they not allowed to make their own decision?
They are, and it's all to do how you see it. It's all to do. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right. But if you're a leader,
look at Kuwait.
Yeah,
Like,
Kuwait
why
is a
do
different
some countries. No, it's the same principle. It's like some countries, they shouldn't be countries, like Belgium or.
No, Belgic people, and they have history behind, and they had their own kingdom as well. So
yeah, but most of them speak French. If you're talking about like an ethno,
they're Franco language, but they speak Belgic. They're Franco language, yeah. Yeah, just like Spanish is spoken many parts of the world. Doesn't mean it belongs to Spain.
No, of course, yeah, because Spain invaded. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not talking about like Falkland Islands or somewhere that's far away from the original place. What I'm talking about is that, like, the way, if you saw like Saddam Hussein, he viewed Kuwait as part of Iraq, which is probably correct.
Historically was it was part of Iraq, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But of course, it's in America.
But the thing is, but you got to let go. I mean,
because they're going to pay America.
No problem. But just because it was once part of Iraq, and then eventually they got the independence. Doesn't matter how they got the independence, but they've been independent for over 100 years. Surely it doesn't mean that the other country, wants it back again. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like Scotland. It's like Scotland has been. Yeah.
Okay. I think. What are your thoughts on the Dawa beefs?
Oh, I haven't watched any Dawa beef, man. This is the first time I'm hearing this Dawa beef. Who's having Dawa beef? I know. I haven't really. I don't even know half of those names that you mentioned. Actually, all I know is hijab and Shamsi. That's it.
Yeah. So earlier on, like, I just started realizing, King, that like the Dawa beef, everyone's got a beef in the Dawa scene, right? So you've got
it's personality.
It's ego, man. Ego and clout. This YouTube thing is damaging their brains.
Yeah, you got Bro Haji, Dawa Man, Shamsi, the features, hijab.
Who? The features.
The features, yeah, from Canada.
I haven't heard
he was
of them.
from Troyd. Yeah. Who else? Yeah, like everyone's got beef. Like everyone.
No, it's COVID. We've been locked.
No excuse, man. No excuse. COVID or no COVID, no excuse.
But COVID has increased mental health problem. You don't. If you're online 6 hours a day, that's why Anyway, I'm glad it flopped.
Yeah, but one chooses to be online. No one's forcing you to be online.
No, but you want that social contact. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, we don't. I mean, I don't know if I presume you're in UK at the moment, right? Yeah.
No, I'm in Australia, but yeah.
If you're Australia, it's a different rule. But if you're in UK, you sound UK anyway. There is no lockdown. Yeah, you're allowed to go and visit anybody you want. You're allowed to. It's back to normal, man.
I know, but the
it has been since last year.
Behavior. Do you see what I'm saying? The lockdown.
Some people reaction might tell you different. I think before there was a lot more cursing and infighting before 2020 COVID. I remember the old days. I didn't jump in then. I didn't want to be involved, but I heard there's lots of swearing and shouting and cussing each other.
Again, you're talking about the like this community. I think King is talking about the ones that are, the Dawa people. The Dawa in quotes.
Well, the Dawa people are meant to be better than us, exemplary. They have higher knowledge than us. They are more mature than us. Yeah, you know what I mean? They're the grown-ups. So why are they carrying on? Why are they doing things that we did 2-3 years ago?
No, I think
are they catching up?
Young. They're still in their 30s and stuff. A lot of them are young.
Well, 30 isn't young, brother. 30 years old. I was married, alhamdulillah. I had a career and everything. I was an adult. You're an adult, when you're I would say when you're
Yeah,
22,
obviously,
24.
alhamdulillah, you had responsibilities, but when YouTube becomes your career,
Yes,
then you lose.
that's yeah.
Do you see what? Do you see
Yes,
the thing?
YouTube.
So Mohammed
YouTube
Hijab
is
was a
messing people
teacher.
up. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
YouTube and the
he
clout
was
and
a
the
teacher, and then he
subscribers
gave up
are,
the
are clouding their
teaching.
judgment. Yeah.
Exactly. I agree with you there. So people now use the number of subscribers to mean, oh, I can do what I like. I have 500k subscribers.
Even Ali Dawa used that as well. Even though I don't like Apples, but even Ali Dawa used that, saying, "I got more subscribers than you. I don't need to be on your channel. You need me." I'm like, huh? So the arrogance. Sometimes the arrogance shows.
Yeah, no, it's got to people. Yeah, it's got to people. And now these YouTube personalities, we all know who they are. Like, because of the number of subscribers, they think they are bigger than ulama. Because to what they view it as, you see, now that I've got, say for example, if I had 1 million subscribers, the way I view that now is that my reach is bigger than, I'm reaching 1 million people more than someone with 1 subscriber or whatever.
Well, just like, I'm going to quote to Spider-Man: with great responsibility, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, but they're misusing it.
Well, thing is, end of the day, they're Dawa people, man. They're meant to be the exemplary people, the mature people, the knowledgeable people. They need to control their anger, their jealousy, their pride. The arrogance.
But is there any
But they're
one
not
of
the,
them
what
that
do you
hasn't
think
had
of,
beef?
what do you think? Mm-hmm.
I would like to say Mufti Menk hasn't had any beef that I know of. I don't watch many scholars or anything like that.
He has been attacked.
He's been attacked, but he's always like polite with them and always speaks that that gentle voice that he's got. I've never seen him lose a temper or do a refutation video.
He's older and wiser than a lot of the people.
Well,
a lot of the people criticizing him, he's more mature.
I don't know if you can use age as an excuse, man, because I'm sure Reactionary is in his 30s and he doesn't behave that way, that I notice.
I'm trying to think, is there anyone that hasn't had beef amongst us, the Dawa people?
I don't know, man.
I can't think of anyone.
You do the research, man, and get back to me.
Hello?
Yeah, you do the research, yeah? Is he dropped out?
No, I'm here.
No, I was saying.
Yeah, no, the Dawa people. Nah, I don't know. It's become a bit of a show now. It's just a show, entertainment.
But sad thing is, even if the Dawa people are having these beefs and in-house fighting, whatever, right? They're doing wrong. Don't get me wrong, but as Muslims, should we be watching them? I mean, do we find it entertaining? I mean,
yes.
Only reason. I mean, you do. Okay.
That's why I watch it. It's entertaining for me. Otherwise, what is there to watch? I enjoy it.
Fair enough. Well, that's because
I don't take them seriously. Some people take them seriously. They take themselves seriously.
Yeah.
They think people follow them and actually do what they tell them to do. No.
Yeah. No, you might get some people.
If one of them said to me, unsubscribe from so and so, you think I'm going to unsubscribe? No. But they take themselves seriously to that extent.
They do. I think sometimes I've noticed some of them when they talk. I mean, I knew some of them. I used to go Speaker's Corner in the old days. I have met some of those people in real life in Speaker's Corner as well as sometimes outside. Right, I have seen them change since this YouTube thing. Since they got more subscribers, I've seen their attitude, their personality change. In the old days, they want this arrogance and they're quite humble. That's my observation. Anyway, listen, I'm going to duck out, not because YSI is here, it's because I'm on 24% on battery. I'm going to charge up and come back if reaction is still on.
Yes, brother.
Yeah? All right. Salam. Big up.
Yes.
Hello?
King and why? Yeah, brother. And why so in the building?
Hello, Reactionary. Hope you're well.
How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. I was wondering, why do y'all call them Dawa guys?
They call themselves that. They're called
but why?
the
But
Dawa.
I'm saying, like,
That's what
why
they're
do you,
called.
yeah, but why do you affirm it by calling them that?
I don't know what else to. That's what they're known as. What do I call them then? How do people recognize who I'm talking about?
Call them the false Dawa guys. Because what form of invitation or invitation to Islam are they really doing?
I don't know.
Like, and it just reminds me, a couple of weeks ago, you had a stream, and there was like, what, Khan was on here, Trilla was on here, Jordan was on here, and what did I say? I said, because they were like, well, you know, it's trying to get people who don't believe in God to believe this and that. I was like, dude, the original Sahaba, they were pagans. All Muhammad did was come down and speak the words of Allah, and that was the invitation. And I remember Khan and Jordan were like, that's true. One of them said, that's a good point. So how are these people real Dawa guys? It's like, how many of them are like reciting the Quran to try to get people to actually believe? That's the reason I don't understand why they call them Dawa guys. Like Hamza's Din's going on right now. What form? Why would you consider that a Dawa show? Like, the only person on there I'd say ever invites people to Islam would be John Fontaine. He does. He'll be like, "Hey, you know, I hope that you join and this and that," or, but still, that's not like him reciting the Quran to try to get people to listen to the perfect speech, the most perfect speech ever. If here's the question: if Allah's words somebody's heart lighten Muslim, what makes you think imperfect human words are going to do it? Imperfect human arguments compared to the perfect speech and perfect arguments of Allah. That's what I don't understand. It was like, that's why I question, why do they get called Dawa guys?
Well, they
That's okay.
named
Fair
themselves.
point.
They named themselves.
What'd you say,
I think
reactionary? I'm sorry.
they named
Go on,
themselves
King.
Dawa. When the YouTube, I think about 10 years ago, they named themselves, i.e. Dawa Man or Ali Dawa, or they put Dawa in their stage name. So,
Yeah,
I
but my
suppose
point is, why affirm it? To me, it comes
okay.
off as
What do you
affirming
want?
it by.
Again, you can call him just Ali, I suppose. But then Ali could be
Ali
any
the
Ali. That's very generic.
anti-Dawa or anti-Dawa or the supposed Dawa guys, or just put
That's what
something.
No, but then you're
Shamsi
mocking the
does.
person, isn't it?
Well, Shamsi says Ali needs Dawa, right? That's what he calls him.
Yeah.
Or Uncle Omar calls him Ali Da'ira.
What does that even mean?
It refers to women who walk the curbs.
Anyway, no. I think, to be fair though, no. But you have to take the person for what they take themselves as. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, obviously, with Ali Dawa and stuff, he's just telling his story, how you came to Islam. What you understand? If anyone thinks he's an alim or that he is the Dawa himself, then that person's confused. But as for him just telling his story and regarding himself as an activist, then that's fair, I suppose.
Oh no, I just think it's ridiculous that Muslims would affirm that these people are, because the more you affirm it, the more people are gonna start agreeing with it. That's my thing. Like, I noticed you said it's like kind of just being disrespectful, this or that, but like, so if they're not doing what is actual Dawa, but they're claiming Quran and Sunnah, and Muhammad gave the correct Dawa, then why would you even assert them with the Quran and Sunnah? Is my position. Does that make, maybe I need to rephrase that? Do you understand what I meant?
No, I understand. My take on these
Okay.
Dawa beefs and YouTubers. Like, what is YouTube, first of all? YouTube, as I said, you broadcast yourself. So an element of going on YouTube is about that particular person and his charisma,
Sorry.
his characteristic. Do you see what I'm saying? So I don't think, and then it's kind of a competition between YouTubers for subscribers or to have the biggest or best.
Well, that's the thing.
Or
I'm starting at the original, not the beef. I'm starting at the original of being considered a Dawa person. Like
okay,
that's
yeah.
so we can take it to that if you want, but the thing that I'm at, the position that I'm at is, tell me how they perform Dawa. Like if maybe
Well,
it's
they
the
will say
fact
going
that a
to
lot
Hyde
of
Park. They will say going to
well,
Hyde Park is Dawa.
well,
They would say
well,
that.
this is what I think. A lot of Muslims don't really know the Arabic and what Dawa means, like, and what it actually, when Muhammad gave what is considered Dawa. They don't understand exactly how he did it, where he did it, by what means he did it. So they miss, and that the Dawa quote unquote people know this because they're the ones who throw in Arabic in the middle of their speeches, knowing that a lot of people who are listening to them, even the Muslims, don't even know the what the actual Arabic means, but it makes them feel confident in the person that they consider the Dawa person, if you get what I mean.
I'm just. Oh yeah,
Like,
I can
so
come. You need to come to.
Can you come into the adult please? I just one of the.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll be there soon. Bye. Yeah. Sorry, I have to come back. I'm just doing something. I have to come back.
all right, you be safe. I just don't think that Muslims should affirm that these people are doing dawah. Like, don't refer to them as dawah people. You know what I mean? Just be like, I mean, seriously, I think that would be a good question. Somebody present them. Just the question I mentioned earlier of like, you know, if you believe in Quran and Sunnah, can you provide an instance where Muhammad made these arguments that you're making? Or was Muhammad's invitation that he went around reciting the Quran to people and people believed because of the perfect speech of Allah? And ask the question, what makes you think that your imperfect speech and your imperfect human questions are going to lead somebody to believe, as opposed to Allah's perfect speech and his perfect questions for the humans to ponder? That's the real, like, get them to answer that. In my opinion, like, if they can give a legit answer, what would the legit answer be? Is it admitting, well, I can't do that? Yeah, Allah's speech and his questions are better than mine. I should probably use those instead. But yeah, they're not going to do that. They're going to get defensive, right? Because most people get defensive real quick when you question them. You see that that's definitely Ali Dawa right there, but not Ali Debater. I guess I'm just on here while Reactionary figures out his internet issue. I don't know. Maybe you should use on your phone. You should use the Chrome connection instead of whatever you're using. I don't know. iOS doesn't really work if you have an iPhone. I find that it doesn't work that well. But yeah, if you're just affirming people as Dawa people, okay, take away the word Dawa and add the word prophet, and it would be the same concept that I'm bringing up, that you're just affirming them as what they claim to be, right? That doesn't mean that what they really are doing is what they are claiming, like the Dawa person, right? That doesn't mean they're actually performing Dawa. Just like a prophet, that doesn't mean that they are a prophet. But when you start referring to them as like, oh, that Dawa person or that prophet, then it gives a certain form of credential, if you will. So, but the thing is that these people have built fan bases, man. Like a person on here earlier called me a fanboy of reactionary. I'm not a fanboy of reactionary. I just like that he tries to say what's true, and if he's wrong, he admits that he's wrong. And that's the thing. Like some people would never admit, and you've seen this when I brought it up about Jordan M on his channel, and he says many scholars say, and then gives his claim. And then no matter the hadiths, no matter the refutation video, they will side with, if Jordan M came back and said, okay, not many scholars say it, just a few compared to the many scholars, I was wrong, his audience would instantly change their opinion and be like, well, yeah, you know, he made a mistake and now he's right. And then if he came back again and said, okay, I did more studying, it's even like fewer scholars than I thought, and the majority opinion is the opposite of what I said. They say, oh, he's right. Like you know, that's fanboy. That is true fanboy right there. Changing one's opinion simply because you follow that person. There's a total difference, you know? But I don't want to leave Reactionary's channel without somebody on here, at least him or somebody. So I don't know, but like where I guess you could say that Dawa would be like EF Dawa, right? That channel. They have people come on, and then they try to go against that person's religion. They talk about the Bible and they try to refute the Bible, this and that. I guess you could say that that's a form of Dawa, but Allah says that his book is here to affirm the books before. It never says that the Dawa against like people of the book or whatever, the scriptures, is to try to break down how their scriptures are completely flawed and how they'll never, and how you know, like the historical means of their books and stuff. Allah never gave that in his perfect speech, right? So how are you equating something that Allah never gave as his perfect speech and perfect questions to humans imperfect questions and imperfect speech? I think it's really weird. You know, like shouldn't someone consider Dawa invitation, the invitation to Allah from Allah and his words? I think that would be like the basis of it, right? Like Muhammad comes down from the mountain, recites Iqra, right? Recite in thy name of thy Lord. Recite in he who taught you to write by the pen. Okay? And people just instantly believed once they heard the words from Allah. That's the dawah, right? That was the invitation. It wasn't anything outside of that. And people believed it. And you can see in the sources that people just started weeping, right? And would like just start weeping and then shouting that they believe, you know. But how are you going to compare that real definition Islamically of dawah, reciting Allah's words, to humans critiquing other people's religions? It makes no sense to me.
Yes. What did you go on EF Dawa's show then today, or are you blocked, or what's going on?
I haven't been allowed on since the last time I was on. But Hamza, actually, I did just go into the back chat and try to correct something because I was flipping back and forth between you and Hamza's den, and they were talking about like rape and slavery in Islam, and this one person mentioned about Daniel Hakichatu saying that it was a very ambiguous statement that he made. I will agree with that, but so Hamza says originally, if you ask me, is rape allowed in is raping of slaves allowed in Islam? I don't believe so. And then about 5 minutes later, he went from not believing so, admitting that he doesn't know the answer personally, right? He changed it to, he changed it to to an affinitive, to a negative, saying rape is not raping slaves is not allowed. So I went in the back chat and was like, just real quick, Hamza, can I get a correction of why just a few minutes ago you don't believe it's allowed, but now you're saying definitively it's not allowed? You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
I mean, whether you hold the opinion of yes or no, or what the definition of rape or this and that is, the thing is just holding people to what they say and why they change their mind so suddenly. That's what I was getting at. Like, because anytime and I mentioned this because I think we had a really good conversation on Clubhouse the other day. You know, I thought that that the room was good. Everybody pretty much followed the rules and was nice and compliant. And but I came across this one thing where I listened for about 30 minutes, and these three Muslims were affirming each other. One would say one thing, and then another one would bring a hadith to try to affirm it, and then another one would bring a tafsir. They kept affirming it, right?
Yeah.
So then Rob, Speaker's Corner, gets up there and asks a question. I can't remember the whole dialogue, okay? I'll admit that. But this was the point. He asked a question, and it kind of stumped them. And they said, well, we are not sheikhs, we're not scholars. So I get up there and I just ask them, hey, I've been listening for 30 minutes. How come you can affirm your beliefs within inside of each other, but then when it's a person who doesn't believe, you need to add that you're willing to admit that you're not a scholar? Why can't you do that amongst yourselves? Have you noticed this also inside of, like, not just like Islam, but Judaism, Christianity, when they, any religion really, belief system. Trilla does it with Sikhism a lot on here, right? Like, when it's amongst themselves, people will affirm their beliefs. But then when it's amongst other people, you need to find other people of more knowledge. You need to seek out different people, but don't ask us. Like, I don't know. I think that's weird.
Yeah. Well, you know, how about in the atheism scene? Is there lots of beef going on between people?
Of
Or
course.
is it just? Oh yeah.
I mean, like, I'm very disliked amongst atheists because if I disagree, I'll say it, you know. But, you know, like, I don't really conform to this concept that everybody has to be in homogeny, like have a homogenous viewpoint. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I wouldn't say that atheism really has that as much as religious beliefs try to bring. Like, oh, you're supposed to homogeneously believe in this and that. Everything should be the same amongst all people. But you know, they do kind of do that. Like, you know, if you
Guess who I
speak out,
bumped into on Clubhouse?
who?
Darth Dawkins.
I've seen a few videos of that person. I don't even know who the hell that is, dude.
You don't know Darth?
No.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't know.
he's the atheist slayer. He thinks
Oh,
he is
really?
anyway. So yeah.
I
So
know that a
I
lot
had
of
a
people
conversation with him.
I know a lot of people have taken on the I guess, what would it be, like the surname Darth, as if, and I don't know, but I've never
Yeah, I
really
think
listened to
they
it.
mean they're on Team Darth. In other words, they're Christian presuppositionalists.
I mean, yeah, presupposition is a very good place to start, right? To disprove something. That seems like a very easy way to start saying that you're gonna win, is presupposing that your position is correct.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I've seen people like make videos. I haven't watched any of them, but this Darth Dawkins, I've seen it, and Now people are doing like
You know what? Why so?
huh?
I want to see you and Daft Dawkins discuss that. I'd pay money to watch that.
Why?
This guy, he's one of the rudest Christians you'll ever meet in your life. And I mean, he's really like power obsessed. I don't know how he'll be able to handle you though.
Why you say that?
Because you're not just gonna let him, roll over you like a lot of people do. So, yeah, that would be an interesting conversation.
If I see him in a room, I might pop up and see what's up then. But I don't know, man. And look, like I said, man, I think the room I held the other day was a really good room, man. I tried to give everybody time to talk, and I would admit if I felt somebody was saying things that was off topic, I would admit it, but I still gave them their 5 minutes. Afterwards, I would be like, if anybody wants to respond, okay, but I do feel like that's off topic, but okay, here's a minute for you, here's a minute for you, but man, some of those rooms are just ridiculous with people. When I went on to Blogging Theology, good old Paul Williams held one the other day.
Yeah, how was that?
These two they're atheists, and I kind of agree with you, man. It seems like in the past couple of years, everybody's gained some type of philosophy degree. But they like arguing about like the philosophy of what is it of evil, the problem with evil or whatever, and I think it's ridiculous. But that argument, like, because if there is a God, why there's no reason I shouldn't be able to say that a certain type of evil God would consider good, depending on who that quote unquote evil is done to, because it's a moral perception of relativism from the person who does the evil, the person who the evil is done to. Do you get what I mean? Maybe I didn't explain that.
Yeah, of course.
So I think it's a stupid argument, and
it's like what we were talking about on your channel, I think, or someone else's channel, about can you justify killing in atheism? It was like that was the question. And then because in religions they should be able to justify killing. Killing is not a nice action, is it? It's not a good action, but it has its place. There's times that killing can be a good action.
Well, I mean, of course, it's always, if you see somebody holding a gun to a child, of course, you come into that, right? You don't even know what the child did. You don't know what the other person, why they're doing what they do. You just instantly take the presentation that it's a child, so you have to possibly kill the person who's going to kill the child, right? But you have no idea if that child has a bomb on them, let's say. Just a theoretical. You get what I'm saying? So you don't know, but you are justified in trying to protect another individual, even though that individual might be the one that's actually in the wrong. So that's the reason I don't like philosophy conversations. But so there's this Darth Aurelius guy and this guy called Abdul, and they're just big on philosophy, and you can tell it. He got mad at me because he's talking to. I'm listening. I come up to the from the audience, and I wait about 15 minutes, and it's just all Darth. I mean, all Darth. And then so I was like, Paul Williams said something I found interesting. He said, and this isn't verbatim, but this is pretty close. He said, well, I believe that the belief of God is innate in humans, and they have done psychological studies, and he gives like 2 studies in laboratory. I love how he says laboratory because I say laboratories. I'm like, I don't, but whatever. But so he says in the laboratory, and so to me, it shows that belief is in our DNA. So I waited my 15 minutes, and I try to circle back. Right, I wait for a pause in the conversation, and then I say, Paul, can I address something that you said? And then Darth just starts talking. I said, Darth, let's do this real quick. You tell us on the panel how much you get to talk versus us, so that we know how much longer we have to wait our turn.
Yeah.
And when I said that, that's when Paul kicked him off and was like, he was like, "Thank you for bringing that up. This guy has been talking a long time." But we do get sucked into our conversations, and sometimes we don't realize it. But so then I asked Paul, I said, I was just wanting you to clarify why you would use psychological studies as belief, that there is belief inherent in DNA, but you won't use scientific studies about DNA proving evolution. Is it because it goes against what your religion says? So then he retracted his statement and
Retracted it.
backtracked. Yeah, he said, okay, well, I was kind of speaking poetically, but no, I'm not saying that it's in our DNA. Oh, okay. Okay. But I thought that was pretty funny.
Is that a recorded?
No, he doesn't do replays. I wish it was, but actually, I can send you a video of where I say it to him. A person recorded the video and put it online. I'm like the last 10 minutes of the conversation.
Yeah.
But and then I challenged him and a guy named Khalifa or something like that. I said, because he made a claim that all atheists don't believe in God because they hate God. They have an anger against God. So I said, well, my lack of disbelief is based off of what is attributed to the words of God and if it fits the universe as we know it. So I would like you to admit that you can't put us all in a monolith, because I don't hate something based off of not understanding it. That doesn't make sense, essentially, is what I was trying to say. But he wouldn't address that. So I said, but one of his panelists who was a mod, I can't remember his name, he was like, so you're coming from the position of what does the religion say is why you don't believe it. I said, yeah. And I'll put a challenge to you, Paul, and Khalil, whatever, if that's what you want. We can do a scriptural debate about, is your God real? Because I'm agnostic on if God exists, but I'm an atheist when it comes to your theistic claims that God has spoken to humans and given them the perfect word of God. That's my position. But so then I sent him in the back chat links to what my argument will be if they ever choose to take it. And Paul said, well, I don't feel like, what did he say? He said something like, I don't feel like I'm prepared to have that conversation right now. Let me read your links and we can have it another day. I said, all right, I appreciate that. No problem.
Well, it's good that he's opening up to the world and encouraging conversation, I suppose.
As opposed to just posting pictures of animals with the hashtag no design and then an emoji of eye roll. It's really hard to believe that guy made over 100,000 subscribers in a little over a year by just that and posting hadiths. And then Thought Adventure Podcast tried to mimic him for a couple of months by just posting hadiths in the community thing. I noticed that and I typed that. I was like, dude, why are you copying Why are you copying Paul Williams' blogging theology to try to get, like, you're using the same hadiths? You know what I mean? Like, it'd be one thing if you were like finding obscure hadiths and like, if like a good community one would be finding like da'if hadiths that correlate to the Sahih hadiths and back them up. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think
I got
that.
I got a question then. Why
Go.
do you think that Paul Williams has more subscribers than Jordan M?
Because Jordan M isn't about Islam. His channel is not based off of Islam. That's the reason I said what, like in the comments, I said, you know, Jordan M, he does a live stream showing his face, right? And talking to the camera or whatnot. And he has 300 to, I've seen 600 viewers at that moment. You know what I'm saying? I've seen
600.
I've seen 600.
Wow.
But the majority of the questions, and I'm not joking, dude, are you married? When are you getting married? What type of person would you marry?
Yeah.
This and, you know, but then when he does his videos where he gives the sheikhs his channel to run, they get like 20 to 45 views, you know?
Yeah.
So his channel is not based off of Islam, and that's the proof of it. I said it before and I'll say it again. And maybe you won't like me saying this, but his channel is based off of like Muslim girls hiding underneath the covers with earpods in, looking at Jordan M talking about exercising and stuff. That's it. And you can see that in the numbers.
Is that his fault or is that the viewer's fault? I mean, I wouldn't say it's a fault, but I mean,
I'm not trying to claim it as a fault.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
Yeah.
you have to be honest with yourself about your channel got big because of your TikTok originally doing like videos of comedy of a Muslim against a non-Muslim. You're playing both characters. That's a good comic bit, right? But you're not really teaching anything about Islam. You know what I'm saying? You're just quote unquote refuting a non-Muslim, but you're not teaching Islam, as opposed to Paul Williams, focused mainly on teaching various parts of Islam. And I would say that's where.
Yeah, Paul does read hadiths, doesn't he? He does read. I've seen him quote hadiths.
Yeah, there's like originally his whole channel, before he even made videos, really, he was just doing like community posts, giving hadiths, you know what I'm saying? And then he started doing shorts of where he would just be like, he would label them hadith in a field, or hadith in hadith in France, or hadith here, hadith there, and he would just read a quick hadith. So it was like a way for Muslims to learn something in a minute, you know? And I think that's why his channel grew so fast, is because it's just quick Islamic concepts, as opposed to having to do 3-hour live streams and maybe 10 minutes, if that, speaks about something that is about Islam. And I wouldn't, and when you say hit Jordan's fault or the Muslim's fault, I wouldn't say it's anybody's fault. I think people realize more about what the channel is based off than what Jordan really does, just to be honest. I think he really thinks that people are there because he's a Muslim, like, because he's a Muslim trying to provide some type of Islamic following, but I just don't think that that's why people watch.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't really think of comparing their channels before. That's a good.
Like? I mean, I know that Jordan keeps his subscriber count private. But when I had to switch accounts the other day so I could write something, so I could troll him. You saw me troll him with the
crypto coin or
Yeah.
whatever it was. Yeah, one of the mods said there, that's why so. I was like, all right.
Yeah, they knew it real quick, dog. But when I trolled him with that, the app glitched and it showed how many followers he had.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 49.5K. So the app glitched and showed it. That's the reason when I mentioned it, I've even mentioned it in your chat. Like, you got 49 point something K. He didn't say I was lying or that I was wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so. But yeah, I trolled him pretty good with that one.
Yeah, I once like did a super chat for him, but even that he couldn't read. I thought, because I'm blocked in the chat, he can't see my comments. Let me do a super chat. But even the super chats he can't see when I post them. That was a surprise.
Yeah, it was actually, if you're completely blocked, then you can't even super chat. Like, that's the reason we could read your comments the other night.
Yeah.
Because you're not completely blocked. He's only blocked you from him seeing your comments.
Yeah.
So, but he's blocked me completely on 2 channels. So then I got him to say, I agree. You have no knowledge. You're not knowledgeable.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think he's grown a bit thicker skinned these days. I think in the early days he would have, taken that a little bit to heart, but he's got a bit of thicker skin now.
He did chuckle, man, because
Yeah.
it's partly in good fun, man. It does make good channel. It makes good channel entertainment. You can't deny that, because it gets his chat riled up a little bit. It gets it, like that guy he must have posted, do you want me to block him, like 6 or 7 times?
Yeah.
Like he wanted permission. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so I mean, part of it is just good fun, but as boom, big rock. But at some point, it does have to be addressed that, like, if you're saying something wrong, you should just admit it, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so did you watch the Sajid Lippam and Mohammed Hijab back and forth or not?
No, I watched the one that I left in your comments with was it Islamic Knowledge? Is that the guy's name?
Islamic Knowledge.
It's with that Sajid guy and something like.
Oh yeah, Muslim. That was the first one. Dawa North or something like that. That guy, yeah.
Yeah, and I'd say that guy. When I listened to him, it really made me think. I was like, man, this is like the arguments that I make against Muslims, like on Reactionary's channel, and I could see why they get so mad now, because it's like I'm saying things that they really should have to think about, but they want to ignore, because that guy, like when he said, congratulations, like me and you have spoken about using this contingency argument and how it doesn't make sense. And what was his argument? He said, congratulations, you brought them to the level of belief of Iblis. And I was like, damn, that's hard hitting, bro. Like, because it made me think about,
after that, Mohammed Hijab responded, and then Sajid responded to that, and then Mohammed Hijab responded again today. So it's been like a proper boxing match, and it's been entertaining. I'll tell you that. I have been enjoying it.
Well, I mean, it's like, and you know what? I guess I should tell them what I said when it was Zobeda against Sir Faz, and I said it on both their channels. And then I came on your channel and I said it. Doesn't Allah say in the Quran that if one side desires peace, then they should seek peace? So so if that's the ruling, and it's not meant, I know. If that's the ruling, and it's not like Allah is saying as, oh, then you should be embarrassed or anything. He's just saying it, you know, like seek peace if one side wants it. But
Yeah.
obviously, these people don't want peace. You know, they don't. Everybody talks about the Muslims on this channel. Even they said earlier, oh, we should keep it in the. Why don't you talk to them in the back chat? Send them a private message. It's like, why not just recite the Quran to them?
Yeah.
Isn't that supposed to be the real end all be all of the conversation?
Yeah, that's right.
And this is why people don't. I guess why people don't like when I say things is because it's like they don't want to they don't want to. They know it's true, but they don't want to accept it from a kafir. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But that's what I would just say to them. I would try to, you know, be like, oh, do either one of you want peace? And they said yes, I'd be like, oh, yeah, then good. Allah says if you want peace, you should seek it, right? And just see their faces, like, oh man, this guy.
like what you see, right, is a 30-minute video that one of them uploads. Probably is the result of a 6 or 7 hour call
editing
in
job.
The back. No, you know, they got some private call with 20 people in it, you know, for 6 hours discussing what to do, and then they decide, okay, I'm going to release a video. Yeah.
Actually, that's a good point, because just last week, Jordan M admitted on your channel that when Apostate Prophet asked him to speak to him, that he spoke. He didn't say who he spoke to. He did admit that he spoke to, like, quote unquote gatekeepers in a way, right? He was like, they told him, oh, don't talk to him. It's not good. It won't help, this and that. So Jordan M decided not to. It was your point about, like, there are gatekeepers inside of these YouTube things. It's not like they're making their own decisions.
Yeah.
Proof of that is Ali Dawa. Where did he sit? The video is the same background of where the same area building that Muhammad Hijab.
Yeah, there's 3 of them. They use the same studio. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're obviously, like, talking to each other. Hey, should I do this? Can I do this? You know?
Yeah. That's right.
And that's the reason. And that's the reason on that video I sent you with that Sajid and I don't want to say the person's name is Islamic Knowledge, but it's something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, Islamic Knowledge North or something. It's got North in there. I know that.
Okay. What did he say? He made a good point. He's like, why aren't we blaming Muhammad Hijab for the way that Ali Dawa presented himself? He's like, he put him up to it. He put him up to it.
Yeah.
You know, he gave him the airtime. He said, oh, the hadith about a Muslim helps the oppressor and the oppressed.
And the oppressed,
And when asked, Muhammad said, when asked how can a Muslim help the oppressor, he says by telling him not to oppress anymore. And he's like, so where was Muhammad Hijab to tell him, dude, you're being oppressed right now. Like, you're being like, and you're oppressing by the way you're acting. It was a really good point that he made, but.
Well, you know, I'm not sure there was an intention to win a debate there. I think the purpose really was probably to get highlights and snippets from the long conversation that they could use in a small little, you know, highlight video.
Yeah,
to make it look like
a quote unquote vacuum, you know, and then it was probably more about trying to get weird apostate prophet quote mines on video, and then they can like edit and cut like weird quotes from him to responses. You get what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And then it's to be like, apostate prophet said this is, and
Yeah.
that's the tagline on the video and
Yeah.
stuff.
What many people forget is that Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab, they're not new to YouTube. Like, they've been doing this for years.
Yeah, it's their life.
And
You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? Yeah, it's their
with
life.
all those views and subscribers, like, they know what they're doing. As much as we might think it looks stupid or whatever, they know what they've got. Some method to their some rhyme to their reason.
When anybody calls them stupid, all they hear is cha-ching. That's what
Yeah.
it's like. Ali Dawa, you sound stupid. He hears Ali Dawa, you make cha-ching. Yeah, man. I mean, they've been doing it. I mean, almost since the birth of YouTube. Really, like, it's been over a decade, almost a decade for a couple of them.
Muhammad Hijab said something like, "Look, everybody knows the output that Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab have been putting out. Okay, if you ask anyone what they've done, oh, David Wood, they've got Jordan Peterson, they got Jada Franson, Tommy Roberts, they got like all these different people they've interviewed, consulted, debated. Even Tabash, you know that Edward Tabash, the American university lecturer, and he said, what is Sajid Lippam known for? Just attacking Muslims. That's what he said. Just taking down Muslims.
I'm not sure I know the people that you just mentioned, so that's the reason I'm remaining silent.
Okay, you don't know Edward Tabash?
Doesn't sound familiar.
He's an atheist professor in America.
Oh, so automatically I'm supposed to know who he is?
That's like if you said to me, do you know who Sheikh Ibn Baz is? And I say, who's that? You're gonna think, what? You don't know Ibn Baz? Yeah.
I wouldn't. I might do that to Jordan, but I wouldn't do that to you probably. Because I mean, as a new 4-year Muslim, he should be learning who the sheikhs are. That's funny. You said that you thought that meme I made was from him.
Yeah, I thought it was. It looked like something. I don't know. I didn't. You put the words in the picture. Was that you?
Yeah, that was me. But the picture was him, and I didn't use the filter or nothing. That's all him. I guess like riding in like a cab going to. It was a community post saying going to visit Issa's sister.
Oh yeah. Mashallah, yeah.
And I looked at it, I was like, look how fake this is, dude. Like
come on. No. That was a good deed he was doing there. That was a good deed.
The deed may be good, but the picture is fake. Like he's just looking out the window and then he took a picture and then he filtered it so that it looks like the sunlight is like shining behind him and like he seriously.
How are you?
You know it's funny.
I was not looking at things in that way. I don't know how you spot things, and you look deep into stuff sometimes.
But now that you look at the picture again after I said it, and tell me if you can't make the correlation, like and how he was like talking about where he was going and who he is meeting. And that wasn't like the intent that he was going for, like, but
I don't know. Maybe that's what YouTubers have. They have, successful YouTubers. They have this little X factor thing about them that regular people don't have. Regular people just, stick to facts, put them out there. But YouTubers, successful ones, will think about how other people perceive them, and then they'll tailor their content to their perceptions. So
I get that.
Maybe
and
that's
I would
what it
also,
is. I'm not sure.
Say dedication.
Maybe if Paul Williams does that, I don't know.
It's just dedication.
He probably does to an extent in the way he speaks.
If you remain
can
dedicated,
anybody hear me? If you can, type 1, please.
I can hear you. Hello?
Why is it okay for them to expose Muslims, but I notice everyone upset when white American Muslims do the same thing? Ah, so it's Sajid and Milan. So it's a racist thing. Is that what it is, Jen? Uh, yeah, okay. I never thought of it from that perspective. But I mean, hold on, let me go and come back. Yes, yes.
All right.
Oh yeah, thanks, Jen, for the one. Yeah, so Jen Wallace is saying that she said, "Why is it okay for them to expose Muslims, but
Who's
people get
them?
upset?" I suppose she means hijab and Ali Dawa and these guys.
Oh, okay,
But
okay.
when white American Muslims do the same thing, meaning Sajid and Milahan, they they get upset. So, do you think there's some racial element to this?
I really don't like casting racial aspersions on people. I think that that's like one of the worst things you can do, because you can never prove it, but once you do that to a person, that you'll instantly have people believe it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that that's wrong. But I would say that it's more about pride. About how, like, Muhammad Hijab has a following, and Ali Dawa and these people with, hundreds of thousands of subs, and it's at the point where when you critique them, then you're critiquing everybody who pretty much just follows them blindly and agrees to whatever they say, and then you're showing that they are just like fanboys. You know what I mean? Like, they'll just believe whatever that person says just because. Like, if anybody is being honest, there's no way they can look at Ali Dawa's performance the other day and say that that was a good representation of Islam, or how to conduct yourself in a debate or a conversation, or just anything really. But you're going to have people instantly start defending just because they followed him for so long and they agree with the way he does YouTube videos, or he goes to the park and this and that. And I think, like you said, Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawa, they've been on the YouTube game for a long time. So they understand that when you start attacking them, it's going to lead to more people attacking them and criticizing their views and their actions. And like, what is it? D-Dubs or whatever, the guy who used to do the content police and stuff. Like, he created a whole section of YouTube dedicated to just like critiquing other videos, and it's only going to get worse and worse. Like, that's my personal opinion. It has more to do with pride. They don't want their pride hurt, because it's also a way of funding themselves. I guess an example would be, right, like when I went on Hamza's den one time, there was a guy Sabor there, and I go on there and I just ask a question. I can't remember what it was, but instantly Sabor starts saying, "I don't understand why you're saying what you say when we can't even attest to anything in the Bible that Jesus said actually came from Jesus." This. I was like, dude, I'm not a Christian, and he just keeps talking, and everybody allows him to keep talking. He's literally making a fool of himself, saying that I'm a Christian, and it's about 5 minutes later, I'm like, Sabor, I'm not a Christian. And then they're like, yeah, Wiseau's not a Christian. So they let him go on for 5 minutes because they don't want to tell him he's wrong. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Because he has a bigger following than even Hamza. So to tell him he's wrong on a smaller stream is
Sabor's got more
embarrassing,
followers than Hamza.
doesn't he? On Sabor's live, his
Sabor,
his
wow,
live.
if that's true, that's incredible.
I thought he does. Hamza's only at like 40,000 the last time I checked.
Oh, but EF Dawa is probably like a lot more. Yeah,
Yeah.
I suppose.
That one's a lot more. But Hamza himself is what I'm saying. I was on Hamza's den. So they waited like 5 minutes to finally correct him after he went off on a thing, and it was just a real quick, he's not a Christian. It wasn't like anything else. And then Sabor said, "Oh, I thought you were a Christian that was in the chat type." I said, "Well, I'm not. So are you done talking about things that aren't true?" And that set them off. They didn't want to talk about anything else after that. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's a pride thing, man. It really is. That's how these people make their living. They won't admit it. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to be like, "Oh, I make my money off of YouTube. I live my life off of YouTube." But they do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they do. If if they didn't care about YouTube and being embarrassed or this and that, turn off your memberships, turn off your monetization, which shows like haram videos, and they do, advertising haram products, they do, and then turn off your super chats. If it's really about giving the correct ding, then turn it all off. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they don't want to act like they make the money that they make. If you get what I'm saying, like, so that's the reason it's about pride, man. Once you hurt somebody's pride and their like financial ability, you've done a big no. Yeah. And and here's the thing, reactionary. And this is how you know it's about pride. So I've heard Zobeda and Jordan M say this to you. "Oh, how many views are you getting? What's your view count?" They never talk about what's your channel, and you even ask like, "What's the point of my channel, Zobeda? What's the point of my channel, Jordan M?" And they don't want to respond to that because it is about views to them. It's not about like the actual content. It's just those two statements from those two people prove it. Like what the whole point is to those individuals, and probably the mass majority of people on YouTube. Because I mean, honestly, even as a non-Muslim, I like your content way more than the fitna tube that they try to bring. But whatever. I mean, fitna tube is kind of enjoyable to watch, but at some point, it's like, come on, you're just repeating yourself. Like so this Halima Speaker's Corner person, you've seen them around. Maybe he heard me. Maybe having audio problems. But I sent it to Jen Wallace, right, in the Discord. She did a Clubhouse where she talks about, she put up like a audio of when Zobeda and Sarfaz were at like their tipping point, really, and in there, the first couple of minutes, you hear her like, "I know where you live." She didn't know where he lived. She knew where his parents lived, obviously, gave that up. But what was really funny is she was like, we're trying to get you out of the fold of Islam. We're waiting for a sheikh to give a fatwa against you. Like, that's how serious these people get when their pride gets hurt. Zobeda is claiming at the boiling point of their feud with Sarfaz that she's asking the sheikh to review comments of another Muslim to get a fatwa to do takfir on a guy. That's crazy, guys. That's ridiculous. No, I'm not subscribed to Howl's Speaker's Corner. But
I know where
that's how
subscribe to that.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's
channel.
ridiculous. That is a ridiculous channel, dude. She has like 3 of them. It's serious. She has 3 different channels. But I mean, what other reason would you try to get a sheikh to declare a fatwa of takfir on a person other than like your feelings are hurt and your pride is hurt? Like, and why wouldn't that sheikh be like, if there's a real sheikh, shouldn't the sheikh respond, do you seek peace? If it was a real sheikh, wouldn't they be like, do you seek peace with your brother in Islam? Just shouldn't be like, oh, I listened to all these videos, I'm going to give a ruling. The first thing should be like, you seek peace with your brother in Islam? Should be first response. Boss man talking about my voice. Aren't you the guy who comes on with a voice changer? Boss man, Jot, you like talking about my voice. Aren't you the one who comes on with a voice changer? Oh, I must have pushed the wrong button and then claim that it was never that, like I don't think people realize like I'm actually really good about remembering what these live stream people say.
Yeah.
You know, like, I'm actually pretty good at it.
Yeah, that's true. Jat. Why don't you use your Jat's username? Why are you using Bossman?
Earlier, he said he responded to me, right? Because he said reactionary is the poor man's Ali Dawa. I said, well, aren't most of the inhabitants of paradise poor people? And then I wait a few minutes, right? No response. So that's when I wrote reactionary. I said, hey, I guess my response silenced him. And then reactionary put up a comment I couldn't see that said, I responded to you. Why? So you blocked me and then responded to me and then acted like, so who really won there? You know what I'm saying? Like, you block a person so they can't see your comment. You got somebody, Jack 1 in the back, reactionary. Jack 1 in the back. I don't know who that is. So proceed with caution. But
yeah, I don't know. It might be Jat again with one of his fake accounts.
But it's funny though, like he blocks me from reading his comments and is like, I responded.
Yeah.
Okay, my guy. Okay. I wish I would have known.
And you notice they move as a group. Like they can't move one on their own. They have to move as a team. The Muslims, in quotes. Yeah. That's what they call them.
The Muslims. Emphasize the indefinite article.
Yeah.
Because it is very indefinite what their position is until the fuck starts flying a different way.
Yeah. Jat is saying that he's not Jat. Okay. And we should believe you.
It'd be really easy to find the stream where he popped up because, he popped up with that picture as Boss Man, used the voice changer, popped out, came back with the name Jot, but forgot to change his avatar. Believable because I know how that guy types. Whatever, dude. Jim Wallace. So maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, because I have the next 3 days off after tonight. I will find the live stream. It's from about 2 weeks ago, where Boss Man pops in, uses the voice changer, Reactionary asks him why, and then kicks him off. And then Jock pops in just like 2 minutes later, same photo. Changes his name on the bottom. Definitely him. And then when Reactionary brought it up to him, like, because Jock called him acting childish, I said, "You're the one who used the voice changer." And then when Reactionary read the comment, Jock's response was, and I quote, "I must have pushed the button." So he didn't deny it. He's like, "Oh, I must have pushed the button." So, yeah. Boss man, I don't hate Jenny McCarthy. I just don't like general herpes. I mean, maybe that's something you're into, but I prefer natural lubricants, not having to pop some pus on something to get it going. Maybe that's what you think is the proper way, but not me. I'm out of that. I'm free from that. Okay? But yeah, this Jack one is seemingly really wanting on. I don't know, but it's typed a couple of times.
Hello.
You there? You can hear me, or yes or no? I hear you. Oh, there's something I kind of want to know. Hold on, I gotta change my earpiece. I don't know if I'm connected because I can't hear. Hello. Okay. So Jordan M earlier said that he saw that like a Rashid somebody responded to me or refuted me or something, but I don't even know who that is. So I don't know. Do you know a Rashid? Hmm. Why so religious is a dangerous man and needs to be sectioned. Sectioned. Huh. Maybe you can define what sectioned is. That would be like what in a quadrant? Is that what you're saying? I need to be in the quadrant?
Yes. We got everyone watching in the building.
I can hear you now.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. This phone. I probably, I think StreamYard must have overheated my internal components or something.
Yeah, it
The
does
audio
that.
keeps cutting off.
I find that when I get to like 20% battery, it
Yeah.
automatically my phone kicks me out of the app, kicks me out of the StreamYards.
Yeah.
Like it's like, no, I'm trying to save you. I'm trying to save you from what's happening to your phone.
Yeah.
What do I want?
Who's this? Asad Ad-Din. Okay. Yeah.
So what was Muhammad's response? What was Hijab's response to the original video by Sajid? Gone again. Whatever it was, I'm sure it wasn't very intelligent. It was probably just like, I'm your teacher boy, you Netflix Muslim. I'm your teacher boy. Wallahi, you're finished. I'm your teacher, boy. That's it. I remember how he went off. He went off the deep end after that Yasser Qadi video, man. Like that live stream. Oh my gosh, dude. He went off, calling people Netflix Muslims, taking on the role as a teacher for Islam, and like, man, he went extreme.
Yo. Yeah, I have to say this. I want to see more of this Mohammed Hijab and what's his name? Mohammed Hijab and
Sajid
Lippam. Yeah, I want to see more of it. It's really entertaining. Yes, brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, brother Jordan M. In the house.
How's it going? My brother in humanity, why so religious?
Your brother in shaving, right? Is that what brother in humanity means? Like trimming beards?
Wait. Are you which part of your body are you talking about?
I don't know where your beard grows.
Yeah, that got awkward, didn't it? That got awkward.
You're the one trying to make innuendo, not me, dog.
Hey. Anyway, don't let me stop the conversation. What's the conversation about?
Yeah, come on, Waiso. Take your shahada, become a Muslim, and let's start another dawah beef between you and Jordan. Another dawah beef.
I wouldn't do that to my brother.
No, I wouldn't be able to do that because I would recite the Quran. I would say, I choose peace. Do you choose peace, Jordan? And then if we both choose peace, then that means we should find peace amongst ourselves as an ummah. So I would never fall into the fitna tube trap.
I've got no idea what you just said.
The fitna tube trap. Muslims against Muslims on YouTube.
But you love that. That's what you feed off.
No, I mean, honestly, I even spoke earlier about not liking the Sir Faz and Zobayda fitna tube. Why do you think I came up with the term fitna tube? You think it's because I think it's a good thing? No, it's because I'm actually trying to elicit a response to make them think that what they're doing is actually wrong. You get what I'm saying? Like,
you make it sound like you've coined some phrase that everyone's heard of. Who the hell are you?
Dude, okay, Jordan. Whatever, dude.
What are you on about? You got
some. Yeah, I'm sure you heard fitna tube a lot before I started using it, my guy. I'm sure you heard that a lot.
Yeah, no, you know, when people hear that, they go, yeah, Weissel, that guy. We heard it from that guy first. What a guy.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't say that. Just like you don't say, like you don't say where you got the source. Like you don't say.
Let's see how honest
where
you
you got your source about where you didn't say in your video about where you got the source from the NBA owner who dissed the Uyghurs, or where you got your response from the ABL video. Like how you don't say that either.
Should we start with one bit at a time? So let's see how sincere you are. Did you do your research about my the hadith? Hello?
What hadith?
The one where it was talking about brother in humanity. Did you do your research on it?
It wasn't talking about that, dude.
So are you saying yeah?
Scholar. Your one scholar is research for you.
No. There's actually books on it, books of hadith upon it and everything. But you would have researched it, right?
Jordan, we've already researched it while you were on stream, for one.
I did a quick Google search, and the thing is, I found an opinion of it. So
you did a quick Google search, and your immediate quote was the first few things I see agree with Waiso. That's your direct quote.
Yes, there were opinions that agreed with you, yes, but there were also opinions that agreed with me. So I can use it, right?
There was one opinion that you brought. There was one opinion.
So how many opinions do I need?
Your direct quote on your stream was many
anyway,
of the scholars.
Did you do the research?
Is one many? I'm asking you. Is one many?
Do you want me to do a search now? Okay.
So
If I get,
reactionary brings you
listen,
reactionary brings you three
calm
scholars
down,
on
calm
live
down.
stream. Reactionary
No.
brings you three scholars on live stream. Yes, he
Reactionary
does.
didn't have a clue what the conversation was about. He bought someone saying that you
Dude,
can't call other people brothers.
you are delusional, dude. You are delusional.
You're an idiot.
Dude, you
an
are
idiot.
delusional. I did a video where
I don't know if you're purposely
I used your own.
I don't know if you're purposely stupid.
I used your own words. I used your own words in a video. You call it dumb. I didn't even speak in it. And then you say that
what did my own words do?
Your own words. Firstly, you claim that you never spoke about a non-Muslim as a brother in humanity when you created lyrics retorting to a geezer, an old geezer, where you said that you're a geezer, a religious geezer who considers them a brother in humanity. And then you completely deny that you even... Let me
know when you're done.
You see, look at this. This is what's going on. He's delusional. He doesn't listen.
Calm down.
He's just waiting to speak.
I'm going to do what you said. I'm going to do what you said.
This ain't your channel, dude. This ain't your channel. You ain't going to control this. You get what I'm saying?
But look, you're trying to say, you're trying to say that you ain't my brother. You're just a kafar, so you can get off the stream. Reactionary, can you chuck this kafar off the stream?
Why?
Exactly.
Why would he do that?
Exactly.
Why would he do that? Why would he do that?
Exactly, but I'm not saying that, am I? I'm not saying that. So
49K subscribed have anything to do with over here, dog? You don't have any pull.
Can you shut up for a second, you weirdo? So reactionary actually shared something yesterday or the day before where Adnan Rashid was talking about brother in humanity on the same hadith.
What does that prove?
And he made a clear differentiation between brother in humanity and brother in Islam.
What does that prove?
It refutes everything you just said, but you don't even realize, do you?
So that guy is a sheikh? I don't know who you're talking about. So is that guy a sheikh?
You don't know Adnan Rashid, right?
No, I don't. So is he a sheikh?
He's not a sheikh. He's not a sheikh, but he
So
obviously
why are
uses...
you talking about him? Your direct
okay, I can
quote,
keep going. I can keep going. Keep going.
Listen, your direct quote was many of the sheikhs, and now you're trying to use people who are not sheikhs. One second. How weak you are, dude.
One second. Let me just get you. Have you ever heard of Sunan ibn Majah?
Yes.
One of the 6 major Sunni hadith collections. So in that collection, right, it's actually translated as it doesn't say brothers in humanity. It actually says people. Love for yourself what you want for the people. So it's actually in that hadith book is actually that
translation. You realize the arguments that you have went from saying a non-sheikh from your argument being originally many of the sheikhs to now claiming that a major one of the hadiths has been translated to mean something. You realize how weak your argument is coming down. You've
just been completely debunked.
You realize
and you're still talking.
That's not a debunk.
You're still talking. You've just been completely debunked. So shut up. Let me speak to reactionary now. That was easy. Light work. Reactionary.
Your argument is based off a translation. Is that really what your argument just became? Is based off a translation?
How you doing?
Yeah. How's it going?
Yeah, good. Alhamdulillah.
So I noticed you came on to talk about all the beef and stuff. Is that right?
Well, I just came on, and then that was what I saw a video today of brother Mohammed Hijab responding to Sajid Lipham's response to Mohammed Hijab's response to Sajid Lipham.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw all the responses.
Well, what do you think?
One of your fangirls came to try to save you, bro. Who's arguing with Jordan M? Who's arguing with Jordan M? Please.
Go and have a cold shower, Wyso. Go and have a cold shower, man. Anyway, I know. I saw all the
male sex stuff.
What?
Like you come on here, the first thing you do is do like a an innuendo when I talk about beards, and now you're talking about me taking a cold shower.
What innuendo?
And you ask people about how much porn they watch.
Stop watching porn.
You see,
I can tell by your voice that you watch too much porn.
He just did exactly what I said he would do, which is ask people about porn.
You watch too much porn. You watch way too much porn, and
this guy.
Hopefully, you're on your own when that's happening.
Your fan base is crazy. This woman's like, who's arguing with Jordan? It was weird.
Why so? You're part of my fan base. You're in my live streams all the time.
I have to watch them because you delete
You're
them
even
because
commenting
you're
on the
tired of
size
getting
of my. You're
refuted.
commenting on
You're
the size of
tired
my
of getting.
beard.
You're
You're
tired of
commenting on the
getting.
size of my beard. You're
No,
creepy.
I'm commenting
You
on
are a
you trimming
creepy
your
guy.
beard.
You are
I'm
a creepy
commenting
guy.
on your
I would hate to be your next door
trimming your
neighbor.
beard.
You'd be the sort of geezer looking through the window.
I'm commenting on how you trim your beard for one.
You would
That's a
definitely
totally
be looking
difference.
through people's windows and have binoculars.
You notice everything he says has
You would
something
know
to do
what
with like
time
a
the geezer next door
man. Like
showers. You would know what time the geezer next door showers, wouldn't you?
everything he's saying is about like men and like them in some kind of naked or like watching porn.
Yeah. Your
or
profile picture is a naked
you
man.
realize this
So
guy.
your profile picture is a naked man. So yeah.
Naked guy. You realize like shirtless isn't
Anyway,
naked. You
anyway.
understand that, right?
What
You
were we
understand
saying?
the difference,
Actually?
Jordan.
What were we saying?
We're talking about the responses. Yes, the response
I'll be honest with you. I
fest.
think when I initially saw the responses, I thought Sajid came across a lot more kind of calm and measured about it than Hijabs. But I think, and I just did a response a while ago, probably about an hour ago. I think we've lost kind of perspective of the debate because people are saying things like Ali Dawa's damaged the Dawa. It's a big disgrace and stuff like that. I think we need to put into perspective who he was actually speaking to. If I met this apostate prophet in real life, I don't think I would show him the regard and why we're expecting Ali Dawa to do that. Now, obviously, he could have done better. He probably should have just ignored him. But I feel like a lot of the responses have gone straight at Ali Dawa in a way that's not really Islamic, in a not way that's advisory, not really a way that's really helpful. It's kind of agreeing with, people like Wiso will just
What
jump
is the
on
Islamic way? What is
people
the
like
Islamic
Wiso,
way?
will
Tell
just
us.
jump on the back of it and say, "Oh, it's damaged Dawa," and Muslims are kind of jumping on the back of that kind of.
What is the Islamic
sentiment.
way? You made a
But
claim.
who really gives
You
a
made a
stuff
claim
what
that it's not
Wiso
the
or the
Islamic
apostate
way.
prophet or anyone
So
thinks
then, what's
of it?
the Allah? Hey,
Regardless
you
of what
said
Ali
that it's
Dawa
not the
did,
Islamic
Wiso would be
way.
on here
So
saying
what
that
is
he
the
failed.
Islamic way? What is the Islamic way? You said that it's not the Islamic way. So what is the Islamic way?
Well, I think there would be different positions in it. I think, look, we obviously would aim to give Dawa like the Prophet, peace be upon him. But there are things in Islam where you can respond to people that are hating you, and look, I would say the best thing to do Islamically would be to ignore him. This is a guy that rips up the Quran, whatever, eats it, whatever like that. What Ali Dawa did wasn't great. I agree, but I certainly don't think it's damaged any Dawa. And I think if people think that, then you've got a serious perspective problem.
Well, Sajid, doesn't he think it damaged the Dawa?
I think he said that, and I think I would definitely take issue with that. Ali Dawa is someone that's done a lot of work, as is Sajid Lippin, sorry. So to say something like Ali's damaged the Dawa, I think is very far fetched in this situation. If you don't you agree? Put into perspective, he's dealing with trash. Ali Dawa was basically dealing with a bit of trash, and obviously he didn't conduct himself that well. 99.999% of people that watch that will know what the deal is. It's not like non-Muslims are going to be clicking on that going, "I'm not coming to Islam now."
That's a very assertive claim.
But look,
Well,
the best thing would have been to ignore him for sure. And I think how it ended up definitely wasn't great. I'm not a fan of this, boy, look at the state of you, look at this, look at that. I'm not a fan of all that. But I certainly understand why somebody would treat apostate prophet in that way. Of course I do.
Do you think Sajid Lippin was trying to use techniques to fool the people, such as talking in a whispering tone all through the video and acting like he's so innocent and he's done nothing wrong? Do you think that's a little bit disingenuous?
I think him and Mohammed Hijab both obviously have their ways of coming across, and they're clearly trying to convince an audience. I don't really question either of their intentions in the work they do. I certainly wish they'd sort it out with each other as opposed to, like I say, I feel like Sajid Lipan, and I love the stuff he does. I think he's very intelligent, does good work. But I feel like,
Mohammed Hijab, he questioned Sajid Lipan. Like, for example, he said, if you ask anybody about, and I apologize for interrupting you, but otherwise I'll forget.
go on.
All right, so he said, if you ask anybody about Mohammed Hijab or Ali Dawa, what we're known for, they can tell you, or, like, what we're about. So, for example, you'll see David Wood, Tommy Robinson, Jada Frenson, Edward Tabash, you know, like Jordan Peterson, Oxford University, like video after video, topic after topic, Sapiens, all this other stuff, right? But if you ask anybody about Sajid Lipan, what's he known for? So you just said you like what he does. Maybe you can answer that.
Well, I know Sajid Lipan is someone that studied in Medina University, and I've watched some of his stuff and learnt from it. I would agree with Mohammed Hijab that Sajid Lipan's content is probably, you know, goes way too much. Just like, you know, tripping scholars up that have said something or going, you know, correcting people. But as Sajid said, Mohammed Hijab was talking about that very same thing whilst on a channel that does very much the same thing. I don't really agree with all of the, you know, correcting Muslims publicly the way they do it at all.
Why? No, wait, that's a good
but
question.
no, sorry. What I still didn't get is, what is Sajid known for? What does he do? So you're saying that he's known, because Mohammed Hijab's point is that Sajid is known for reviewing other Muslims' work and being critical of them.
That's a fair comment. So if I was to think of Sajid's body of work, I would think of going against Mufti Menk. I would think of going against Nouman Ali Khan. I would, yeah. So yeah, that's right.
Yeah. If you were to ask me, I didn't even know that stuff until Hijab mentioned it. All I remember about Sajid Lipan is praising Jordan Peterson, sort of talking about how much he likes the guy. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
From that point, I just switched off.
I don't get like, Milahan and Sajid and stuff. Like I said in my video response, like you'd get mistaken for thinking that Ali Dawa went up against some academic like giant or something. Like,
yeah,
I feel like they're giving way too much respect to apostate prophet. Let's remember who he is. The guy's a piece of trash, man. And even if you're an atheist, if you don't see that, there's something wrong with you.
So where in the Sunnah is it this taught that Muslims aren't supposed to critique other Muslims publicly? Because you see constantly in the Sunnah where if a Muslim does something, they get called out right then and there, and then they take it to Muhammad, right?
Yeah, so there's an etiquette in the Sunnah to go Muhammad, peace be upon him. There are etiquettes, right? That you speak to a brother privately. There are things like that. Now, Sajid's point
where is it?
Sajid does something where if something is
because
publicly...
so let me give an example. So when
one moment, why so? Let Jordan finish. I don't think he made this point.
I forgot what I was going to say now. Go on, you just let him ramble on. Go on.
Okay, go on.
He's not going to say anything.
Okay, Jordan. And your channel is all about, now you're a personal trainer doing 30-minute exercise videos.
Wow, you watched me lift weights.
I didn't watch it. Of course I didn't watch it. It's in the title. It says,
how do you know the whole video was me lifting weights if you didn't watch it?
Because it says in the title. It says
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. 30-minute workout. What are you talking about?
Leave me alone.
What about, dude? So
God,
even
I'm
when
taking that video down. Now I know there's weirdos like you watching it.
I didn't watch it. That's ridiculous. Why would I watch that? I'm not gonna watch you work out. But so this starts with like the Asfauf, right? At the time, a Muslim was actually reciting the Quran to people. He was pulled away by his collar and actually denounced in front of everybody, and then they took it to Muhammad, and then the one who did the denouncing was corrected. So this shows that even in public, Muslims see something that is being done wrong, they are allowed to address it publicly. Now, we could also give another example. I can do another example if you would like. But the point that I'm making is,
this hadith you're giving me?
Yes.
So we got you. Why so religious, right? Using a hadith to give me an example, yeah, without using the context of the hadith. You're like, I don't think you realize how we use hadith.
Then tell me what.
Are you a scholar? Are you a scholar?
Firstly, tell me
I
what
think
the
you
hadith
actually
is.
think you're
No,
like a non-Muslim
listen,
scholar.
listen, dude. Firstly,
How can you not
criticize
know that how Muslims actually use hadith? How can you not even know by now?
Listen to this guy. So
I don't
firstly,
understand
do
how
you know the
you can be
hadith
on
that
these
I'm
streams
speaking
for
about?
5
Do you-
years and still not
listen,
understand what
listen.
How can you can't
Do
pull
you
a
know the
hadith
hadith?
and
Do
give
you
me
know
an
the hadith?
example and then tell me
Do you
that's
know
how
the-
Muhammad hijab needs to behave?
Do you listen? Do you know the hadith that I brought? Yes or no? Do you know the hadith that I brought? Yes or no?
No.
Then how can you sit there and say that I'm using it out of context if you don't even know the hadith?
Because you've taken a hadith. You haven't given any
Dude,
scholarly opinions on it. You haven't given any
that's
scholarly
the-
opinions
no,
on
listen,
it. We've
that's
got
your problem, Jordan.
Wyso's interpretation of a
Jordan,
hadith, which means jack.
Jordan,
It
Jordan,
means
that's your
absolute
problem.
jack.
Jordan, that's your problem. Is that you cast
No, I
aspersions
don't
on
have a
people
problem.
and
I
you
don't
don't
have a
even know.
problem. You
You
got
don't
issues,
even
man.
know.
You watch me work
don't
out.
even
You
know.
watch me work out.
Yeah,
You watch me
listen,
work
dude.
out.
No, okay.
You watch me work out. You look at the
That's-
size of my beard. You're a weirdo.
Whatever, dude. So listen, the point that I just made is you don't even know the hadith. You don't even know the context.
That's
But
irrelevant.
you're willing to. But no, it's actually that's
irrelevant.
very irrelevant.
It
Listen,
doesn't matter
mute
what
him.
hadith you
Mute
pull
him
out.
real quick. Mute him
It
real
doesn't
quick.
matter what hadith you pull out.
Actually,
I'm not going to
this
take
is
your.
why it's relevant, dude.
No one on
This
this
is-
channel is going to take
Jordan,
your example of the
Jordan,
hadith and go, yeah,
Jordan,
that's what Ali Dawa
this
needs
is-
to do. Because why so use
Jordan,
the hadith that the Prophet
Jordan, this
said
is
this.
why you're. This is why
This
your
is
comments
why
irrelevant.
you are completely.
This is why you and this is why you keep just talking over people
This
because
is completely
you get
ridiculous.
refuted constantly.
You need to grow
Listen,
up. You need to stop
you
watching me work
refuted
out.
yourself.
You need to
You
stop watching my
refuted-
channel.
Listen,
You need
oh
to
my
go up the
gosh,
gym
dude.
yourself. Start working out. You need to
Dude,
get yourself some
listen.
hobbies.
This
Just
is
a moment.
why.
Mogu. Hello. Can you introduce yourself?
This is why you get refuted by your own words. So your
Okay,
argument. So your argument is based off of that I bring a hadith and that I
It's still
don't
going
even
on.
use the
It's still
correct.
going
Why
on.
don't you shut up, dude?
Waffle.
No, listen.
Waffle,
You
waffle,
claim
waffle,
that
waffle,
reactionary. Can you mute him while I speak first,
waffle,
like a few seconds to show
waffle,
how wrong he is?
Okay, go ahead, Wyso.
Am I
what would you like
muted?
to say?
So
No,
yes,
not muted.
mute
But
up.
let's,
Cool.
But be quiet.
Waffle.
See, mute this dude.
What?
Put him in the back or something, dude. Because I'm going to
Okay.
show what he just did.
He can't.
What he
I'm
did
Muslim,
was-
innit? He can't do that. How bad would that
Yes,
look?
he
If he put
can.
me in the back and left you talking trash.
So what, dude? So
Waffle,
what?
waffle.
It doesn't matter who teaches
Waffle,
the truth.
waffle,
That's the thing.
waffle,
Who is
waffle,
acting like a
waffle,
child right now,
waffle,
dude?
waffle.
You're acting like
okay,
a child.
go ahead, Wyso. Go on, Wyso. Make it.
So his argument against me was that I brought a hadith and that it was out of context. And then he admits that he doesn't know the hadith and he doesn't know the context. This is the type of person we're dealing with here that will bring arguments that he doesn't even know if the side that he's arguing for is relevant or not. Isn't that just crazy, dude? That's what happens when these people have these fanboys.
Okay,
who
well,
follow
let
them.
Jordan respond to you now. Go on.
Actually, what do you think? So Ryso's presenting hadith and giving us examples of the Prophet, peace be upon him, as if people should behave. Do you think Ryso's qualified to do that?
That wasn't the original argument. Now you're trying to red herring.
What was the point that Wyso made?
So Wyso pulled out a hadith and started,
But why did I bring that
He pulled his
hadith?
collar
Answer
away.
why I
So he
brought
gave
it.
an
One
example.
moment,
of-
Wyso. 1 minute, Wyso.
Stop
Go on.
interrupting me, Wyso. Grow up. So he gave an example of something that the Prophet, peace be on him, maybe did, and we don't know why or anything about that hadith, but he's trying to pull out a hadith and use it to maybe compare it to this situation. Having Wyso using hadith to try and give examples of how Muslims should behave without giving us what a scholar said or anything like that is ridiculous.
So that wasn't the original thing, though, right? The original thing was I asked where in the Sunnah is it that Muslims shouldn't correct other Muslims in public? And you said that there's an etiquette of where you have to pull them aside and speak to them privately to correct them.
This is
So
very
what I
situational.
did was,
very
hey, dude,
situational.
let me finish.
It's very
So then that's
situational.
the
If I saw
reason
reactionary drinking a beer
Look at you.
in
Look at you,
private, I
dude.
wouldn't suddenly have to make a video.
Look at you, dude. Like
Okay, I'm looking.
you just cannot control any concept that is outside of your purview. Like outside of your purview, you just cannot control yourself. I'm giving reactionary the concept of the
Imam Nawawi
context.
refuted why so the other day. Imam Nawawi.
He's not even a scholar, dude.
He's a hadith scholar.
Yeah, Imam Nawawi is one of the big scholars in Islam.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So wait.
So you don't even realize you
No,
refuted silly the other
I
day.
thought you were saying
You didn't even know he was a scholar. You didn't even know he was a scholar.
who?
You didn't even know Imam
Why are you
Nawawi was a
changing-
scholar. You
No,
didn't
no,
even know Imam
no,
Nawawi was a
actually-
scholar.
No, wait.
You said
now
that you
that
laughed at me
I
for
thought you were
presenting him,
Listen,
and you made a
mute
video
him
about
real
it.
quick.
Look how
Real
silly
quick.
you look. Look how
No,
silly you
Naman-
look. Look how silly
that
you
wasn't
look.
Nam-
Look
no,
how
that
silly
wasn't
you
Imam
look. Look how
Nawawi's-
silly you
That
look.
wasn't Imam
Look
Nawawi's.
at how
No,
silly
that
you
wasn't
look.
his
Look how silly
commentary.
you look.
Dude, reactionary. I put it
Cry
in your
me-
chat,
cry,
right?
Cry me
It
river.
does.
Cry me
No,
river.
dude,
Cry me river.
mute this
Cry me
Okay,
guy,
river.
dude.
Cry,
one
cry,
moment.
cry, cry.
Let's just get back to you for a moment. The Muhammad hijab and Sajid Lipham.
Listen,
Okay,
listen.
but
So-
he just
Dude,
got
what he
knocked
said is
out.
not true.
Let him get up.
No,
He
that's
just
not
got knocked
true.
out. Let him get up.
Dude, mute him. Mute him for
You
1
need to do a
second.
Tyson Fury.
What he said is not true because I put it
You just
inside
got knocked out.
of the chat.
You're lying all over the canvas.
No, I used your own
your
link.
nose is
I used
bleeding.
your
You've
own
lost a
link,
tooth.
dude. I used your own
You're
link.
seeing
And what did
stars.
your link say? Dude, mute this guy or put him in the back for a second because he's
Okay,
making.
you
He's
didn't know
lying
Imam
on your
Nawawi
channel.
was a scholar.
No,
You didn't know.
no, I
Imam-
thought you. No, listen. That's the
and
reason
and
you
you
don't let
poo-pooed
anybody
my.
talk, dude.
So I bought you a
You don't let
scholarly
anybody speak.
opinion.
You don't
and
let
you
anybody
poo-pooed it.
speak, dude.
You pooh-pooed
You don't
it.
let anybody
You poo-pooed
speak
it.
because they know
poo-pooed it. I
you
can't
are
believe
so
it. I
afraid.
cannot
You are
believe
so
it.
afraid for your 49K.
Shame on
Listen,
you. Shame on
Listen,
you.
reactionary. Mute
Shame on
him
you.
for a second. Mute him for a second.
Hold on a sec.
Wait,
We have a guest.
Admit you just got TKO'd.
That's not a TKO, dude.
You got TKO'd. You got
So
you
why
got
can't
TKO'd.
why can't I
You got
why can't
TKO'd.
I respond?
Hello.
Why can't I respond to you?
TKO. TKO.
Why can't I respond to you? Why can't I respond to you?
You go, he's an imam. He's not even a scholar. He's a hadith scholar, and I used the
listen,
hadith.
dude. No,
I used the
listen.
hadith.
No,
and he's
you
a hadith
didn't.
scholar.
Reactionary.
hadith
Why
scholar.
are
You
you
didn't even
protecting
know
the guy
that.
who's lying about the deen? Why are you protecting the guy who's lying about the deen, dude?
What am I lying about?
So then let me respond about what you're lying about.
Go on, Em.
Okay, so you're saying
Yeah,
that,
respond.
that commentary. That
Sorry,
commentary. was not-
Mogu, your mic is muffled.
So why so religious, right?
Dude, shut the fuck up. You
Oh,
said
my
you
word.
would let me
Reactionary.
respond. You let me respond, dude. You let me
Why so-
respond.
Hold on. All right. Okay. Go ahead. Give YSO 30 seconds. Go on, YSO.
So, when you said Imam Nawawi right then, I was thinking that it was from the previous conversation of that Rashid guy that you mentioned. I mixed up the two real quick. The very link that you used said that it was Imam Nawawi's hadith. It was not his commentary. You understand that. The commentary was based off of another scholar, right, who lives in California from modern day. That's what the very link that you sent said.
Okay, have you finished?
Okay. So, Imam
You finished?
Nawawi, no, Imam Nawawi is the hadith collection, and it is not his commentary about what the hadith means. Why are you pretending that it is? If you
Well,
want,
I've now given you two books where there is where they are talking about that hadith as talking about. Let's go back to the original point that we were talking about brothers in humanity or people in humanity. So that hadith that you strongly were against, I've given you opinions where it actually does mean that. The reason I mentioned Adnan Rashid is that Reactionary played something the other day, and Adnan Rashid explained to Reactionary that a Sikh is a brother in humanity, but there's a distinctive difference between a brother in humanity and a brother in Islam, which is something you couldn't get your head around. So I thought I'd help you.
And what is distinctive about that difference?
There's a big distinction, isn't there, between the Muslim Brotherhood and someone obviously another human being who you want the best for.
Yeah, but one's a brother and one's not a brother.
You're changing the word from brother.
I'm not changing any word. I'm not changing any word. And
maybe
you got a problem with the word brother. Maybe that's why, because you're thinking
that's
that
not
it means the same thing.
I really think
I'm talking
that you
to
have a hard
Reactionary.
problem understanding that you just used the word humanity or human instead of
Anyway,
brother, but you
do you
use
agree,
brother
right?
first.
Regardless of
You
your
understand?
opinion, because no one cares about your opinion. Do you agree that there are opinions that there is that hadith can mean brother in humanity?
I'm sticking to your words.
No, do you agree
said
that there is
many
that?
scholars.
Do you
said
agree?
many scholars.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree that
Do you
there's
agree?
plenty of people who don't know the truth about Islam. I agree.
No, but if
You're
I use
one
a
of them.
scholarly opinion,
You're
who are
one of
you to
them.
tell me I'm wrong in the deen? Who are you as a
You
non-Muslim
didn't use
a
it.
weirdo
You
on
didn't
online to
listen.
tell me
You
that
used a modern scholar's opinion. Imam Nawari did not give that commentary. How many times do I have to tell you to read what you actually read? You read it out loud.
I gave you another collection today of hadith where it actually says people rather than brothers in humanity.
That's a translation. You understand that your
Oh
argument
my
is
word.
now
Oh
based
my
off of a
word. You are
translation.
just like it's
So
it's
wait,
like someone who's been slapped on the floor and they just keep getting up for another breath.
No, you realize what you just did though.
Just
You
lie
tried
down,
to get
lie down,
no wait.
lie down,
Look,
lie
so
down.
the word,
Go to
the
sleep.
word.
Put a blanket over
Are you
yourself.
going? Listen.
Put a blanket
So
over
then,
yourself.
I want
Go
you
to
to
sleep.
realize how. I
Go
want
to
you to
sleep.
realize.
Go to sleep.
I want you to realize how ridiculous this argument is by using a translation. So then that means that for now on, instead of using the word "aki" for brother, you should just use it for people.
Who cares what you think of the word brother or your opinion?
Answer that.
If I'm using scholarly opinions, who are you to tell me anything?
No, answer that. Answer
who
why.
Are you? Who are you?
So can
Who
I
are
translate?
you?
Can I translate
Yes.
the
Salam
word
alaikum.
brother? Can I
Alaikum
translate the
salam.
word brother for people and it still be Islamically relevant?
Yes,
make
brother
sense to you?
in humanity. What's
Does
up,
that make
brother?
sense to you?
Have you got an issue with me calling you a brother in humanity? Are you taking issue to that?
Notice
Yeah, he's
Jordan
got issue.
spins
He's got
everything.
issue. He's got issue. Right, so got
Notice
issue.
Jordan spins. He
Reactionary,
spins
I've changed my
everything.
opinion now. Can we get this guy off
Notice
the
your
panel?
naked picture.
Reactionary, can we get this guy off the panel? He's no longer a brother in humanity. He's not a brother in Islam.
He's the cockroach.
You talk about the turkey voting for Christmas.
Look, but the
Hello,
thing is, even if a person is not my brother in Islam, I should still treat them well. Right? That's not going to make me treat them any less.
And maybe that's what that hadith is clarifying.
No, we should treat him less, man.
Maybe.
We should treat him less, bro.
Is that what your scholar taught? Is maybe that's what the hadith meant?
Well, I'm not like you. I don't definitely try and interpret hadith myself. I'm not, a scholar like you.
Here's the difference. I want you to answer me this.
Anyway,
so
I think we're done with you. Can we continue our conversations? You admitted to watching my gym videos.
I did not admit
why
that.
Why you have ants in your pants? Why do you have ants in your pants? You got ants in your pants.
I want to know, is it acceptable to change the word aki to people now? The word brother, can it be changed to the word people?
No, it's called a pepal.
Okay, there you go.
Pepal.
Period.
You have to say it properly, pepal.
Your whole argument, Jordan, was that you read a translation that now it's called people. So I guess Muslims are just people. And
anyway,
that brother means nothing.
I feel like
You're
continuing this is
ridiculous,
going to be unfair.
You are
I feel like I'm picking a puppy.
Why so?
Okay. Let's get back to the Hamid Hijab and Sajid Lipam discussion.
Let Waiso recover for a bit, and then we'll
Waiso is the pupil. He's our student pupil. Okay, let him recover.
Well, Waiso's made some good commentary on the discussion so far. So let's not just. I don't think it's.
Waiso, it's time for you to take a shahada.
Reactionary.
People in Islam. That is
well, before you came on, before you came on, we were having a good discussion about it. So, Hamid Hijab. So let's think. In which areas was Brother Sajid Lipam? I mean, when I watched Sajid Lipam's video, I was kind of convinced. I thought, wow, he's done a good job here. He's won me over.
Yeah.
So let me think. What did he say that I agreed with at the time? Well, he made a good point that, I've studied for 8 years in Medina with scholars every day.
Yeah.
Right. So I have familiarity with the behavior of scholars.
Mohammed Hijab gave him some lines to sort of feed off, didn't it? Like he was refuting a lot of Mohammed Hijab's video. So I think if the original one wasn't done, there wouldn't have been that back and forth. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I remember watching Sajid. He was basically playing Mohammed Hijab's video and then just sort of responding to what he was saying, and he was very calm and measured about it.
Yeah, but then I think one thing I missed out is the initial video from Sajid Lippam going at Ali Dawa. Sajid Lippam and his friend, I don't remember his name, something Dawa North, Northern Star Dawa, something like that. So that obviously upset them, didn't it? So that's, I mean, that's not the first time Mohammed Hijab came out in defense of one of their team, because there was somebody who attacked, Gabriel Romani. Do you remember? He spoke against Smile to Jannah, and Mohammed Hijab came out and defended him as well.
Yes.
So I think what's happening is, when people get criticized publicly, it must really hurt their feelings. What I'm not witnessing is behind the scenes what's taking place. I can imagine people. I'm not saying they're crying, but it must really be hurting them. Maybe they're saying things like, "I want to quit YouTube. I'm not doing it anymore." And then Mohammed Hijab is like, no, and I can imagine them having 6-hour Discord discussions with 20 people in their team saying what they need to, encouraging each other to continue and not take the comments too seriously. And so brother Mohammed Hijab is coming out, and he's the face of really what's going on behind the scenes. Yeah, and he's willing to carry them all on his shoulders. Sorry,
do you sense a bit of ego in the responses as well?
What do you mean ego?
As in, he's going at me, so I'm going at him. I feel like there's a little bit of that going on. I think Gabriel I keep calling him Romario because that's what Mohammed Hijab said.
Yeah.
Gabriel Al-Romani. I don't know. I think he corrected Smile to Jannah on some podcast 9 months ago or whatever. And when you watch that podcast, it was kind of he does actually say what a great job Zishan does. And then he done that, and it did come across like Mohammed Hijab's kind of, how dare you even talk against one of us lot, it does come across that way, but I don't think Mohammed Hijab means that. I think Mohammed Hijab's coming from a place of, we're doing all this work and good stuff. Like, if you've got an issue, why are you doing a public video like that? Why are you guys not coming talking like we do? And I feel like both sides have a point, and I feel like there can be some reconciliation. But these public videos need to stop.
Why are you being a separate group? Why don't you join us? That's probably what he's thinking. Why aren't we one team?
100%.
One brotherhood.
Sajid is saying, Sajid is almost saying you lot are a big group and all that, and Mohammed Hijab saying, well, why are you not part of our group? It does feel like that.
And to add, I suppose, more fuel as to what's driving this. Don't forget, Sajid Lippam pointed out that Hijab is using another channel for these videos called SP Files. But what's the reason SP Files exists? And if you go back even further, when Hijab was consulting with Abu Usama and Dr. Baker and whoever else he was talking to about spubs and their history, and then he started doing videos, he got left in the lurch all on his own. Everyone else just abandoned him. Do you remember that video with John Fontaine and Abu Usama? They're like, oh, he's a good brother.
Yeah.
And criticizing him for going at S pubs. Like, bro, either you're with him or you're not. Yeah. Like, why are they afraid and backing out of the battle? He's bringing them, he's gone to war and they just abandoned him in the battlefield. I think that's how he feels and how he felt. And among Arabs, this is a big no-no, right? Because in Arabian culture, even if you read about the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Arabians and what they were known for, poetry and bravery, right? So when they fought in battle, they would fight one against one with a sword. Some of them would use a shorter sword because the long sword would be considered less brave. So bravery and generosity is a big thing among Arabs, and manhood, what they call rujula. And so to back out of a battle and leave somebody, all on their own.
Yes.
That's I can imagine Hijab has lost all respect for these people. And if you notice, he also mentioned in his latest video, he basically said, I'm paraphrasing, he basically said that he blames Bilal Phillips and Yasser Qadhi for allowing S pubs to emerge into the thing that they became, right? They should
Yeah.
have dealt with them and dealt them a deadly blow from the start.
But I thought
because
Sajid Licker made a good, interesting point that I didn't know, that S pubs, whatever you call them, were almost like a middle way between the scholars in Saudi Arabia and the layman, right? And they and apparently there was some good stuff out of that actually came.
And I didn't know that either.
No,
This is what I'm. Yeah,
Sajid's very balanced, isn't he, when he taught?
But no, bruv. What Sajid is saying there is BS. I'm sorry to say. Yeah.
Okay.
Big up to the brother. But what he said there was BS. And now I can understand why hijab would have an issue with someone like that. Okay. Because spubs are a deviant group, right?
100%.
If I say, and I'll tell you, if somebody is called a takfiri, right? Do you know what that means? Somebody who goes to extremes in making takfir of people, meaning, taking people out of the fold of Islam and condemning them to hellfire forever. Tabdi'is, they do the exact same thing. Well, when I say exact, there's a slight difference.
Same thing.
The difference is they're not condemning them to hellfire forever. They're condemning them to hellfire for a period of time as people of bid'ah, right? So they're taking them, instead of out of Islam completely, they're taking them out of the sunnah, right? They're the same thing. It's just one group is more extreme than the other. And Sajid, you would expect him to call them out for what they are, but he's not, and he hasn't, right? This is an issue. Why hasn't he done so? Because he probably thinks that they're on the truth.
But he's spoken out against S-Pubs on his channel though, and they've spoken out against him. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that video. He spoke against them, man.
Yeah, but if he did, again, it was a very soft. It wasn't giving them the blow that they needed, right?
Maybe, but Sajid's whole point is that in Medina and stuff, he was sort of tempted to go their way, but he didn't join any. He didn't join any groups, and he recommends everyone else to not. He says that openly.
Agreed, but he's not giving them the force that they need, right? He needs to, like, he's sticking it on Ali Dawa. That the way he's sticking on Ali Dawa, he should be sticking on S-Pubs.
Okay, why do S-Pubs need this force? What are they doing that's so terribly in the scheme of things? Yeah,
because alhamdulillah, you've missed a lot of what they've done. It's missed you. It kind of they're kind of dying out as well, alhamdulillah. But they caused a lot of problems for the Muslim world in this country and in America. They caused a lot of problems because they were saying, imagine you go to the mosque, right? Let's say you and I both go to the same mosque, and we're brothers. We go for dinner together and all that stuff. Then one day, I say to you, Sheikh Rabi' has declared so and so an innovator, so you're not allowed to speak to them anymore. And you're like, really? And so I say to you, Jordan, do you declare that person an innovator? And you say, no, I don't know who he is. How can I declare him an innovator? I said, no, but Sheikh Rabi' has said he's an innovator, so you must say he's an innovator. And if you don't, then you are the innovator.
Yes.
Yeah, they was banning people from mosque.
Yeah. So when that happens now, you can either fall in line or fall out of line. And if you fall out of line, I stop giving you salams. You see me in the mosque, you give me salams and I don't respond. I ignore you. They call that hajar.
It's kind of like what you do with the Brelvis.
No, it's what the Brelvis do to me.
Okay.
They think, the Brelvis think we're not Muslims.
You have to say it properly, man. Brelvis. From
Brelvis, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so, I don't know, bro. It's for me, by the way.
I know from Issa Frimpong obviously was part of them, and then he sort of, the way he speaks about it is he broke free of it, and I think he still was very had a Salafi sort of mindset, apart from maybe a couple of issues that they would disagree with. But he's told me about sort of how he was treated back then, so I know roughly sort of that sort of stuff. And obviously, look, I saw what they did to him, to Issa Frimpong, 2 days after he passed away. SubhanAllah, there's a video talking about him being misguided, which I know full well that his family watched. And it's just scary to even think that another Muslim would do that. Yeah, I kind of saw a little bit of it, but yeah, I've missed, like you say, a lot of the SPUB stuff was probably before my time.
And it may even be before Sajid's time himself, so maybe I can give him a bit of an excuse, right? But from hijab's perspective, like it's definitely before his time, but he's felt the impact of them because he's in the public eye on camera, and he's got the Shamsis and etc. coming after him, so he's feeling it. But he feels I'm sure. I mean, I haven't spoken to him, but
you admitted they're dying out, so it's a bit like Nation of Islam, isn't it? Like these things, if these things are dying out, do we really need to put so much? I mean, for example, for me, Shamsi is actually very good for the Dawa, I feel, and so I don't know, just talking it out against him publicly as a personality or as a Dawa person, I don't really see the. And if from what you said, this SPUBs thing is dying out, they're not really having as much negative effects as they used to. Why are we making such a big? Surely the bigger picture has to be seen.
Yeah, why are they dying out? Because people like Muhammad Hijab.
You think
sticking
that's
it
why?
on them. Yeah. That's one of the reasons. Another reason is they don't go. They're not active on YouTube, are they? They're just. But at Speaker's Corner, what's one of the reasons why there's division at Speaker's Corner? They'll argue that it's because of SPUBs. They won't pray behind you.
That's not true. That's not true. Shamsi led a prayer there, and he's praised there. I was told this, and I saw this week. I really regret it.
I saw this week he prayed behind the Jordanian.
He's
brother.
also led a prayer there behind lots of brothers. I was there that week. I just heard they said, "Oh, Shamsi led the prayer," and I thought, "Oh, but I've been told."
Yeah, he doesn't mind if anyone prays behind him. He won't mind that, but will he pray behind other people? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like this is just what we know of the SPUBs movement. These are their traits.
Yeah, I've asked people directly. What is the issue with them? And I've heard they get hold of new reverts and turn them. So that's one of the issues. And even when you hear Ali Dawa sometimes give Dawa, he will mention that won't he? He'll be like, one thing I must tell you is you got to be careful of these deviant sects around that are going to come and I kind of feel, is that really necessary? Is it? But obviously they feel it is.
Well, the thing is, we've seen people be misguided. That's the thing, right? So there are people who start off, they come to Islam, they take the Shahada, and sadly, a number of people get misguided. Some people end up leaving Islam. Some people end up becoming Sufis. Some people, all sorts of different weird sects they'll join. Yeah.
Don't you know what happened to Abid? Abid, Abid? Deep.
Yeah, the Sikh brother, ex-Sikh brother, yeah.
Yeah, so he went mad. He was calling everyone, "You're deviant." Remember?
Yeah.
He went mad, and then he just disappeared. So he got this SPUB thing on him, and then he went to people. He used to go around saying, if you say anything against Saudi Arabia, you're deviant, blah blah blah. He was doing too much.
Yeah, and this is part of the problem. Some people who they're not mentally stable can be affected in a quite strong way. But yeah, again, for me, it's really these videos, the back and forth, have just been entertaining. I've enjoyed watching them, to be honest, because it was like a boxing match where, like Sajid threw a few punches. Hijab was on the ropes. Hijab comes back. He throws some punches. Wow, Sajid's on the ropes. Sajid comes back. He knocks down Hijab, right? And the Hijab comes back and he wins me over, thinking, wow, I think now he's winning again. So I personally don't take these people seriously, and I'm not sure. Do all the subscribers and viewers take them as seriously as they think they do? I don't think so.
Well, but you're gonna have to look at this. Sorry, go on.
They got comments like Ali Dawa's damaged the Dawa, coming from people that must see how they see Ali Dawa rather than what Ali Dawa's actually done. He's just one person who's managed to acquire a following.
What is the Dawa?
Exactly. And Dow, you know, there are what about all the brothers that are on a street, you know, come rain or shine, giving street dawah. You know, for me, they're the real ones, the ones that aren't getting any recognition. And the dawah is different organizations. You look at IERA, all the branches, they're international. I guess when we're talking in this little goldfish bowl, because I feel like it's the Speaker's Corner scene is like a little goldfish bowl. And often we see the actual world just go by while we're like fighting in this little tiny tank.
Yo, why so left, dude? Why so just left?
I feel so. I'm sorry, why so. I know he got knocked out. And he's,
Nah, but what I'm saying here, you know, like it's a good thing, innit? Like at least if you see the positive side here, like at least you got Muslims checking on other Muslims, you know? Like
yeah,
if you compare this to Christians and that, yeah, they got so many groups chatting bare shit, yeah.
100%.
Like in 2022, now we got
Yeah.
Santa Claus is gay, you know?
See, you're always
And
going to see.
Raji's
Go on.
writing letters to the new gay Santa.
Yeah, you're always going to see, right? Muslims argue because we care about the differences, we care about the deen. And maybe what we actually said earlier, you know, like we're watching on like entertainment. Maybe we're part of the problem because we're the ones that make these characters, blow them up, and then make this entertainment and dawah stuff. We're the ones that make it go viral by watching it, and maybe we're the ones actually causing the harm to the dawah as opposed to the ones themselves. Do you know what I mean? I often wonder I always regret clicking on it. I'm like, why did I watch that, man? What did I actually gain from that?
You gained multi-knowledge. Different sides.
I didn't regret it. I actually saw it for what it was. I categorized it in my mind as I'll tell you what, if I categorized it as dawah or Islam, then I would be very hurt and very unhappy.
Yeah.
But I categorize it in my mind as entertainment. Just something I'll watch on YouTube. Yeah, that's all. I'm driving, I'll have something to listen to. And it's nice. It's a bit exciting. And it doesn't, hopefully it won't end up in anybody stabbing anyone to death, right? Which is the reality of our on our streets. So for me, it's just a bit of fun. I love all Muslims. I don't have any issue. And inshallah, they will come together at the end of it. Perhaps. I'm not sure, but we'll see. And I think their problem is they take themselves too seriously. Okay.
Yeah.
They actually believe that their viewers are going to, you know, do acts of worship or avoid acts of worship based on what they say or recommend.
Yeah. And do you know what, Reactionary? I hold sometimes the viewers responsible because sometimes you watch people's followings and they will agree with the person, even if, you know, no matter what they say. And that's quite a scary.
Exhibit A. Exhibit A is on the panel.
And I say to my anyone that follows me, you know, if I'm doing something that is that you find is not, you know, send me an email or tell me, because like I say, we can end up creating people that think they're invincible and can start talking all sorts of stuff, you know, and yeah, we were actually creating it a lot of the time.
Projecting 101.
Why so Hariji? Why so is a Hariji?
Where you been, Why so? You've been staying on your neighbor.
Exhibit. Why so Hariji?
Strangely enough, they were watching your exercise video. I thought that was weird, but whatever.
Oh my word!
See, I can have
you just made it really awkward on the panel. You just made it really awkward on the panel. It don't have to
be always serious.
Why so?
Jordan.
You're too extreme. Why so?
Before you came on, we were talking about how I trolled you on your live stream with paying you the super chat and you reading it out. And that's what I told a reactionary. We agreed. It doesn't always have to be serious. Some of it can just be fun banter, dude. So you don't have to like, you know, but you take it.
Well, you
can't
only turn that off and on just because you got beaten up today. You can't suddenly say now we're bantering.
Dude, I did get bitten. What are you talking about, dude? Hey, reactionary. Would you read the back chat real quick?
Why so? Why are you screaming,
no, wait, reactionary.
Why are you screaming, black?
Reactionary. Reactionary. Will you read the back chat real quick? So
Take
it doesn't come from me, but this is
okay, let's start.
We can't hear you, Why so? Speak louder. We can't hear you.
Let's prove.
Wait. What happened to the banter? What happened to the banter? What happened to the laugh? The giggle?
Just banter, mate.
Wait, mate.
Banter.
Why so?
To try to say that I got.
It's not banter. It's banter.
I thought we were having a laugh.
we are having a laugh, and I'm about to prove it at your expense. Why don't
Yo,
we
why
read
so?
what?
Yo, why
Why
so?
don't we read the link that you
Look,
sent?
Yo,
ain't
why
gonna
so?
lie.
The link that you
Respond,
used.
respond.
Look, why so? I can't
Why
say
don't
I
Why
we
know
so?
what it
use?
feels.
Respond.
I don't know what it feels like to get knocked out, but I'm sure it's not a good feeling. But I think it happens to most people. So just deal with it, and we'll move on in it, and we move on with the
No,
stream.
because when you
Look,
wake up, you
pick
believe
up your
that it was a
teeth. Pick
gin
up your
that
teeth.
hits you. You wake up and you think it's a gin that hits you.
Bro, yo, why so? I'm not even laughing at your joke, man. It's your voice that's making me laugh.
I gotta admit, I did laugh at Wyso's
Okay.
joke there. I did laugh at that one.
All I
But,
mean is
I
scream,
still
scream.
think you're creepy looking at my gym video.
Yo, why so? What's your painting, man? I never asked. What's your painting about?
What?
What's your painting about?
What?
Your
Why
painting,
y'all?
your avatar.
What's your
That is,
peng
Oh
ting?
my
Is that what you said?
God!
I know what it
What's
is.
your
Yo,
peng
what's
ting?
your
Guys,
ping ping? What's your ping
that's
ping
his
about?
Man,
channel. That's his
you
channel.
really
He's
are
3
not an
followers. He's got
intelligent
3
person.
followers, and that's his channel. And he's holding up his channel.
I can't see it
Was
properly.
that supposed to be an intelligent banter?
Hey,
Yo, why
Grey
so?
Dunya.
Why you got old men in your naked old men in your picture, man?
Diogenes of Sinope.
Topless naked old men holding something, man. What's wrong with you, why so?
It's Diogenes of Sinope. But I wouldn't expect you to understand anything that has to actually takes an intelligent mind.
Understanding. Yes. Understanding. Yes.
So I would like to
You like to
read
refute
something
something?
that
Okay, refute.
Sound like you
Now.
got concussion. Sound like you're concussed.
Jordan M. How about
You got
the
concussion.
site that you use?
You
He
got
wants to
The site
concussion.
refute
that
your
you
gym.
use.
He wants to
I want
refute your
everybody
gym.
to
concussion.
hear this real quick. So you claimed earlier that the commentary was from Ibn al-Nawawi, but the site that you use actually says that the translation of the commentary is Ibn Daqiq al-Eid's commentary. So does that mean that you knocked me out or that you were wrong about the source that you used? Because I'm confused. Like, if you say something, it's in the back chat, you can read it. If you say something is true and it's not true, and you can bring the evidence from the exact
You said
source
Imam
that
Nawawi's
you
not a
used.
scholar.
No, what I said was, and I clarified what I said. I thought that you were talking about.
Oh dear.
I thought you were
That was
talking
that
about
one
the
you punched
video.
yourself. You
Dude,
gave yourself a cut with that
I
one.
agree. Hey, dude, I
You're
agree
punching
that I
yourself.
misspoke.
Stop
Listen,
punching
dude,
yourself.
I agree. No,
And
there's a difference. Can you
the
admit
thing is,
that you were wrong?
here's what
Can
happened,
you
right?
admit that you were
I threw
wrong?
in a couple of
Can you
jabs,
admit
and
that you were
then you
wrong?
just started attacking yourself.
Can you admit that you were wrong? That the
Couple of jabs.
commentary you
That
claimed
was
is
all it
from
was.
Ibn
Couple of
Nawari
jabs.
is not from
Couple of
Ibn
jabs.
Nawari.
Left
Can
jab,
you
right
admit
jab.
that?
Uppercutted
Can you
himself.
ever admit that you're wrong, or do you feel like you'll lose subscribers and that's the reason you can't do it?
Why do you keep talking
Like,
about
even
subscribers? Don't worry, one day
because that's
you'll have
what's important to
subscribers.
you.
Just
No,
keep
that's
working hard. If that's
Yo,
what you
why
you
really
so
want.
no wait that's
mad? Why you so
that's why
mad?
If
you
that's
actually
what you really
brought up my
want,
subscribers just a
try and
moment
become
ago,
more
right?
interesting. Try and read a bit more, and you might
Didn't you
get some
just bring up?
subscribers.
Didn't you
Try and learn who the
just
scholars are.
mention subscribers about my channel?
Yo, why so? When you
Said
gonna
on
take your shahada, mate?
reactionaries.
When you gonna take your shahada, mate?
Haven't you
It's
said too
obviously atheism
reactionary?
is not working for you,
Haven't you
mate.
said too reactionary on his own channel? Oh, look at these views. What's your views? Look at how small they are. That's what's important to you. And that's the reason on your channel, your Islamic commentary, your Islamic videos get no views, dog. Your Islamic videos get no views. No views.
Yo, why so?
Projection.
What's your most commonly asked question on your live streams? Are you married?
Yo,
when
why
are you
so?
getting
Eat some
married?
chicken
Who
wings,
would you
man.
marry?
Just eat some
That's
chicken
your
wings,
most
man.
common question.
Eat some chicken
dude.
wings. Why so?
I love how he won't even admit that what he said was wrong.
You don't admit what?
Imam Nawari,
What do you say? You don't admit what?
He won't admit that Imam
You won't
Nawari
admit
was
what?
not the
The
commentary.
fight's over. The fight's
You
over.
won't
Like
admit your
it's the
comment?
next day.
What?
You've woken up in
You were
hospital.
wrong.
You've woken
Why
up on a
can't you
drip.
what?
You've woken up on a drip,
Why
and
can't
you're
you
like,
admit
"Where's
you're
Jordan
wrong?
M? He didn't realize that I said something really intelligent."
Wait, what? You see that?
Oh
You see-
shit! Oh shit! You didn't hear that?
What does it say about a person who cannot admit when they're wrong?
Take
He
the
said, Jordan said, you
Jordan,
didn't
what is
admit.
this
You
L?
didn't admit.
What is
Take
this
the
L?
loss. Take
What
the
is this
loss.
L?
Bloody
What is
hell,
the
mate.
loss?
Take the
What is the
Take
loss,
the
Jordan?
loss. Add it to
Explain
your
it.
tally.
That
Add
I
it to your
caught
tally.
you.
This isn't like boxing though, where you get knocked out and it stays on your record. On YouTube,
Jordan
you can
M.
come back.
Jordan
Come back.
M.
Apostate
I will
Prophet did it.
challenge you to a
Come back.
debate. I will
Come
challenge you
back
to a
in a
debate
few
where it's
days.
timed
Come back
and
in a few days.
moderated on anything.
Come
And
back
let's
in a
see.
few
That way
days.
you
Come back
just
in a
get
few
to
days.
speak over people.
I'm back in a few days.
Anytime you want to challenge me about
What happened to the
Islam,
banter?
go
Where
ahead.
did banter go? Where
Go
did the
ahead.
banter go?
Go ahead, dude.
Selective banter, but when you get slapped, there's nothing.
How did I get slapped? That's the point here, Jordan. You make claims that
It was a
and then
backhand.
when somebody brings your own words, people bring your own words
Your
to
wife
you.
so. Your
You
wife so.
refuse to admit
Your
that
wife
you're
so.
wrong.
Your wife so. Do you follow Adumi gang?
This is how
Your
it
wife
goes,
so.
man.
Do you follow
Jordan
Reactionary.
can't
Adumi gang
speak
in
for
YouTube?
himself.
Reactionary,
Jordan
can you
Your wife
can't
so.
speak
moderate this?
for
I'm
himself.
worried for him. I'm worried for
Your
him.
wife so.
He
Do
needs
you follow
50,000
Adumi gang in
people to
YouTube?
speak over one
Adumi
person.
gang.
So
You
weak,
should come
bro.
every time you can jump on
What's
panel. You
it
should
say? What's
say,
it say about
if
a
you're
person who
having a
can't
good
admit
day,
that they're
then
wrong?
everyone's having a good day.
What does
Why
it
so?
say about a person who cannot admit that they're wrong? I
Your
admitted that
wife
I was
so.
wrong. What are you talking
Bloody
about?
hell, mate.
Projecting.
About?
Project.
I admitted that I was wrong.
Why
Yo,
so
why so?
projecting?
Every time you come on
So
panel,
wait.
you
What
should
is
say,
projecting, Jordan? What am I
if
projecting?
you're having a good day, then I'm having a good day. That's what you should say every time you come on panel. I do me gang thing.
Man, you are an idiot, Matt Junior. You are an idiot, dude.
Why
You are
so?
one
Why
of the
so? Follow
dumbest
Adam
people
Saleh,
I've
man.
ever
Follow
spoken
Adam
to,
Saleh,
dude.
man. You get good dawa, man.
Anyway,
Follow
I
Adam
might
Saleh.
go and watch the rest of Hamza's Den.
Hamza Den live, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why so? Why so? Probably trying to refute while he's blocked.
Can you get Wiso on in Hamza's Den?
I recommended Why So to John Fontaine. I said he ain't that bad. John Fontaine called me the next day going, Jordan, mate. They're not going to listen to my recommendations thanks to Why So. Anyway.
Get him on.
Yeah, because I've refuted you.
He's got some
No
good
Because I
questions.
refuted you and it hurt you.
Look how dishonest he
Hurt
was
your
with me.
reputation.
Look how dishonest he was. He's not a genuine,
used your
sincere
own
person.
words.
And they're going to eat him. They're going to eat him alive on there.
That's a risk he was willing to take, Jordan.
Well, I don't want it to be on my recommendation. He's going to go on there and say, guys, I've just watched Jordan M's gym video and now I'm coming on to refute you guys. I can't have that. I can't have that publicly.
Do a video about how you trim your beard and how that's Islamic.
He can ask them about the brotherhood and hey, is everybody in your group in agreement about that brotherhood concept?
Well, I found out on your channel that Adnan Rashid is. Abbas is certainly in agreement with that because he uses that in his Dawa. I don't know about
but
the
are
other
the
brothers,
sheikhs,
to be honest.
are the
Hamza
many,
may not.
the
Hamza
many
may not
scholars,
agree with that.
are the
Especially
many
after meeting why
scholars in
so
agreement?
religious. I mean, I can understand why meeting why so religious would make you want to change your mind.
You know, Sabur, he refers to Asim Hakim as Sheikh Asim al Hakim. So that means he obviously respects his knowledge. And you heard what Sheikh Asim al Hakim said.
I also respect him, so yeah.
I'm also wondering,
I'm not saying that my opinion is definitely right either. There are different opinions on it.
Reactionary. What would your opinion be if you came across a translation where that word was translated as people?
And I think it depends.
Would you use that? Would you use that in argument?
Trying to say? Because you agree, reactionary, right? That even someone like Wiso, we want the best for him. We want him to take a shahada, come to Islam. So if the hadith is talking in that context, most Muslims would agree. If people are thinking, oh, he's called him brother, so now he means that he's going to have to treat him like other Muslim brothers, then yeah, I can understand why people would run a mile from it.
I would like Wiso to become Muslim, and I would treat him as my brother. But until then, we're not brothers.
He doesn't want from me what he wants for his brothers, right? Because
you've got Ralph as your mod. Where are your Muslim mods? Where are your Muslim mods?
Let me respond. Look at how he changes the
Where are your Muslim
Look
mods?
at this red herring. Look
Where
at
are your
this
Muslim
red
mods?
herring he always does.
What do you mean? Where are my mods? What's that got to do
Don't
with
even follow down
what we're
this
talking
line
about?
of conversation. He's red herring you because you made a valid point, and I was about to back it up in the sense that you don't want non-Muslims the same as you want for you and your brothers, right? That's the reason. It's a ridiculous claim about
But if I want
people
Islam
that
for
the
you, then
translation.
essentially
Why
the
can't I
end goal
speak?
would be
Why
to.
can't I? But you don't want Islam for people who are
Why
already
should I let you
Muslims,
sleep?
right?
Why should I
Because
let you speak? You're on a
dude,
Muslim panel, innit? And you're not
listen,
my
this guy.
brother. You're not my brother. Why should I let you speak?
But you
That's
know
not the
what's funny, right?
the
The
because you get
Muslims came on
refuted.
my
That's why you don't want
one
me to
moment.
speak.
Sorry, the Muslims came on my channel earlier,
Take
right?
the L.
So the Muslims came on the channel earlier, and the Muslims believe that non-Muslims are their brothers, right? Yet,
Who
if you
said
saw how
they're
they,
Muslims?
if you saw how the Muslims treated Waiso earlier on the
I would
channel,
never say Wiseau's my brother. I would never say that and
why?
put a full stop there. Because
Why
he's
not?
not Muslim.
Who
But
said
they're
they're
brother in
Muslims?
humanity. You are such an idiot, bro. You are such an idiot.
Oh, how can you still?
The
You're the idiot.
Muslims,
You are
the
such
Muslims
you are.
of Discord. Is that what you're talking about,
This is
reactionary?
confused. I'm really confused on this one.
I don't know how you're confused,
Here's the
reactionary.
thing,
Most
though.
people
Answer me
wouldn't.
this,
Most people
reactionary.
wouldn't.
Do you believe that it's a good argument that because you came across a translation where they used the word
It's not
people,
only the
that's
translation,
a
though, is it? It's not only the one. That was
you
my quick
mentioned.
Google search I
Notice
did.
he doesn't. Notice he doesn't want
I
anybody
own
to
books
speak.
of hadith that hadith is
That's
in
the
it.
reason you're so weak. That's the reason you're so weak, dude. You don't want people
Well,
to speak.
one sec, Jordan. You're saying there's two opinions, right? And the opinion you quoted from the Imam Nawawi book you have.
Isn't his opinion?
Okay,
Though?
but you choose to take that opinion, right?
Yeah, because the explanation was it's a way of I can Google it and get it for you. The explanation was talking about wanting for humanity, wanting Islam for humanity, and one of the reasons we do Dawa, and it was along those lines. So if that's the case, then yeah, and it was I was only trying to refute Waiso's stupid point that he made about
and you
us
failed.
cursing Jews and Christians, and he's not even a Jew or a Christian anyway.
You failed on that too, and you failed on that too. Reactionary showed you the hadith.
So
yeah.
Ralph is your brother as well, right?
In humanity.
What? What'd you say? What'd you say, lad?
Dude?
What'd you say?
Jordan said that Ralph is his brother in humanity.
Let me quote.
You
You are
heard it
children
here,
of Adam.
exclusive.
You are children of Adam.
He's
You are
your
children of
moderator.
Let me quote
He's your
Hamza
moderator.
Dent. Let me quote Hamza's Dent. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Listen, listen, yeah. No, hold on.
You
Why
see?
so?
No.
Why so? Are you okay?
No. You know why? Let me tell you what it means here. Why so believes that he came from monkey. So we cannot call him brother in humanity.
Dude. This guy is a complete idiot.
You need to find the missing link. Why so? The missing link. How did you become from fish
This
to
guy
monkey
is an idiot.
and from tadpole?
He really believes
we
that.
try to give you
Here's
the
thing.
medication.
He
We try
really
to give you the
believes.
medication. Why so?
He
We come
really
with the truth,
believes that what he
but you
just
don't want to
said.
believe that you're your brother in humanity. You
Dude,
want
this
to
guy is an
say
idiot.
you are a
He
brother
literally
from a
believes.
zoo or something.
He literally believes
Imagine
that
an
what he
atheist
just
coming on
said.
complaining that I say about brother in humanity as well. Imagine an atheist coming on.
He literally.
It's like
This guy literally
so
believes
dopey.
that what he just
So
said
Exactly,
was
mate. Exactly.
connected to
Why
the
so will be on
statements
Gin and Tonic
before.
next week going, oh, those Muslims, they're all a group, they're trying to get us. And now he's coming
Yeah.
on trying to convince Muslims this.
Oh, Jordan, I forgot. We were discussing what's his name? Paul Williams' channel earlier, the blogging theology. And we were comparing
Is he your brother in Islam or is he your brother in humanity?
Go on, reactionary. Go on, what are you saying?
Go on.
Yeah, good answer.
Yeah.
Hello, Alan.
we were comparing this channel to yours. So he's got like over 100k subs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a little bit more than you, right?
He's
Double.
got a lot more, he's got a lot more knowledge, isn't he? He's very good in what he does. But
Okay,
Paul
well,
Williams has always
the
been
question is why has he got more viewers than you?
Well, I think Paul Williams should have more than that. I mean, he's well versed in Christianity. I mean, we're talking. This is a guy that can have conversations with scholars. Like, Paul Williams has always been for whatever reason, you know, he never had.
You
his
really
channel
don't
back in
believe
check.
that, do you? You don't believe that he's like that knowledgeable, do you?
One moment, why so? Jordan was still speaking.
Paul Williams, I've seen him take Christians apart on the Bible. I think his knowledge on Christianity is very extensive, probably more even than his Islamic. But he reviews books, from what I understand. I'm not a subscriber, but I know other brothers have said that his content is really, really good, and you learn a lot from it.
So, why has he got more viewers than you, or subs?
I would say his channel's a lot more beneficial. I think. Well, to be honest, as well, judging from his channel, I mean, he's editing it properly. Like I do everything on my phone. I'm actually not put a whole lot of effort into my channel.
So wait, when you're sitting down with the big boom mic hanging
Sugar in the
over
morning,
you, that's
ding
on your
ding.
phone?
Sugar in the morning, ding dong.
Jordan, I
What did he
suggest
just say? With
before
a
you
big boom
speak,
mic?
right? Think thoroughly about what.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so I have got a good mic at home and a good camera. I do for live streams, but I can't edit. I can't do anything like that. Everything's done on my phone. But yeah, I do have live.
You live stream with that camera and that microphone. You're claiming that you connect.
Yo, Jordan, you know how to refute why so? Get into character, mate. You know, Dave or Jeff, innit?
Yeah.
Pick one and get into character
But
and
I
refute why
don't have an intro. A lot of my stuff is done in my car. A lot of stuff is 1 minute TikTok videos. I'm just not very good, and I've got a full-time job. I don't do this full-time. I do it on the side.
Well, I suppose although he's got more subs than you probably got videos that have more views than him. I guess you remember you said you got something with over 1 million views, right? So, but I don't know what the most views he's had.
But I mean, do you think views and subs is a fair barometer to go by? I guess maybe it is a barometer, but
well, why so earlier said that once you came on here and criticized my channel because it doesn't have any views. So apparently it's something important in.
And then he's even said it to me. He even said it to me tonight about having 3
no,
subscribers.
but come on,
views.
like Reactionary's got people. You know, people come on Reactionary's panel like yours. Not even a channel, why? So yours is just dead. Like there's not even a. It's like
I do a,
just like your
going to Regent's Park and there's just one man.
Does anybody notice that he deflected? Notice he deflected from what reaction. He
it's disgraceful.
He deflected.
It's an absolute waste of YouTube.
Why so you got a dead painting?
Dude,
it's a waste of YouTube storage.
It's
an absolute waste of YouTube storage.
Do you realize that he deflected from
It's a waste of
reactionary
YouTube storage.
question? Do you understand that? Like he completely deflected about the point that was being made.
I respect you.
Was he like Matrix?
I respect
Was he
you,
like
Lyso.
Matrix?
I respect you because, like, you know, imagine someone
Dude,
sitting
how
there
much
for
do you
3
have to
hours doing a
deflect?
live stream for one person.
So wait, I don't have to defend my channel, but what I will say is the last 3 live streams that I've done with the channel that doesn't really upload much anymore and only has 373. Let me finish, dude.
Story. No one cares. What are you saying, Reactionary?
4 people had 10 viewers during the whole time, watching the whole thing. 3 different live streams with the channel that's allegedly dead had what? A percentage that is actually a third of yours, Jordan, when you do shape videos and there's only 40 people, 30 people inside of your live stream,
How much
and you
of my
have
channel do you watch?
49K.
Word. You
You
know
have
more than me.
49K.
You know more than me.
Listen, dude.
How many subscribers have I got?
49K. You got 49K.
What was my last 3 videos? You know more than me.
You have 39. You have 49K, and you have 44 viewers when it's about Islam. When I do a live stream the past 3 times,
I don't think so.
when I do a live stream on a dead channel that you said, I get a fourth or a third of your live stream when it's about Islam. You understand the difference there? Do you
I
understand
No,
that?
take
no,
it back.
no, no. Tell
I
us,
take
tell
it.
us,
I
tell us,
take it back.
Beefers. Tell
I
us,
take it back. I take it back.
tell us.
Shit.
What's the point? What's the point? Tell us.
I take it back. It's popping. It's popping.
Popping, yeah. Why so? Is
Point
it
is,
Look,
popping? Yeah. Yeah.
you
Look,
just
I think,
deflected.
look,
everybody listen to me. Yeah?
Jordan and Wiso, it's clear you two got a little rapport.
That reactionary. I think
You get on
because
well together.
Wiso's channel is popping, he should change his name to
No.
Wiso M.
Notice they have to change the topic whenever it's. Are you a gatekeeper, Matt Jr.? Are you one of these gatekeepers that is in Jordan's back chat? Because
You're popping, mate. Wiso M, you're popping, fam.
Why are you talking about my back
whenever
chat?
Jordan M is asked a question, he deflects, and then somebody speaks up for him to not have to respond to whatever is like directed to him. Like what Reactionary just said to him, mentioning that we had discussed the channel earlier and about views and with
Oh, it's just so boring.
he completely switched it.
Do you know?
Just a moment.
Sorry,
Justine,
can I give Wiso
can you
some
speak?
advice? Can I give Wiso some advice for his channel? Have a point when you speak,
your
because it
advice.
makes it more interesting for the listener.
Yeah.
Hey,
Wait,
Jordan,
one moment. Justine,
Jordan, from now
you can
on,
speak up.
Hey, Jordan, here's a question. Here's a test, actually. How about for your next 5 live streams, keep your camera off and see how many views you have inside of your live stream?
Well, one less would be you, wouldn't it?
No. The thing is, though, no. Here's the thing. All the little Muslim
Wiso will be
girls
watching even
hiding
more with all his
all the-
family and that. You get me? You know, he likes the gym
Muslim
videos
girls, all the little Muslim girls hiding under their covers with earpods on, asking you when are you gonna marry? But just leave your channel. That's the point. And those are the majority of your questions. When you getting married? Who would you marry? Why wouldn't you marry this person? That person? You have to face it, Jordan. And you just kind of admitted it that Paul Williams' channel is based off of knowledge and that he has knowledge and this and that. Your channel is based off of you turning on your camera, dog.
Wiso found his wife made in China.
If my channel's all about me turning on my camera, why do you watch it so much?
Try not to insult. Sorry, what's it called?
I didn't insult. Wallah, I didn't insult, bruv.
No,
his wife from China.
No, come on, bruv. You can't just insult people. He wasn't rude to you. So.
Who can't insult who?
You see, Jordan didn't even clock, bruv. He wasn't insult.
Reactionary. What about the fact that you said you little Muslim girls and stuff?
Yeah, exactly, fam.
And
so
you've got
that an insult?
Reactionary, that just goes by you.
No, the guy insulted the man's wife, right? Why do that?
Well, when Wiso talked about those little Muslim girls behind the blankets, why did I feel angry and you didn't?
Yeah, exactly. So
look. Hold on.
I'm attacking your viewership. I'm telling you the truth about your viewership. That's why you
he never specified an individual. Okay, and these people. It was a general statement that
Muslim girls, behind their blankets.
Basically,
all right.
Basically, Wiso got a perverted mind, didn't it? You know, he's saying Jordan and
no. What? Sorry, one moment. I think the fact that Wiso is married is a good thing, isn't it? It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing.
But I didn't lie though. His wife is from China, so I said made in China.
If he wanted to be sleeping around or unfaithful, he could be. He didn't have to get married. As an atheist, he got married. That's a good quality.
To do with him talking about little Muslim girls and
everything. Yeah, exactly.
You're just upset that I called you out for your fan base, bro.
Yeah. I think Jordan is the red herring champion. Like, he's good at red herrings. Definitely.
I can't believe this. Reactionary, you do have issues. The things that you'll let slide by some of these people and the people you have in your comments.
Look, the man insulted his wife.
You got issues.
The man insulted his wife. Do you want him to insult your wife?
Absolute issues.
Are you happy? Are you happy for that?
Okay, Reactionary doesn't have a wife.
Are you happy for Wiso to insult you now?
Reactionary's potential wife, maybe looking at Jordan M.
Jordan M joined Islam because there was a pretense that he could be in the in crowd where everybody has to stand up for each other automatically. And now that he's found out that that's not the true deen, that you're supposed to treat people equally, and then when you don't expect the consequences, he's getting upset. Oh, why don't you stand up for me? Why don't you stand up for the Muslims? This kuffar. When people point out the reality, Jordan,
I thought I was calling you my brother in humanity.
Just accept it.
Listen,
you
tell us the truth.
You are
Did you come from fish or monkey? Tell us.
Why so?
Tell us the truth.
Why are you going to
Grey
understand
Junior,
what I'm
you are
talking
an
to reactionary
idiot.
about? You don't have any issue with people insulting any women.
I was on here
You don't have an
before
issue
you,
with that. You
dog.
don't
What are
live
you
by the
talking
same
about?
standard. You don't live by the
I
same
was
standard.
on here before you, dog. You understand that?
After this channel, you'll go and stick on some porn and enjoy your
Yeah.
night. I'm talking to reactionary about the way you.
Why are you talking about
the
men
way
watching
you talked
porn
about
again?
Muslim women?
You are a latent homosexual.
Anyway,
You
I'm out.
understand
I'm
that?
out. Assalamu
You are a
alaikum.
latent homosexual.
Alaikum.
What the fuck? Walaikum assalam. Yo, what the
Always
fuck?
talk about males watching porn. He has never mentioned to a female about her watching porn.
Yeah,
It's
why so?
always
Because
about
All right,
guys
look,
watching
you know why?
Jordan's
porn.
Because
not
you're a
here. Why
wanker,
so?
mate.
Look, Jordan's not here.
Because
so
you're a wanker,
let's,
mate. That's why. That's why. You got perverted mind, you know. Everything
He's
that
the
you
one
talk
talking about
is
porn,
come
not
from
me.
but
Wait,
you
wait. So
talk everything,
the person
it
who
comes
asks
from
another
perverted
guy,
mind.
the person
And
who says about
perverts,
another person watching porn isn't the
99.9%
pervert,
watch
but you're
porn. You
claiming
get
the
me?
person who got responded by is. You're a ridiculous guy. You are an idiot.
Yo, why so I can't hear you? You're
Grey
making
Junior,
fish sound.
you are an idiot.
You're making fish sound, mate. You know? You half evolved. You got fish tail. Flapping. You're flapping, mate.
You'd be one of the first ones in Sharia to get flogged in public, dude. I don't know what you're talking
You'll be
about,
the
dude.
first one in Sharia to be sacrificed as a goat.
Sacrificed as a goat. Do you even
Yes.
think of the
Because
words
these
that
are
you
your
say?
family, mate, innit?
Are you that stupid?
Monkey, goat, fish, your whole family, mate. These are your
Sacrifice
family.
as a goat.
Yeah. On Eid.
Sacrifice as a goat.
On Eid, you'll be
You are,
sacrificed.
dude, you are an idiot, bro.
Because you claim
No,
yourself to be an animal,
you
mate.
are an idiot.
You claim to be as an
Idiots
animal,
and
so you
latent
might get
homosexuals
sacrificed.
on this panel today, dude. Idiots and latent
You're
homosexuals.
the only guy with the naked picture. You're the homosexual.
It's ridiculous, dude. Jordan M talking about, shaving what beard, why so? With a little sexual innuendo, asking me about watching porn.
By the way, sorry, why so? 1 moment. Jordan's gone, so let's not. But one thing I will say, I think he took offense to the fact that I spoke up when your family was insulted.
But you didn't speak up when
Yeah, I did.
Wiseau was attacking.
Come on. What Jordan did was what's called whataboutism. He said, "Well, what about what he did to me?" And he didn't do anything.
But
He's
listen,
talking about
reactionary.
a generic comment about random people
Wiseau didn't
that you
even
cannot
get insulted.
identify.
But reactionary,
Huh?
Wiseau didn't even get insulted. Yeah, so why are you talking for him?
The reason I said that,
No,
look,
Grey Junior,
if I
you're
allow
doing the same
Wiseau to
thing.
get insulted, if I allow Wiseau's wife to get
listen,
specified in an insult,
okay, listen to this, yeah.
I haven't finished.
Okay,
If I allow Wiseau's wife to be specified in an insult, I have to allow him to insult you back the same way by mentioning a family member. You're not going to like that. You're going to say, well, reactionary, why are you letting him cuss men like that? And all I can say is,
now
well,
claiming
I
to
allowed
know
him to attack you.
The unseen. Now you claiming to know the unseen. You know why so? He didn't
It's not
even
the
say
unseen.
nothing.
In fact, it's something I've
No.
seen before. It's happened
But
before.
you haven't seen
We've gone through it
It's
before.
2022 now, so the before is gone. It's the
Oh,
future
okay.
now. so you know what I mean, yeah. You know why so? Yeah, he didn't get insulted because you know his teacher Rob MT or something, yeah, an atheist.
What are you
yeah.
talking about, dude?
They say, shush. They say, yeah, atheists are not allowed to feel. Feeling is a choice. So when
Who
I
is this
insult
guy
you or
talking
not,
about?
it's a
You're talking
choice
about Rob
for him
Speaker's
to
Corner.
feel.
Yeah.
Yes.
He says taking offense is a choice. It's not
Yeah.
something.
So if he wasn't offended, why would you be offended?
Would you be offended though?
I am a Muslim.
Like,
Of
if
course,
he
I'll be
insulted
offended.
your family, I would be
Of
offended.
course, I'm not
I am
claiming to
offended
be a
when you
monkey,
insulted
am
his
I?
family. Like,
I'm not claiming to be
honest,
a monkey, am I?
no. When Wiseau's wife was insulted, I was offended.
But his wife wasn't
And
insulted.
he's not my brother in Islam, yet I felt offended.
Whoa, your brother in this. You're not making sense, reactionary. You know what I mean?
No, you're not. You understand
Hey,
that?
so
You're
shut
the
up,
one
man.
not making
Two
sense.
adults are talking. Shut up. Why so?
Making sense. Giggling like a 12-year-old.
You're not the brother
You're
in
not
humanity.
making
You
sense,
can't talk
dude.
right now. Two brothers in humanity are talking right now. You can't talk. Okay, continue reactionary. The brother in Islam. Go on.
So, do you think you should apologize for insulting his wife?
Do you think he should apologize for getting rude and perverted?
Well, if it offended Jordan, then Jordan can ask him to apologize. I have no problem with that.
He offended me too.
All right, let me ask. Why so? Were you offended by that comment from Great Dunya?
I expect it from him.
He wasn't. See, he wasn't. See,
Why?
he's
No,
an
wait,
atheist.
that
I'm
doesn't
just doing intellectual high IQ.
Hey, listen,
high
that doesn't
IQ
mean
stuff.
that it's
You
not
get me?
offended.
Get me?
No, listen, that doesn't mean I'm not offended by it. It just means that I've come to expect from you what it is
but
that your
you
actions
got a
are.
choice not to feel offended.
And then,
so
and the thing,
make the right
thing
choice.
is, dude, just because one person says something doesn't mean I have to follow it. That's the difference between you and I. So, but the thing is,
but that's your
you don't.
atheist
No, wait. Here's the
That's
difference.
your atheist
Here's the
manhaj. Rob
difference.
Speaker's Corner from
Reactionary is
Gin and Tonic. From Gin and
Dude,
Tonic.
shut
Rob
up, dude.
Speaker's Corner, Gin and Tonic.
Somebody
You
else
know, that's
speak.
your atheist
Let somebody
manhaj,
else
lad.
speak. And the point that reactionary points out constantly is that the person that you say that you follow, Muhammad, didn't act the way that
You
you
have to
act.
say correctly. Say sallallahu
Do
alaihi
you
wasallam.
understand that?
Say sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Do you understand the difference that
If you
gets
say
pointed out
Muhammad, say
constantly?
sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, then shush. Don't even say the first name then.
Listen, the point that here
I can't
is,
listen to you,
I
blood.
don't have to follow Rob's belief, right? But you're supposed to follow Muhammad's actions and his beliefs, but you don't do it. That's the reason, yes, I
You
get offended.
atheists cannot
teach
me.
Shut up.
You have
dude.
to take
I
your
get
shahada to
offended,
teach me,
but
man.
I expect it from you because you
Astaghfirullah,
don't
astaghfirullah.
practice what you
That
preach.
probably be
You don't
arrogance.
practice what you
Arrogance.
preach, dude.
Arrogance from me.
You don't practice what
Astaghfirullah.
you preach. You're ignorant.
Arrogance from me, astaghfirullah. But I say, why so? Please take your shahada and then I may listen to you. Otherwise, with that belief that you hold, that you come from fish and a monkey, I can't take you seriously, bruv.
That's the reason you're an idiot, dude.
Well, I'm listening to an idiot right now, innit?
Oh my gosh, dude. That's the reason I said I've come to expect it from you. And that's the reason it's not really like
Say download the download reactionary.
Why can't you talk? Why can't you let other people talk?
Reactionary. See?
Let other people talk.
So hope you got the answer now.
Because it exposes you.
Hope you got the answer now. He didn't feel offended.
Because if you're supposed to follow the immolation of Muhammad, you are the worst example, my guy. And that's the reason I said
I never said I'm the example. I never said I'm the example,
never
mate.
comes to your area.
I'm just your brother in humanity. I am just your brother in humanity. I didn't say I'm the example, mate. You know?
You would be on the chopping block, as we
you
say.
said
dog.
you come from fish, so
I've never said that. What are you talking about? This guy.
You are atheist, lad. You said the missing link and all of that. You get me?
This guy has to assert
you evolution, bruv. You evolution.
You notice what he does, though. He even tried to assert what Rob Speaker's Corner said, as if that's my position. He has to do this to try to validate
that is
whatever
your position,
he says.
though. Gin and tonic stuff, man. That's your position, bruv.
You understand this? That this is the problem.
What's the problem, mate? What's the problem? Tell us.
I saw Rob on Clubhouse today. Yeah, he was having a conversation with some people. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, what's he saying? Is he still on the flex where it's your choice to feel upset? It's your choice to feel offended. Is he still on that flex? And
Well, their topic was about
if you're so against it, prove him wrong. If that's his position, then prove it wrong if you can.
Yeah,
we did actually.
So you can prove
it's
that
been proven so many
you can
times,
prove
man.
you can prove that not feeling insulted is some way has to happen, right? Like if somebody
We've proved it practically, mate.
Why can't you be quiet, dude? Why can't you be quiet? The point that I'm making is Rob has a claim that a person chooses to be insulted and how they react or how they feel. Now, how do you disprove that would be the main question. If you're claiming that you did disprove
Sorry, why so? That's not how it works. he's making a claim, he has to support his claim, right?
So
And
then his
that's
support.
Rob who has
I've
to do
heard.
that,
Yeah, I've
not
heard him.
us.
I've heard his claim
Yeah.
So
before, and
we
I've
need to
heard the
be
way that he.
scientific now, shouldn't we?
Shut
We need
up,
to be
dude.
scientific. To elaborate reactionary, yeah. So he said he made a claim, he has to prove it. So now, what
Really
the
hope
other way
Sharia
we can
comes to
prove it
you and you
is
get flogged, my
by
guy.
doing some scientific
I hope you
experimentation,
get
innit? We have
embarrassed
to
by
put
your own
Rob,
religion.
on a stool, yeah, and let's throw all the insult and let's see if he feels offended.
Yes, and that's the way to do it, right?
Yeah,
Rob has. So Rob has
correct.
constant. So then Rob's position that if you insult if somebody insults him, he has the ability to either
Why
feel
you doing
dejected.
wata?
You see this guy, dude.
Hurry up, Mel. Hurry up and talk.
The guy who just repeats the
Well,
same word over and
Assalamu
over again.
alaikum.
alaikum salam. Birdness,
Walaikum
rat
So,
salam.
fist.
Happening.
Bird nest, rat fest. He's here now. Come like an eagle. He's gonna pick up the rat meat and drop it to his nest, feed it to the little pigeons. Yeah, don't know.
Pigeon shredded like the bird nest, shred them like Jamaican vest.
Yeah, man.
Yes,
Go on.
Birdnest, where are the Muslims?
Well, today, Alhamdulillah, the Muslims are global today, doing the Dawa with whatever little knowledge they have. They pass that knowledge, and that's what you call Dawa.
No, I mean the
The
Muslims.
Muslims.
Where are
The
they? They
Muslims.
came on earlier, but I don't know where they are now.
Reactionary means
But
the Muslims of the Council of Hangout and
You,
Discord.
you
The
yeah,
mean like some
Muslims.
particular grade? You mean them?
the
Me
Muslims. Yeah.
saying the Muslims, not the Muslims. He's saying the Muslims, And his sidekick will say, why so will say Muslims.
Why so? And you learn how to talk properly yet?
He's saying, dude,
coming from people who claim as Haruf is just different dialects, why are you ripping on my dialect?
I don't know, man.
It's
It's like,
hilarious when we break down like y'all trying to insult people and then you just put your religion into it and turn it on you. It doesn't make sense, your
we
insults.
ain't put our
Do you
religion onto
understand
it,
what's
that?
that?
man. Why you putting the religion into it?
Yeah. Why
We
you
didn't say
being so
nothing.
unfair in the matter?
Understand this
Yeah,
concept.
man.
Some
I
naked
realized
guy
Y'all,
and
something.
then
You know
showing us
what,
so
some
you
Birdness? I
nudity.
wouldn't.
realized
The point
something,
is
yeah?
that you're talking about my dialect, the way that I speak. But if you heard a different dialect when it comes to reciting, let's say, the Quran, you wouldn't be able to make that
See?
same argument against
He's
the person.
mentioning the
Do you
Quran,
understand
this,
this?
why are you always
Yeah.
mentioning?
Why are you
Yes.
mocking his dialect?
Huh? Reactionary, bro.
Why
This is your
are we
proper
mocking his
Robin,
dialect?
fam.
Reactionary
Nice.
understands the point that I just made, but y'all just don't want to even
No,
address the
reactionary
point.
just
Hey,
trying to put the butter
behave.
on the
Look,
cream, mate.
behave yourself, man. Why so, man? Why you act so aggressive for? What happened to you?
Yeah, very aggressive.
Notice
Yeah, I'm just saying.
they didn't answer you right, reactionary.
All right,
This
let
is
me
Your
talk
wife
then,
though.
innit?
this is a red herring panel today. Nobody has answered any questions that reactionary or I have put forth to them.
You need to
Anybody
put
notice
some
that
cream
today?
on that picture, man. The naked picture. You put some cream, wear the t-shirt,
Notice that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just questioning. As to why you say Muslim. Is that? I
Yeah,
haven't. Why'd you say Muslim? Who taught you that?
exactly.
Oh,
Is that what?
he's from
Who
America.
you hanging around
That's
with?
his accent. That's his accent.
Nah, it's not the accent, man. Everyone's got the Adam's apple. You need to
Oh,
use
so
it.
you give him the excuse. Wait a minute. So
It's
you're the
Nashville,
guy
bro.
giving him the
So you got an
excuse, yeah?
accent.
Yeah,
You
70
got an accent.
You,
excuses for why so,
you the
He
guy,
gives
yeah?
70
Oh,
excuses
it's
for why
you.
so and no excuse for us.
What are you talking about?
You're
Like, if
making
he
You
was
the
a
sense of
Muslim
culprit,
and
this.
he
yeah?
had the
Why
We're
accent,
looking for
would you mock
you.
his accent?
I've been looking for you, man. We were searching for the culprit. It's been a few months. It's
Yeah.
pretty good. We solved this
You
one. We
give
solved
him
it.
70
If he
So,
had,
excuses.
if he was like, if Waiso's Muslim and he has the same accent, are you going to criticize him for it?
Reactionary, is there hadith
Yeah,
giving your
definitely.
brother in humanity
Even
You'll
worse.
criticize his
excuses?
accent if he's Muslim.
Reactionary,
If he's Muslim and
Dear.
he's saying Muslim, I'll tell
reactionary.
him shut your mouth.
Your reaction is there hadith to,
Yeah.
you know, when you call your brother in humanity, make 70 excuses for them. Is there hadith or something like that?
I don't know.
So what are you making? I think, you know, the brother in humanity, you take it very literally. This is why you give him 70 excuses. And for us, no excuse, man.
I
What's
don't
wrong with
follow
you?
the brother in humanity. I don't
Yeah,
accept
but
that.
you're giving him the 70 excuses though, you know? That right only another brother should have. What one blood?
Yeah. Who's making
Yeah.
excuses for him?
Yeah.
Why are you acting reactionary for hadiths that Jordan and
Oi,
interpretations
you
that
can't
Jordan M
mention
would
the
be
word
using?
hadith.
What are
You're
you
not
talking
allowed. You're
about,
banned
bro?
for 1 week to use any sort of
You don't,
Muslim word.
man. You're ridiculous, dog.
Until you learn how to say Muslim and not Muslim, you're banned
Until you
to
get
use
flogged in a
any
Sharia
Islamic
country for
words.
the way that you act, you don't get to tell other people how to act.
Don't worry about me, but you're gonna be a
Hold on,
goat.
hold on.
Don't worry about me, you're gonna be a goat.
All right, why? So what's your contention? Why? So let it out. Go on then. We're gonna listen.
The point that I made, and
Badness, are you in the
reactionary
bus?
saw the point.
You have to say the pointer. The pointer making. Go on.
The
Badness, this is
point,
having a bus, bro.
the point that I made that
You have
No,
to
I'm
say
not
it
in a
reactionary
properly.
bath.
The
understood,
pointer.
You
and
sure?
that's the reason.
Okay.
That's the reason you're an idiot,
Oh,
bro.
that's why so is got the bus. Why so you
You can't
bathing your
let
child?
anybody speak, dude.
Me actually tell Waiso to say it correctly. The pointer I'm making. Go on.
The
Waiso.
pointer? What?
The pointer.
So
So the
The
why do you
pointer
pointer?
I'm
say,
making.
why do you say it like that? Is that your dialect? Why do
That's
you
you.
say it
You
incorrectly?
have to speak like this, man.
Why do you
You
say
can't
it
say you
incorrectly?
can't say
Should
the
I make
word
fun of your
Muslim
dialect?
properly. You say Muslim, so you should say
So what?
pointer instead of point.
But look, Great Dunya,
Yeah, man.
you said Muslim. Is it
I said
Muslim?
I said Muslim, but he said Muslim. You know your friend? He said Muslim.
I'm sure you said Muslim.
Nah. You must have heard the your
Correctly, reactionary.
Waiso
Even
friends
though he said it incorrectly, you must have
dialect.
heard it correctly.
Oh, is that Sid Bash? Is that the real Sid Bash?
Yeah, Sid Bash, come and put reaction on a headlock, bruv, with that biceps. You get me? Put him on a headlock.
Hey, shall we do some? No, I'm not gonna go there.
What's that? Wata.
No, nothing.
Yeah, so why so religious? Yeah, another date. I met you 2018. I refuted your whole atheism
Wait,
bullshit,
doesn't Allah,
and today
reactionary,
2022
can you correct
again.
me?
You're
Can you correct
finished.
me
You're
something?
khalas. You're
Doesn't
finished.
Allah
Look.
grant
Look.
more reward for the people who recite, but it's harder for them because they say it incorrectly, but they still
Yeah,
try?
so exactly, I'm getting more reward in it. I'm
Isn't
not
that
Arabic.
true?
You get me? Yeah,
Isn't
so
that
I'm getting
true?
more reward, inshallah, because I'm not
I grew
Arabic.
up.
You know
I
what I
grew
mean?
up with a speech impediment. I went to school for a speech impediment. You
Yeah, and I
understand that?
got dyslexia, mate. So what?
So what? The Quran is not about reading; it's about
let's
recitation.
have a contest. Who's got more difficulty?
Who's got more disability? Yeah.
Allah doesn't mention about if you have like dyslexia. He
But
doesn't
listen,
mention if you have a
why
problem.
so?
If you
Why
have
so?
a problem
Listen. Why so?
reciting,
Listen.
then you get more of a reward for it
But
because you're
listen, but
trying.
why so?
You understand the
Listen.
difference?
You are
There's
making a
no
fool out of
argument that you
yourself.
just made that
Hey, boy,
matters Islamically.
you are making a
You
fool
you
out of
you see,
yourself.
there's
You
dude,
believe you come from fish
you
and
don't
a
even know what the
monkey.
word
You
"fool"
are
means.
finished.
You don't even
You
know
are
what the
finished.
word
You
"fool"
are
means.
finished. You believe you come from a
You don't even know
fish
what
and
the
a
word
monkey. You
means.
are finished.
How about, dude, you just keep quoting Muhammad Hijab because you can't think for yourself. I
Did
gave you
Muhammad
an
Hijab come with the
example.
word finish?
I gave
I
you an
don't think so.
example.
I don't. It's an English word, my friend. It's an English word. You know. So you are finished, literally. monkey and fish is finished.
Makes no sense, dude. I even gave you an Islamic example of how if somebody is saying something differently,
Yeah, thank you
because
for the
it is
reminder,
actually.
White Soul. Thank you
Why
for the
can't you
reminder. I
shut the
think you are
fuck
evolved.
up, dude? Why can't you control yourself? Really
Thank you for the
upset
reminder,
you?
though. I
Does
said thank you for the
it really
reminder, bro.
upset
Why
you
you
that
didn't do?
mad?
But
Does
I
it
said
really
thank you for the
upset you that?
reminder. Yo, White Soul, I'm
Why
being
does
friendly, bro.
why
I
does
said
it
thank you for the
why does
reminder.
it upset you so much
Yo,
that
White
you're
Soul, I
wrong
said,
and that
listen,
somebody
I
corrects
said,
you?
yo, White Soul, I said thank you for the reminder. I'm being friendly, mate. You know, thank you. You get me? I said thank you for the reminder. You reminded us something that reactionary was
You let
failing.
other people speak then.
You know? Say that
Let
again.
other people speak.
I'm just saying thank you for the reminder. You have now evolved from a fish to something nearly human. So you are hopefully coming to Islam then, inshallah. Go on, speak.
This guy gets refuted by his own religion about him criticizing the way somebody speaks. I bring up that there are
It was
he's talking about the
reactionary,
way.
bro. Why you
Dude, why
pointing it
can't
at
you
me?
shut up, dude? Why can't you shut up?
It was reactionary, bro. Why don't you say anything to your friend? Why don't you say anything to your friend? Why me, blood?
I pointed it out that you shouldn't be making fun of people with the way they speak because there's even 7 different ways of reciting the Quran at the time of Muhammad, right?
Yeah.
So
I hope
people,
reaction is listening.
so there were different dialects, and then that pointed out the conversation, and then you got really triggered that it made sense to
Who, me?
somebody else.
Did I get triggered? Swear down.
You did.
Swear down, then.
You're an idiot, dude. Idiot.
Yeah, so
This
I
is
didn't get
why I
triggered, then.
find Clubhouse boring, you know, because you can't get this type of conversation on Clubhouse. Clubhouse is all right, but you
Yeah,
need a
in
lot of
Clubhouse,
patience. People take so long to talk, and then you got hundreds of people. It's a bit. You need patience with
why is
Clubhouse.
it called Clubhouse then? It should be called Pensioners Club if everyone's taking very long to talk.
There's another one apparently, another app. You know, Reddit. There's a website called Reddit. They're coming out with an app now as well. It's called Talk.
Talk.
I'll have to check that one out.
Nah,
I
mate,
just think
too
that
many
it
apps
depends
got too
on.
many people locked in the online world, mate. You get me? No one's having clear oxygen. You know,
Yeah, but
they're indoors. They're shook. They're indoors. They're shook.
join Wiseau's Clubhouse channel. It's pretty good.
They
You know,
live,
he's
I
eat,
think
sleep,
it's
shit
respectful to
more
his
about
guests.
how they
online.
run it. I think it's more about
Yeah,
how they run the actual panel. Like, give everybody their turn to speak for like 5 minutes, and then give everybody a chance to refute if they want to, or
But why
to
so?
add to it.
You know when you speak here, even the highest IQ person will have short attention span because they will go to sleep, basically.
For real.
Then why
Change that
aren't you
picture for
dead
sure.
yet? Because you are
Yeah,
the
and
lowest
especially the
IQ
picture.
person I've ever spoken to. Why aren't you dead yet?
Especially that picture, yeah. I won't just shut my eyes, my ears will shut too.
Yeah. So why so? You find it so let me get this straight. You find it strange that a single Muslim man like Jordan is might be attracting single Muslim women. Is that what your problem is? Yeah.
No, that wasn't my problem.
Why'd you mention it for then?
That wasn't my problem. The
Who you
conversation was
mention it
based
for then?
off. The conversation was based off of why did Blog and Theology, why do they have such a quick following and a big following compared to Jordan?
Yeah.
That was the
Yeah, because
conversation.
people feel like
And
it. What's the
then
next
why can't I
question?
finish why can't I finish what I'm saying, dude? Why are y'all so
Respond,
scared
bro.
Yeah,
to
I just
let me
answered
Respond.
your thing
talk?
quickly because you're gonna talk
Yeah,
garbage for time.
respond.
I answered you quickly. People feel like
You didn't answer anything, dude.
subbing to who they want. People feel like subbing to who they want. What's your next question?
The point
Yeah.
that I'm making
Fucking move
is
along.
that
Your point doesn't make any point in the argument, mate.
oh my god.
Move along, blood. You're slow. You fucking what were you? Grow up on pig or something? Hurry up, man.
No
You know
snake.
what, reactionary? The reason
You
Clubhouse
grew up
is
on a
better than
snake.
this is that you can give people mods to mute people.
Well, you ate rattlesnakes or something. What's wrong with you?
Clubhouse.
The point.
Listen,
You
my
got
friend.
clubbing.
Point.
You got clubbing. Your
Fucking
wife got
Point
you got
is
reckless,
clubbing.
Jordan.
useless questions.
The point
Why
is.
you got
The point
subs?
is Jordan.
Because I feel
The
like it.
point is. The point is
What?
Jordan knows what I said is true, and that's why it triggers him. That
Yeah.
people like
To
blogging
what?
theology have a basis of teaching Islam, and that
Yeah.
their channel is growing based off that. Jordan knows that whenever he does anything Islamic on his channel, nobody views it. It gets 40 people watching the live stream, and after a couple of weeks, there's maybe 500 views
Well, I
on
got
it.
news for
But when
you.
he goes,
I got news for you.
why can't
I
I
got.
speak, dude?
I'll tell you why,
Why can't
innit?
I
Because you got
speak?
so many why, yeah? Let me answer your why then, innit?
Dude,
I'll tell you
how about
why,
I just
right?
keep
This is
talking
why.
while you're talking? How about I
Yeah,
just keep
fucking
talking
stop
while you're
talking then,
talking?
man. Your
Why
whys don't stop
why
till the
should I?
hellfire.
Why should I
Listen,
stop? Why should
because
I
you
stop
rabbit
when
on.
you
You
don't
rabbit
let me
on, bruv.
speak?
You grew up on rattlesnake and
Why
pork, and now you're
should I
fucking jaws
stop?
loose.
Why should I stop when you don't
You
let
rap on
me
too much.
speak?
I'm trying to
I'm
tell
not
you
going
why,
to.
innit?
I'm not going to. I'm not
Listen,
going to stop talking. I'm not going to. I'm just going to keep saying
fuck
things
you,
just
blood.
like you, because
You waffle on shit,
let
bruv.
me
I'm
finish.
telling you why.
You don't let
You're
me
the why
finish.
guy. You're the why
You'll
guy.
just keep
I'm telling you
talking.
why, innit?
You'll just keep
You're the why
talking.
guy. You
I'm
will
gonna
come
keep
on here and say,
Yeah,
talking
you
why,
the
because you're
why,
gonna
white
why?
keep
Why
guy,
can't
talking.
I
bruv. You
poke
the
my bum?
white
This is what you're
guy.
Why I
gonna
can't
do.
poke
You
a
the
Because
dog?
this
white
is
Why
guy.
I
We
can't
the
breathe
wise
with a
guy.
horse?
this is a
Why I can't stick a
conversation in your
snake in the
concept.
woman's thingy? You're gonna
This
come with
is
the
your
whys. I have to
concept of
tell
a
you why.
conversation. This is
All
your
you
con.
fucking
This is
clowns
your
have to come to
concept of a
Muslims for
conversation.
answers.
This is
Batsy
your
boy, you have
Yeah.
to
concept.
come to
This is
fucking
your
Muslims for
concept.
answers.
This
That's
is your
why,
concept of a
pussy.
conversation.
Yeah,
A
if you're
person
coming with all
speaking
the
over
wise,
another
your wise
person.
soul. Hey,
This
stop,
is your
man. Hey,
concept of a
wise soul, listen,
conversation.
listen, listen. He
You
makes
can't
because
let
Pussy, yo.
anybody
hey,
speak.
wise soul, you
I'm
know
gonna just
Birdless, he
keep
makes
talking because
100%
this is
sense. Yeah,
what
I
a
tell
real
you why, yeah.
conversation
I
sounds
tell
like.
you why now.
This
I
is
tell
what
you
you
why.
think that
I
a real
tell you why,
conversation
bro.
talks like. I'm
I
not
tell you why.
listening to why because you don't listen to me, so I'm not listening to you. If you
Fucking
give me
speak
my
quickly, you
chance to
fucking
finish
rat.
the, you give me my chance to speak, I'll mute up and then you can respond.
But why
That is
so? If
how a
you're coming with the
conversation
why, you're
works.
gonna have to be short.
Do
You
you
get me? Because we need
understand?
to answer the why. You get
Do
me?
you understand? Do you understand the concept here of this conversation?
We
Because you're
understand.
about to get, but
Okay,
we're
do
gonna
you
call big
understand?
odds for you. We're
Do
gonna
you
call big odds for
understand?
you.
Rat, do
Hey,
you
we're gonna call
understand?
big odds for you, man.
Rat,
You need that big
you
odds
rat.
treatment on a
Do
Friday
you
night thing. Now,
understand, rat?
get me?
Rat, do you understand? Rat, do you understand that I'm just gonna keep acting the way that you're acting? If you treat me
Okay,
better, I'll
okay,
treat
go,
you
go, go,
better.
go. Go, why so go. Go, why so go. Go, why so go.
Jordan knows
Go,
that
why so go.
his
Go, why
views,
so go. Go,
his
why so
views
go.
come from the people that I mentioned.
Why so?
And that's
Why
why
so? Respond, respond, respond.
number one asked
One,
question
one,
in all of
one.
his
Why so
streams,
said one.
are you married?
He said, are you
Are you
married?
married? Who would
He
you
said, are you
marry?
married? Why so said, are you married?
Hold on. Let him talk then. Let him talk then. Let him talk quickly, innit?
Yo, why so? Why you gonna say this on a live panel, bro?
Talk quick then. What are you saying? You got married, yeah? Hurry up then.
What I said. That's the thing. You can't even listen.
We are listening, bruv. What are you talking about? We are paying attention.
All right. So Jordan said you got married. Yeah, what happened?
You see, now he
That's
stops,
not what
bro.
was said. Are you an idiot?
Yeah, but if you can make up shit, why I can't, and why this other brothers can't make up shit if you
Make
can
up,
do it?
dude.
Well, you
What
got a
did I
green
make
ticket,
up?
green card. Who gave you this reaction? You gave him some kind of special pass or something on
Nobody
this
has
guy
to
with
ever
naked
prove
fucking
what
man
they
on this thing.
say, dude. That's
Yo,
the
you
thing.
do
Nobody
realize you got a naked, you know you got a naked man on your picture. Do you know that first?
cannot
You
Yeah.
never
change any
realized that.
topic, dude.
Who you
Y'all
trying to
Not
cannot
me.
pull,
change
man?
Don't you
any
think the
Hey,
guy
topic.
got stinky
why
fingers
so?
by now?
Your wife, so who you trying to pull, man? Wendy Wu, yeah? I see that. Wendy Wu likes those kind of pictures. She finds it sassy. Is that what it is?
But that all he's gonna fucking attract is Crocodile Dundee or something. Cause you're gonna get that funny guy out of fucking Scarface to start following you and fuck. I tell you, bro, you're gonna get stalkers like that
Why
funny
so?
dude in
Why
Scarface.
so? I heard you tried to kill Wendy Wu or something, man. Why are you doing that shit for?
So, is it permissible in Islam to lie?
What the? We're
Yeah, it
banter,
Just
is.
banter.
lied.
Yeah, it's
Why
a
is it?
permit.
No,
It is. Yeah. What's the
no.
next question?
It's
La
actually
astaghfirullah,
against
astaghfirullah.
it's actually against
Yeah,
Islam
you
to
can lie.
lie,
Why?
even in a joke.
No.
No, you can lie. You can lie. Carry
So
on. What's
this
the next
guy-
question?
So this guy can lie. So Muslims can lie and based
Yeah.
off his Islam.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that?
So nobody wants to
What
correct
happened?
his deen.
Who?
Why don't you
What's wrong with this guy, bro?
become a Muslim before
Cuz
you
are
try
you ill?
to tell others to correct me?
Hold
No?
on a second, bro. Listen,
Go do
you're
your salah
adult.
first.
Yeah, you're adult, and you're claiming like you don't know that humans lie and that. Are you ill, bro?
That was not the conversation that we
Because
just
of course
had. You
humans lie.
understand that?
Is this guy ill? What happened? Cause fix up,
Really
man. Cause
strange.
That's where
honestly,
it's
bro,
going. That's where
if
it's going.
me and the brothers have to teach you that yeah, humans lie, you're ill, innit?
That wasn't the conversation that
Yeah,
humans
Hey,
you're
lie.
ill.
call. Oh,
You're
someone
ill with the
contact
bread.
Bigods.
Ill bread.
Someone
That's
contact
not the
Bigods, quick.
You're
conversation.
ill. You're
Amaz.
ill with the bread. Ill bread. You're ill bread.
Conversation that humans lie. You understand that?
You are a Texas ill bread. Texas ill bread.
Nobody can refute anything on this panel, dude. Y'all are idiots.
Cause left that tap water. You know that what tap water, right? I heard about Flint, Michigan. Yeah, they got lead and shit and cockroach feces in the water. People drink it. Yeah, they've been dying in it. So stop that shit. Change your photo. Fucking get heart transplant
What
and
does
blood
that have to do with
transfusions.
anything on this conversation? What
Get
do you think that you just said is in reference to anything, dude? What did you just say that is in reference to this
give him some
conversation?
medicine in it, bro. Quick.
Ganja, my medication. Ganja is my cure. Marijuana. Yo, why so? Go on. Finish the lyrics, mate. What does marijuana do to you?
Oh yeah, I
Shows
reckon
your
he's
best self,
Mexican.
eh? What?
Hey, why so's Mexican? You know that
Yeah, what's so? Ese.
ching and chong thing.
What's so?
Is it wrong to
Why
be
is there a
Mexican?
ching and chong?
You just
Why the
said that
fuck
as
that?
if
Why
it's
is
like
it
a
starred in
negative.
that film, man?
You just said that as if it's a negative that somebody would be Mexican. So is it like a bad thing
Negative.
to be Mexican?
So biblical something. Do you want to talk?
Biblically, this is biblical Christological account 40 win. Here to tell ye that.
Okay. I don't know what he was going to say there, but
Yeah, he was rapping. It sounded good.
okay.
Yeah, now he was doing exorcism to
Okay. What you got to say, biblical?
Biblically, what I was going to say, contra ye, is that ye can't
You
you're
what?
doing some juju with the
That
yeast.
sounded like a
It
swear
was
word
good. It
there.
was good.
Ye what? All right, let's try again.
Yeehaw.
Okay, biblical. Good.
Biblically,
excuse
yeehaw.
me, biblically,
Yeah.
ye can't
You
destroy
can't get
our
control, yeah?
You need to get
biblical
control of your
Christological
panel,
God.
reactionary.
Excuse me,
Sorry?
do not interrupt me.
Interrupt
Biblically, I will reiterate the aforementioned irrefutable statement that I was going to explicitly articulate contra ye by terms verily, biblical Christological account 40 win. Biblically, ye can't destroy our biblical Christological God because our biblical Christological God is omnitude and vice versa.
Does this guy think this is Hamza's den?
I don't know.
Biblically, I would appreciate it
What do you
if
think of what he said?
someone properly addresses my irrefutable
One
statement.
at a time. One at a time, please.
Ghetto gospel. I speak ghetto gospel.
All right, great. Hold on. Let's have a conversation. Why so? Did you understand what he said?
From what I heard, that guy is trying to come on here and talk about how he can prove that Christianity is true.
Ah.
He was cutting out a little bit.
Biblically, our biblical Christological God, meta-ontotheologically, is omnibenevolent because Z immutably is ethereally ultimate. Thus, Z unequivocally has promulgated herself at terminus a quo throughout finituli zoetic meta-ontologies, which comport to Romans 1:20 in the Bible.
Who wrote
biblically,
this?
I will elaborate on Romans 1:20, contra ye, for his invisible attributes, that is, his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly seen since the creation of the world, being understood for what he has made as a result. Biblically, what irrefutably supervenes and netting the omnibenevolent meta-ontology and netting our biblical Christological God, optimally is benevolent veracity, and netting finituli zoetic indemnification, and netting sepeternal zoeticness betwixt hers new kingdom,
Okay,
which
hold on a
composed
second.
of John 3:16.
So what gave you the idea that this voodoo magic will work here when you jump on here? Because to be honest with you, none of it is not having an effect on me.
Biblically,
Yeah, it seems like it's some sort of magic
Yo, man,
spell
is
he's
still,
doing, doesn't it?
Fucking
man,
voodoo
still
magic,
saying
man. I'm telling you,
biblically.
man. Straight.
I swear that.
biblically, I will elaborate on John
No, you won't.
3:16,
Every single
No, you
sentence
will
in
contrary,
not.
English biblically.
Ye
for
will
God
not
so loved the
elaborate.
world.
He does sound like he's doing a spell, doesn't he?
Moses put me
Yeah,
backstage again.
How's this
Do
guy's
you
voodoo gonna
believe?
work?
Wait,
Why
do
is
you
so
believe
ain't
that
working?
this is Hamza? Do you believe that this is Hamza's den?
Biblically, allow me to
Biblically.
preach
I'm asking you.
the
I'm asking
gospel
you. Like, do you
Hey,
really
of
man
believe
said
that this is like
biblically
Hamza's
again,
den?
bruv. Man said biblically again, bruv. What going with this guy, man?
Christologically.
He's trying to say
I
like
will
the
elaborate
reference is
on John
biblical.
3:16. Excuse me, do not interrupt me. What I was going to say
Interrupt.
Why not?
is that
Oh,
Why
for God so loved the
excuse
world
me.
that he gave his only
repeated
begotten
yourself?
Son,
You've
that
Yo,
whoever
repeated
man's
believeth
yourself
in
rhyming,
him
fam.
multiple
should
times.
not perish but have
Multiple
everlasting
times.
life.
Biblically,
Okay.
don't interrupt me.
Hello.
Lyrically,
Biblically, ye hasn't properly
Just one
addressed
again.
my earlier statement, so I have to evangelize the awesomeness and netting the meta-ontology of our biblical Christological God.
what
So,
the
for the
hell? Yo,
sake of
that's
this
too much big
discourse,
words, man.
for the
Yo,
sake of
that's
this
too much big words.
discourse, I will reiterate the
Discord. What
aforementioned
is this
unimpeachable
discourse?
fact.
Thou
What is this
shalt
discourse
not
you think that
kill.
we're having?
Thou shalt not steal. Thou
The
shalt
discourse
not
that you
lie.
think we're having.
Yay.
Biblically, our biblical Christological God massages my foot.
Christy loco.
Did you say massages my foot?
What?
He said the foot, bro. He said it, man.
This
Yo,
guy's a
this
from
guy's
control.
Yo, nah, this guy is some juju magician, man.
Biblically, do not put me backstage. I'm giving ye a personal testimony. Our
Yo, is there a
biblical Christological God.
Okay. Biblical, can I ask you a question? Let me ask him a question, man.
That whole time
He's not going to answer anything.
Wait, was that supposed to be a testimony? Because what it sounded like you were reading off of like a sheet of paper.
Biblically, my testimony
Because of this
is
guy,
that
why so
our biblical Christological God rubs my foot.
biblically, lyrically, because of this guy, why so religious turned to atheism from Christianity?
Biblically, I would appreciate it if I can properly express my personal testimony contra ye. Biblically, our biblical Christological God rubs my foot and moves objects around in my place and moves stars outside for me. So,
Yeah, but he robbed it. Not only
this is
robbed your
that-
foot, he robbed Australia of the natives. You know, the Aborigines that own the land. You robbed them as well, not just your foot.
Biblically, Z rubs my foot. Z is
Because it's obviously a
massaging my
mistake.
foot.
Because listen, that's how I knew that scripture you're reading. It can't be true because what you done to the Australians is rob them, and now you calling it
Biblically,
rob. It's trying to rub palm man's off. Like
Biblically, you're
palming man's off, yeah.
misrepresenting me. Biblically, you are misrepresenting what I'm saying. Contra
What does Z mean, by the way?
is that
Biblical.
Z
Biblical.
is a
biblical.
Z is a neo.
Biblical.
Biblically,
Biblically, Z is a neo pronoun. So I'm not. What I was saying is that
what is a neo pronoun?
it's a netting the meta-ontology
How did you
of
find
our
this
biblical
channel?
Christological God.
What is an
interested.
So what I was going
That's
to
your boy
say
from Clubhouse,
is
bro.
that is
Yo,
that
why so?
our
That's your boy.
biblical
Wondering-
Christological God interacts with
wondering
me
who-
on a daily
I'm wondering
basis.
how you found this
So
channel.
Z also touches different parts
Yo,
of my
kick him,
body,
bruv. That's a magician.
responds to my questions, reads my mind. This is how close I am to our.
Okay, I think that's this guy's
Yeah,
a
no,
troll, a real troll, bro.
everyone read Ayatul Kursi now, you know?
Yeah, exactly. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان
How he came
الرجيم
across this channel.
بسم
That's your
الله
boy.
الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. Yeah.
Subhanallah, Subhanallah. Indeed, glory belongs to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, and He's above all they associate with Him.
Yeah, we don't need to, all of that speaking in tongues and whatever this guy was doing. But I think
This
he
is
was
speaking in jinn, bruv.
some sort of weird madness.
Well, it worked on the Aborigines, man. There's probably about 10 of them left.
He's some weird guy, you know. Definitely White Soul's religious boy, bro.
So, I mean, Whitehall has revealed to us that he actually got married, which, I mean,
Bro, you
I would
lot
be
are
the first.
so onto Wiso.
No, but look, I want to congratulate him, but something's stopping me congratulating him. That's the problem right here. That I would
No, I'm
want to
wondering why
celebrate.
you lot, if he's not
What
being
the-
disrespectful, why you
Don't
lot
you
so
want
onto
to
him?
enjoying in his happiness, joyous occasion of marriage? I do, but something's blocking me. I got to ask this why. I've got this why inside me. Why? So let me ask him why.
That sounded
Please.
really gay, bro.
So, okay, man, guy with the photo of this Playboy male actor. Listen, check it out, yeah? You trying to say you got married, yet you don't believe in holy matrimony. Who are you trying to kid right here, bruv? Come
That
on.
is such a ridiculous concept. Oh my gosh.
What is marriage? What is marriage to you? What is it?
Marriage is a union between two people who want to spend their life together.
Two people doing evolution. For atheists, two people doing evolution.
How can you expect, yeah, look, about evolution? Are you an advocate of evolution?
No. Birdness. You know, did you watch Dragon Ball Z? It's fusion. So for marriage, for atheist marriage, you know, from evolution to fusion. Is that what it is, why so?
Does anybody realize that this guy does not say anything coherent?
Yeah, what does coherent mean?
When you're
Tell
the
us.
only one laughing on the panel, you should really think about the ability to relate to the people that you think that should be
My
laughing
IQ is
with
in
you,
your
right?
level, mate. My IQ is in your level, so it's coherent.
So then the two other people aren't laughing either. You understand that too, right?
Because they're not allowed to laugh at this time.
Seriously, an idiot.
Yeah.
You should realize the etiquettes. There's etiquettes to
really,
laughing, my friend.
It really
There's
does say a
etiquettes,
lot.
okay?
It really does say a lot that as soon as that guy leaves, y'all just want to bring up my personal life. It says a lot. Like you don't want to talk about anything else other
What, you
than
worried now?
Bring your personal life, man.
Have you still not figured out how to work your microphone so that there's no feedback?
You should bring in the examples.
Do you understand how to work your microphone so that other people can speak and you can hear them and that they don't hear themselves on the live stream? Have you still not figured that out yet?
What about you work for Google or something? You want to charge us for this information, don't you? Don't answer him, bro.
What are you
He's going
talking
to charge
about?
your card. Yeah, you work for Google. You want to teach us about tech,
So
about
why so
microphones,
religious?
and then charge our
What?
bank cards, bro. You're thick, bro. We're ahead of you.
So what
You're
have you come to learn
idiot,
today? Why
dude.
so religious?
How do you think you could scam us, though, just by talking shit, bro, about buy a mic off me and shit? No one wants
Why
your
so?
mic. Look at your photo first. Come look at your photo.
Why so
These are your
atheist?
brothers in Islam, reactionary. I hope you're proud.
Yeah, why
Oh,
so
dude.
atheist? Tell us, man.
Stay
Why so
proud of your
atheist?
ummah with these people as the
Your
representatives.
your Ummah. Why so atheist? Tell us about atheist. Go on. Why so
What do you want me to
atheist?
tell you, dude?
I don't know, man. It seems like you got a lot to talk about religion. So tell us about atheist religion.
Atheism isn't a religion.
It is a religion, bro. You believe it. You believe you come from monkey and fish.
You're an idiot, dude. This is the
You're an
reason.
idiot. Is that how you respond to a good question? A good question.
You think that that's a good question? You didn't even
It's a
ask a
very good
question,
question, mate. You know,
but you didn't even ask a question.
your scientific bastards couldn't even fucking answer the
Wait, so
missing
you
link
don't
these
even
days.
understand? You don't even understand common language. Where when you say, "Explain to me atheism, atheistic religion," that's not a
Mhm.
question. And then
Then
when
why
you
is it?
say that when you believe that you came from fish and monkeys, that's still not a question. You understand what a question is, right?
It's not a question. It's
Uh,
not a question, mate. But it can be a question.
That's the reason you're an idiot, dude.
It's how you
Why
take.
you don't
It's how you
answer?
take it,
Why?
bro.
You just have to answer the question. Which one? Fish
Yeah,
or monkey?
yeah.
What the hell?
Monkey, exactly.
Which one? This guy's
Fish or
difficult,
monkey?
man.
Which one?
He's very slippy, innit?
Was you? So did you skip the missing link and became the monkey from tadpole or fish from a tadpole? Which one? Tell us.
Why would
Or
I
did
try
you?
to address you when you don't even understand
I
what
am
you're talking
serious
about?
because you believe it.
It doesn't
I'm
matter
very
that you're
serious to
serious.
understand it.
Look,
Like
it
this
doesn't
guy
matter,
is
dude.
correcting my
It doesn't
questions,
matter.
like
It
how
doesn't matter.
what a question is. This guy is correcting what a question is, and he doesn't, and he believes monkeys and fish to humans. So, I'm just looking at
You,
the psychology.
dude,
Psychology.
the point, you can't even say the word. Oh my gosh, dude. So the thing
Tell
is,
us.
man, why would I talk to
Why
you
so
about
buddy? Tell us.
something?
Tell us.
Why would I talk to you about something that you don't even comprehend?
I want to comprehend, but you are talking
Obviously,
so
you
fast.
don't.
I can't
Hey, if you
comprehend.
if you wanted to comprehend, just like people say with Muslims to non-Muslims, why don't you watch a video or ask a scholar? Why are you asking me to tell you? Why don't
Because
you hold
I'm
the same? No,
here
wait. Why
and
don't
I'm
you hold the
saying it
same standard? Why don't you hold the same standard
because
that you apply to
be-
people about your religion to what you're asking me
Mhm,
about this concept of evolution?
mhm.
Why don't you hold
deflection,
yourself to the same standard?
deflection,
That's not deflection.
deflection.
That's
It's
actually
deflection. Why
so
so? Why so?
all this
Deflection.
time that y'all, all this
All this
time that y'all have
time,
deflected on this panel with
who
questions
deflected who,
asked to
mate?
you,
Now we
the
ask
questions.
about
Oh
why
my
so
gosh,
atheist, and he deflects. He doesn't even answer number one. The
You
first
see
question
why?
he
So
deflects.
when we ask why, you just flop.
Yeah.
But when you ask
no, that's
why,
not what
you
happened.
get served.
Mm,
Dude,
You get
correct.
can
served,
you
though.
figure out how to work a
You get
microphone before you
served.
ask me anything? Figure out how to work a microphone and get no
Look,
feedback,
as
and
a
then ask
sovereign
me.
person,
His
yeah, as
mic
a
is
sovereign
working
person, I
perfectly now.
refuse any Google services from yourselves. I decline the credit card check and all that. I don't want to pay for it.
I think his mic is working. Why so? Maybe your ears hasn't evolved yet. It still has fish gills or gills or what you call
Oh my
it.
gosh, you're an idiot, dude.
You
You
got
need to
fish
open
fungus
the
in your
flap,
ears, man.
or you need to
He's
open the
right,
flap
cuz you
of
caught
your
that
ears.
fungi, fish fungi.
You might be
You
the dog, the flap.
got-
Yeah,
Yo,
open your
Gillingham.
ears, man.
Yo, Gillingham. Give up them shenanigans, man.
Why so?
I'm just gonna let the dogs play and wear themselves out.
Count 10 to 1, and once you finished, I hope your ears gets evolved. Okay, so then Bird Nest is gonna ask you the question again, and I hope you answer the question. Don't deflect. Go and count out loud, mate. okay, you choose to do it silently.
All right,
Right.
man. Yeah. So you ready, Weisel? Talk, innit?
I think he's ready. You better ask him now.
I'm muting up until y'all shut up, dude.
I
I
honestly,
can't
I
hear.
honestly
Why
thought, yeah.
can't you work out your goddamn microphone, dude? Why is it every time somebody speaks, I hear them repeatedly inside of your shit? Fix your shit,
Fucking
dude.
no.
YouTube a video on how to make sure that you do not have feedback. Just YouTube
Yo,
it. You understand that? Bird's nest
we can
rat
hear. I
fest,
can
you
hear him well
fucking
though. I can
idiot.
hear him well. What are you talking about? I can hear him well. His microphone is working.
You understand? Gray Jr., I didn't say about you can hear him well. I'm talking about hearing. It's repeat. It's on repeat right now. Idiot.
Your mic sounds bad.
You're a fucking idiot, dude. Gray Jr., you can't focus at all, dude.
Say that again. Repeat. Repeat. Can you repeat the answer, please? It was not your answer. Yeah. So I hope that made some sense.
Oh dear, oh dear. But I want him to speak English first, man. I can't hear this what he's talking about. I need some English, bruv. I'm
What
speaking
he said.
something. I mean, I can understand it, you know, but I don't know what he's talking.
So what? Well, nah, he literally answered your question, but we came all like he was trying to evolve or something. Like, yo, why so? Why
Cause
so?
it feels that
Are you
simple.
human now?
Yeah.
Human. Yo, why so human?
Evolve
Why
out of this
can't you fix
situation.
your fucking mic? Why can't you fix your mic?
Mike is good, mate. We can hear it properly. Properly. Nobody's complaining except for you.
Liar.
Oh, I stepped on the mic once.
Nobody's
You
lying.
infuriated me. I stepped on it.
Yeah. Maybe your phone is gone bad. It may be overheated. I'll help you. It may be overheated. You know, just like your temperature in your forehead is heating. You have smoke coming out of your ears.
I feel better though because Wyso's admitted, yeah, that he done holy matrimony, right? So he's been
Holy,
blagging to us.
holy.
Yeah, he's definitely he's on it. He
He
done
done
the
the
thing, bro.
holy matrimony.
Dude, I got
All
married
of it.
Dude, I got married by the mayor inside of city council. What are you talking about?
Cancel. Boris Johnson was your priest, yeah? Holy matrimony.
Well, that's gonna be a fraud, isn't it? Then, if it's Boris,
Yeah, definitely fraud,
yeah,
yeah.
it's
Definitely
fraudulent, bro.
fraud.
Do you understand?
Get it proof checked, innit?
Really ridiculous, man.
Definitely a
Look,
fraud.
send us the photocopy.
Dude.
No, honestly, for real though,
You
you
got a
know you're
guy.
saying
You
about
got
the
a guy
mayor,
who
yeah?
doesn't know how to work a microphone,
Listen,
and then you got another guy who, anytime somebody speaks, just tries to deflect and say, "Oh, well,
look,
he used a word, and I don't even know
listen.
psychological, psychological."
Yeah, because over here we got cotton buds for our ears, innit? Over by you got Q-tips, innit? So use them, innit? Fucking use the thing. You're not supposed to just look at them. Like, ooh, look. And with your mouth opening and closing like goldfish. Blomp, blomp. Bloody just use the Q-tip and then you'll know why, innit? Is that no
Goldfish.
why so? Why did this? Why? Man, I banged my toe on the side of the bed. Ow. Why?
Yeah,
The
a
hell,
fish
why,
with
man?
dog
This why
ears.
shit is gone, bro. It's dead. Some of us, like, we've had enough of it. Like your why so thing. It's bullshit, bro. Admit it.
So, you know your holy matrimony, yeah? So was it done by a priest or a councillor or a mayor?
Did I just tell you? You see, that's the thing, man. You don't listen.
We are listening.
What did I say? Who did I say that married us? I said it in my statement. Who did I say? And then why did you have to
I
ask
don't
your
live
question?
in America. I'm just trying to understand the
No, I
same
asked
equivalence of
you.
English.
What a selfish guy,
I
man.
Yeah.
said who married us. This is why I'm not going to talk to you about evolution because you don't listen. Who did I say
Oh,
married us?
deflection.
Who did?
Already upcoming deflection.
No,
It's
dude.
called
That's not
upcoming
deflection.
deflection.
That's not
Deflection
called a.
of
What
the future.
you
Why
realize
so?
you're the only one giggling again, like a little girl.
Yeah, well, why
Do you
you?
know why I'm the one who's giggling?
Why?
Because I'm the one who's making the joke for myself and I'm laughing for myself.
You gotta understand why, innit? And the particular reason here is why is that look, explain yourself properly, isn't it? We're not mocking you or nothing. We're being
Yeah, man.
honest with you. And look,
Dude,
you're
I'm
not
not
being
listening
honest with
to
us,
you.
yeah?
You
And
are
we've
an
captured
idiot.
you in that part. We've captured you, innit? You're not honest with us. Couple of single guys like us. Yeah, we're asking you for marriage advice, you fool. We're jealous, innit?
We are honest. We are honest.
Yeah, so you're upset that I got half the dean that you don't. I got it. Got it.
Yeah, oh, you get it now. Thank you, yeah.
Shit.
This guy, bro, how long that took? Why?
You get it.
What does that? You see, like this is why it's impossible to talk to y'all.
Why?
What?
Because you
Because
chat
instantly
so
you
much
just
shit.
say something about.
How you act
Instantly
so
say something
selfish
about
with
me
knowledge?
being gay or something.
No,
Like
no one said that. But
you just said
look,
it.
you acted selfish with us, yeah, withholding knowledge about finding a partner. Yet you have no problem pointing fingers at others. That single people having trouble,
What
trying
are
to
you
get
talking
partners.
about, dude?
How you can do that to us? Why'd you put us on point like that then?
Yeah,
What
why
gain
so?
did you get? Embarrassing us like that. What happened?
Why are y'all
What was
talking?
gain
You know
for
what
you?
is badness?
I
You know
really
the
don't
amount of,
understand
a
what y'all
simple
talk
question
about,
we
dude.
asked him, yeah? Like, tell us about your holy matrimony. He spent like 10 minutes of saying something like, dude, this is why I'm not gonna say this because you didn't listen to me the first time. He spent like 10 minutes wasting his breath. With that 10 minutes, he could have just answered, you know what I mean? But this is what you call deflection.
That's not what happened. Is that really what you believe happened?
This is
I'm
what
asking like a
we're
sincere
hearing and
question.
everyone else is hearing, mate. No? Instead of just arguing like a girl, instead of just arguing like a girl, you girl,
instead of
stop
giggling like a
arguing
little
like a
girl,
girl.
instead of giggling like a little
Instead
girl
of
after everything you say,
instead of just arguing like a girl all the time, why so just answer a direct question. Aren't you a man? Why so? Aren't you
I've
an
already
elderly
answered the
man?
question about the
Aren't you an
marriage.
elderly man like the
I've
painting
already,
you have in your picture?
dude, I've already answered the question about marriage, and then you didn't listen, and then asked me again, and even made a claim.
Why
But
so? Isn't it
this
appropriate
is why.
to
This is
ask
why.
again if someone that didn't hear it the first
No,
time?
no, you did hear it, but you just ignored it. That's the difference.
No, I didn't hear it
Yes,
because you choose to
yes.
speak when others are talking. So this is not a good
No, that's
etiquette
not
to
how
have,
it
my
happened.
friend. So we can't
That's how it
hear because we
happened.
got only one mic. So if I'm talking and you're talking
Why
the
are you
same time,
lying,
I
dude?
wouldn't be able to hear you when I'm talking,
Why
mate.
are you lying? I'm asking
I
you,
am
why are
not
you
lying.
lying?
Now you're accusing of people lying. What is this?
Because you are lying, dude.
See,
Nobody
okay,
spoke
now
when I
you are
answered.
arguing like
Nobody,
a
no, wait,
girl again.
listen. You know what?
You are
You know
arguing
why
like
that
a
I can
girl
prove that you're lying?
again. Just answer the
You know
question.
why I can prove that you're lying
What
because
was your
when
process of your
when I
holy
gave my
matrimony?
answer,
Your
when I gave my
holy
answer,
matrimony.
when I gave you my answer and I mentioned the council, you went to Boris Johnson council joke as if it was funny. So you
Be-
did listen and nobody spoke when I responded. And then you
because no,
waited.
I
Dude,
tell you
what?
why.
This is why you can't. This is why it's
But you made up your
ridiculous
mind
talking to you,
already,
dude.
yeah? Listen, you made up your mind already, but from the other end, I heard like
But
two
from the
words,
other end, I
two
heard,
words, two words out
and
of
then
a
I just
10,
listen, and then I
two
listen,
words
and
from
then
a
I just
sentence.
wait for my
So
turn to
what I
speak.
done is basically, yeah, just guess that Boris Johnson was your counselor.
So you
Say that again.
did hear what I said, but then you just wanted to try to make a joke. That's it.
No,
That's
no,
it,
no, no.
dude.
I heard
That's
two
it.
words out of the whole sentence, man. I told you.
Then what was the other word? What was the other word?
All I heard, holy matrimony from council, and then I
I
said
never
Boris
said
Johnson.
holy. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I
Bird
never
just said
said
hold.
that. So then what? You said that you heard. Man, you are a fucking idiot, dude. I really hope Sharia comes and they
Can you
flog you
hear me? Can you hear
publicly
me?
for
Can you
being so stupid, dude.
Yo, can you hear me? Yo, I got cut off.
Yeah. Everyone can hear
Blah.
everyone, man.
I got
So
the thing to
this
get
is
cut
what
off.
happens, yeah. You try and withhold information, try and be selfish about your holy matrimony, and trying to say in the mayor's office, it doesn't say
Yo.
in God
Huh?
we trust.
1 sec, but I live maram, the live maram.
I don't say. What are you talking
Yeah,
about? Out of nowhere, he throws in "In God We Trust." What the hell does that have to do with it? What are you
What are you saying?
talking about, dude?
Nah, Khalid my babe, isn't it?
Well, seeing as you confirm that in God you trust, you just need to take Shahada, inshallah, bro.
You guys are straight idiots, man.
Because we're the
Yeah, why
idiots,
so?
and you're the one fucking in your country doing some craziness, like not even respecting up the "in God we trust" that you have to say at school and on the dollar bill and in the mayor's office where you got married, and you're trying to make us guess
Where
like
in
about your whole shit, and it's not really any guesswork with a photo like that. I'm reading up your whole life up and probably till since when you was born and that.
where in school do we have to say "In God We Trust"?
Oh my god, man. Yo, why so? Are you going to take your shahada or
Yo,
not?
this guy's on that
Or if you
treason, you know.
Yeah,
All right,
man.
everyone. Yeah. So I just wanted to say the has the Lions Den finished or is it still on?
Like,
Don't get excited too much, reactionary.
reactionary, brother. This guy, why so can't even explain the missing link, brother? What you saying, brother?
Man, why are you disrespecting Reactionary on his
Deflected
own
like 20
channel,
times,
bro?
bro. Now, big up reactionary. What do you mean
All right, so
Why,
give us your
why you
version of
adding
the
the
missing
heat,
link,
lad?
man.
Why you
Give us your
adding the
version,
matter
innit?
heat, lad?
Why? What's the missing link? Why? Come on.
Yeah. Like, in 2
Yeah.
hours.
So let's move on from this topic wherever it is.
He's been
So
deflecting,
you
man,
just
for
joined
bare
it. What
wrong
do you
ways
know
on the
what we're
YouTube.
talking about?
I don't, but this doesn't sound
Reactionary,
You're
very.
just a
what you on them
newcomer.
YouTube?
You're just
Very
a
interesting.
newcomer here to the show. Welcome to the show, Reactionary. How are you?
Yes.
Thank
How
you
you
very
doing,
much.
reactionary?
Thanks for
Welcome to
having
the
me.
show.
Yeah.
So
Very
Very
well,
kind of
reactionary,
thank
you.
we
you.
got a
Very well,
question
thank
for
you.
you. We have a question for you to ask a question for why so. What is the missing link?
You don't understand it. Why would I talk to you about this stuff, dude?
Hey, shush. Let reactionary ask you. Let reactionary ask
Less
you.
of that
And if
selfish
he
attitude, man.
understands it,
If you're
You're
just
yeah,
reading
selfish with
shit,
he
knowledge.
can break it down to
dude,
us.
Yeah,
Since
look,
break it down.
since we need a third party, we need the
dude,
third party to get
all
answers
you're
from you.
doing, all you're doing
Listen.
is asking me
Me and
questions
you,
to
we're not allowed to
stop
talk.
me
We got
from
reaction in the
speaking.
middle.
You
Hey,
understand?
listen.
You're proving my point right now.
Look,
That
see.
what you want me to
Hey,
do
why
is
so?
start talking
A
so that
and
you can
B
interrupt
talking.
me and make it
See
seem.
see yourself out. A and B talking right now. Yeah?
This
Reaction
is
is
the
B.
thing, man.
You get me? So
It's
I
all
asked reaction to ask C.
Oh, I
Wait
got
for
a
your turn,
question.
C.
Hold on a sec. I got a question. Why so?
yes.
Are there any mosques in your neighborhood?
I'd have to search that. I've never seen a mosque around here, but I have met a few Muslims at the park and spoken to them, but I haven't like seen the mosque.
Okay, cool. How are the Muslims
But
you met?
in Nashville, when I lived in Nashville, I lived about a half a mile away from the biggest mosque in like Middle Tennessee. It was pretty massive. They have like a huge estate also.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So you're not in
Then
Nashville anymore?
no, I haven't lived there in like almost 10 years.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
What about you? Do you have churches near you or like synagogues or anything?
Yeah, you got let me see, where's my nearest church? There's churches all over. You got these churches, like proper old building churches, like made out of stone, and then you've got these modern, the shop, in the shops that are empty. some church society will buy that as well or rent it, and they do some type of missionary stuff in those shops, services. So you got different types of Christians.
I got a church that is like literally right across the street, but they did like something this summer. My son went crazy for it. They did this like little like holiday event thing where they had people come out, and the police came out, and the firefighters and ambulance people and stuff, the EMS, and they held up tents with like little games for kids to throw balls and stuff or whatever. My son went crazy that day, loving it.
Oh, they I went down to where was I? I think I was in Georgia somewhere, maybe Savannah or Augusta, and I went to get some food, and I found this place called, I think it's called Cajun Chicken. It's like KFC, I suppose, but it's apparently it's owned by Christians, and they're very religious Christians, and they close on Sundays. They don't open on Sundays. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, Chick-fil-A does that too.
Or was it Chick-fil-A? Yeah, it's a yellow colored.
Yum. What is it? What is why so? Is he inviting us for meal? Yeah.
Why do y'all have to interrupt the conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah, because 10's a crowd, isn't it? There's only 4 yet.
Yeah.
So I'm checking it. Yeah. What I'm saying with the Wiseau cat. Well, yeah, reactionary. Fill in Wiseau about the Hadith of the Mahdi when he takes over America.
No, wait. There's a difference of joining the conversation and then interrupting
How's
the
this guy?
conversation.
Okay,
How you interrupting me?
Okay, Wiseau. Can I
Guy's
ask you?
interrupting me, man.
Your reactionary, do you still go to the blind restaurant?
The what?
The blind restaurant that you once said that you went to a restaurant where blind people feed you.
Going somewhere once is different to like going regularly. So I've been there once.
So can you talk about that experience with Wiseau?
No, it's no need.
That blind restaurant. I think Wiseau needs to go to that restaurant with you still. Since you're talking about chicken and
Yeah. You could have sat with him at that restaurant and explained to him, you know the hadith, innit, about the Mahdi, like when he runs America over. What's the name for America in that old Arabic hadith and that?
Close your eyes, both of you.
I don't know any hadith that mentions America, bro. I don't know.
Okay, I suppose we'll have to investigate it. Get Wiseau onto it.
There's a hadith that mentions America.
Well, there's a name for America, because it's a land that is known about, innit? It didn't just magically appear. So there is a name that they had for America back in the day, isn't it?
You're claiming that the people of Arabia knew about America and had a name for it.
It wasn't Christopher Columbus that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What are we talking about?
Oh yeah, people used to be sailing, innit? Sailing the oceans, Wiseau. Did you know that?
Yeah, it wasn't Christopher.
I read somewhere that the American Indians are actually originally like Bedouin Arabs. I remember reading, and it was
with far superior navigation, navigating by the stars, and how accurate it is. Obviously, you would find that like something like that. But where'd you read that?
I don't remember now. It was quite a convincing read.
What was the alleged read?
You know that the American Indians, they're related to, and they come from Bedouin Arabs. That's their origin.
The DNA doesn't prove that at all.
What does
I don't know.
Because it's just like the claim that they're one of the lost tribes of Israel. You know what I mean? Like that's like a Mormon claim that actually went into it evolved into the Hebrew Israelites claims also that those are one of the lost tribes also. but
Well, it is quite telling, isn't it? Because from what I heard about Columbus's diary, where he wrote that he saw mosques and that, from the shore and that while he was sailing close to the land.
this guy, dude.
Yeah, so I mean the
So
inevitable.
you're claiming
What are you gonna
you're
do
claiming
about it? I mean, you resist quite
yeah.
a lot, but it's futile. Your resistance is futile. You have to
Notice how they
assimilate.
have to bring
You
everything back
must
to
assimilate.
Futile. It's futile.
You, sir, are a futile being, and you cannot possibly win in this.
Cannot win. Why so? You are finished, boy.
You notice everything comes back to me, dude. It's like all roads lead to why so. It's really
Because you're the
weird.
one with the question. Why so?
You're quite popular tonight, White sir.
It's
Why,
all right, man. It's
why
easy.
so?
It's all right, man.
I must have
Lessons,
heard
teaching
I
lessons
must
is
have
all
heard
right.
a lot of feelings tonight. I must have heard a lot of feelings tonight.
What is feelings? We have a choice to feel.
So I mean, even inside the argument of that, right? Like having a choice to be angry or
If
upset,
you want to
that
be
wouldn't
what you want
negate
to be,
that
then
would
be what you want to be.
then that wouldn't negate actually having the emotions, right? Like with what you just said, like you're trying to imply that if you can control your emotions, then that means that you don't have emotions, that you don't have feelings. But that's not the same thing, right? It's completely different. It's the same as if you feel sad enough to cry, but you withhold your tears, you still have the feeling of cry that you want to cry, but you're not doing it. So
Okay, bird nest.
what
Okay, bird nest. I will translate what Waiso just said. He said, "If you want to be what you want to be, so be what you want to be."
Sounds
that's the
like
reason I
an
don't
argument for
that's the reason I don't
stoicism, really,
explain
isn't it?
that's the reason I
What's
don't explain anything to you, dude, is because whenever I try to explain something, you don't even address it. You just change everything. Can you learn how to work a microphone?
Just
No,
keep
this
your
is what I'm
bird nest.
translate, bro. What he's saying. Look, what he
what?
said to you, innit, is
Sorry.
be what you
What?
want to be what you want to be, but you remain a son to me.
What
Yeah.
is that?
So be what you want to be.
Oh dear. What is the difference? Sorry. Why so? I think what they're basically arguing a form of stoicism, aren't they? Like just detach your emotions from anything.
I mean, you
Yeah.
could
So
say
if he
that
wants
that's
to
a
feel,
form
he can
of
feel.
Like
you could
extreme stoicism.
If he
I
doesn't
guess you
want to
could
feel,
say that it would be
then he wouldn't feel.
dude, why can't reactionary, dude?
I'm sorry, why so I don't know how to manage this. This is yeah. Listen, everyone.
I want to know.
I would
I want to know
prefer
when you
if
came on
you
my
know.
panel. I want to know when you came on my panel the other day. Did I allow people to treat people like this?
You certainly didn't. So big up to you for that.
Okay.
I have to
Yeah.
Does
apologize
Waiso
for
have a
this.
panel?
So then, I guess then this is the definitive difference between brothers in Islam and brothers in humanity, and this is the example of it.
But you
Yeah.
don't believe in brothers in humanity, though. Why so?
Do you understand? You see, he doesn't even listen to what I just said, dude.
But you don't believe in brothers in humanity, so why would you use that as a?
Yo, okay, look, Great Dunya and Birdnest, please. Why are you doing this?
But are you reactionary? Was I trolling that when he said he doesn't believe brothers in humanity?
Well, the question is, all right, what's your intention when you do this?
My intention is to know why so is why so atheist, and why so waffles and never answers the question. He still hasn't answered the question of
He doesn't
the
answer
missing
why
link
at
there.
all.
Yeah. So my intention is to, you know, understand what he's trying to say because he really doesn't believe in what he's saying. So I have to
So,
ask him 2 times, 3 times, 4 times.
so
You
you're
know?
asking, what's your question? Why are you atheist? Is that the question?
Yes. Why is he
Uh,
atheist and why is he believing in the missing link?
So
The
how many
missing
different
link.
questions now? You said that
the
you wanted to
question,
know one.
There was
why
one
That's what
question
makes
from
me
why are
the
so
you
angry,
atheist?
dude. Do
Why are
you
you
understand?
atheist?
That's why it makes me so angry. I want to. I'll answer your question,
no.
but
Okay,
that's
you're
why
gonna
it's
answer me.
infuriating.
Okay,
Dude,
then I'm
shut
gonna
the
fuse.
fuck up.
I'm gonna fuse 2
Petulant
questions in
child.
one.
You
I'm
a
gonna
petulant
fuse.
child.
Listen, I'm gonna fuse 2 questions in one. Why so atheist and why so missing link? So tell us the missing link.
Look. I will say one thing though. Why so? Like, if there was a genuine like interlocutor to give you a genuine discussion, I'd probably make sure that it's just you two and manage it the way you did on your show. This is just people, I guess,
So
having fun.
reactionary from
Yeah.
2018, I've been chasing this guy about, you know, what's the missing link, you know, about this atheist thing. You get me? He's done the same thing. You know, in Faz's channel, when it comes there, asking the same thing. In your channel before, asking the same thing.
Emotional guy
Yeah.
cannot answer a simple question.
What do you mean? By the way, what do you
classic.
mean by the missing link? Grading what's meant by that?
Like, why does he believe that he come from a monkey and a fish? And when we asked him
He
for the
asked
proof,
you what it. He asked you what
he
the.
interrupts.
He asked
He
dude, but he
interrupts.
asked you a direct question.
Why interrupt? Why interrupt? Why? Why so?
I told you, he's rude. Told you.
You know,
He's rude, blood.
this is just look. Why so?
He asked you
Don't
See,
take it personally.
look, I
what
didn't
do
even
you,
finish
This
it.
is
what
He
does
just
just
fun.
missing
hijacked.
Yeah.
He
link
just hijacked
mean?
my sentence,
And you
blood.
didn't answer
This
it,
guy just
dude.
hijacked my sentence, blood. What?
Your paragraph.
What?
What does missing link mean?
What? Missing?
What does it mean?
What?
Yeah. What does
Yeah.
it mean?
So, how did a monkey become a how did a fish, monkey, then human? What was the missing link?
That
Go
is
on, tell
not
us.
what missing link means. Do you understand that?
Proof.
Like you're
We asked you the
using.
proof. Hey, listen.
Okay, let
Hey,
me
listen. No,
finish. Let me
Hold
finish.
on.
You
Wait. We
whiny
asked you.
little bitch. You are a whiny little bitch, bro.
You bitch.
Hold on. You can't insult people like
Yeah,
that. That's
you can't
disgraceful,
insult.
man.
That's insult.
Especially
Exactly.
when especially when DNA test, right? They don't
We actually say
really
something.
believe. They presuppose if a DNA test
You realize
presupposes
that
out of Africa monkey theory, fish theory. So
reactionary. I'll
basically,
mute up.
before you
You
take
let me know
DNA
when
test,
you're
they
gonna
tell you you're a
make them
monkey
mute up.
anyway.
Yeah. So basically,
You
DNA
let me
thing,
know
bro.
when
It's
you're
all
gonna
in your
when you're
DNA,
gonna
son.
make them mute up.
so
We
reaction.
have
So
unraveled
basically,
your
yeah.
DNA. Your DNA code we've unraveled it. Me and the brothers.
Yeah. So you will
Your
ask this guy.
gene
Yeah.
sequence is exposed, my friend.
Don't know. So we asked this guy
So
plenty of times here. How like did you become human from monkey and a fish? He said we said prove it to us. He said there's a missing link. And I'm
I've
saying
never
what is
said
the
missing link. You why do you lie, dude?
I'm not lying, this is what you said, bruv, in Faz's show. I remember, blood. What you talking about?
I've never said that.
What, you fucking cunt. You told us that, bro.
Yeah, you shouldn't lie like
So
that, Waiso.
reactionary, can you
When
tell me
you
again
you
or what?
said that I don't know something. Where's the missing link then? You should say it, innit? You can't just
I've never
lie
said
in
that,
it to
dude.
get out of it.
I
Because you
would
don't have
never
no morals and
And his boy,
standards.
and
I
listen,
would
and
never
You don't have them
use
standards, bro.
missing link. You
and
understand
his
that? I
boy
would never
Banksy, yeah, and his
use.
boy Banksy, yeah, he said that humans got DNA of a banana or something, bruv. Like this
So
proves that we
you
also
don't.
vegetables as well. We evolved from vegetables or something.
So listen.
So you tell us.
You don't
That
so
explains a lot,
when
man.
we ask you
And
so when
after
we
you try to explain, but listen, after you try to explain,
Okay.
yeah,
By the
I
way,
will answer
dude
the question. I
reactionary, can
will
you
answer
get
the
them to be
question.
quiet?
yeah, I'm listening, everyone. I think it's
So
time I bring the show to a close. So
so
final
I'm gonna
remarks, and then
respond this real quick.
yeah.
Firstly,
Reaction. Let me have
it
the
was
final words in it.
can you shut oh my fuck
Okay,
dude.
can everyone allow Wiso to speak, please? Go ahead, Wiso.
So reactionary simply wanted you to define what your question was with missing link. And nobody uses missing link in the term that you did, which is where is the missing link from fish to monkey to human. That is not what people say when they say missing link. Firstly, the concept of missing link is from a Homo sapien creature, a bipedal ancestor of humans from about 3 million years ago. There is a missing fossil record for about 2 million years. That is what they call the missing link. It is not
It
the
is
way
not
that
the
you were
way that
trying
you are trying.
is not the way that you were trying to refer to it as. Now, when you ask me about why I am an atheist, why I don't believe, I've addressed this plenty of times. I never
La
said
la la
I do
la
not
la
have,
la.
so I do not hold an opinion
Look, man,
that
I don't know about what you're
dude,
talking about yet, but true say they found footprints from millions
reactionary,
of
I
years
still can
ago,
finish.
human footprints, the same as
Can I
today's
still finish?
human
Yo,
footprints. You know what I'm
Birdness,
saying?
let him
So
explain his
you
religious
need
belief.
that foot rub, man. You
All
want
right,
foot rub my
everyone.
foot or something?
Let's just
Yeah, let him explain his religious belief,
let's
bro.
leave it there, bro. Let's leave it there because this is not gonna.
You asked for a response and then you both interrupt me.
Yeah,
Why so you
uninterrupted.
can't do it, man?
Let
You
him
honestly.
Okay,
explain
look,
his
we wanted Wiso to make his point, and then you could all have to make your point as well. Wiso, have you got anything else left
So
to?
I don't believe in theistic gods. I'm an atheist because people say that God speaks to somebody, they give them the holy mandate, the divine rights, whatnot. I believe that in every religion I've came across, if you read it and you study it, you can prove that that there is always a claim that is wrong against what we know as far as the universe goes. When it comes to a deity god, a god that just created stuff and has never spoken to humans, possibly even controls everything, I don't know. I have never held the position that I do not believe it. I say I do not know. I do not know about a deistic god. But when you start saying these are the literal words of God, or this is the divine inspiration
But
of God,
sorry,
everything
just
that
before
I have read.
when you say I don't
Go ahead.
know, if apologies, but when you say you don't know, that's working from a position of definite disbelief. Like, so in the first
No,
case,
that's
you're
not.
talking about definite disbelief, and when you say you don't know, that's working from a default of definite disbelief until you're proven something, right? So it's your starting point is disbelief.
No,
So
the
there's no such
starting
thing as
point.
agnosticism,
No,
really.
no, the starting point is that I honestly cannot know if something exists that is supposedly outside of space, time, matter, and existence, right? I can't possibly know that. I can't.
Yeah.
It's just
But
So
yet
that's
you
the
believe
let me
honest opinion.
sorry, great one. But you can rephrase that by saying, I cannot possibly know that something doesn't exist. But you choose to say, I cannot possibly know that something does exist. So your starting point is the absence of God instead of your starting point being the
No,
existence of God.
my starting point is the acceptance that I don't know either way. Now, just because I phrase the sentence in the opposite of the way that you want me to phrase it, doesn't change the fact that I hold the position of I do not know either way. So it's not me saying that God doesn't exist or that God does exist. It's saying that I do not know. So it's the
So
same
do you
thing as
know
if
whether you
somebody.
exist?
It's the same thing. It's the same
Do
thing as
you
if
exist?
somebody say. It's the same thing as if somebody says, "What's your position about a teapot floating around space? I don't know. I don't know if there's a teapot in space. Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. But do I have any reason to hold an affirmative? No. Do I have more of a reason to hold a negative? Yes, but I will not hold that negative because I do not know. We have sent people to space, right? So for all I know, somebody released a teapot into space. So there's no way that I can 100% affirm or deny.
So basically, yeah, any evidence you're given, like Reactionary said, your one is to be actually like try and be clever like an antagonist and just always say no, I'm not accepting that. Like
That was
that
not
guy in
the
your picture.
example he gave. What are you
Like that
talking
wafter.
about? What can you repeat the conversation that just happened so that
Just
I
saying
know
Bro,
I can
intellectual
actually
you're
follow?
explaining the
dishonesty.
missing link. You just said you don't
Intellectual
know.
dishonesty.
He said
You
he
are
doesn't
guilty,
know
my
I
the
wasn't.
friend.
missing link,
You
I
have been
basically.
wasn't
found
Okay,
sure if you
everyone.
guilty
actually
of
understood what he just
Let's.
intellectual
said.
dishonesty, and
Great.
we will work out what your
Thank you,
punishment will
Badness.
be. We'll
And Great
punish
Dunya, have you
this
got
guy
any
for that.
final words?
Yeah, so basically, see these atheist fools when they say we got the same DNA even as banana, you know? So, like, Alhamdulillah for Islam, you know, we know that everyone here came from mud. Am I not correct? Reactionary? From mud we have been created. Yes?
Carbon life form, carbon, yeah, carbon.
Yes. So of course we will share these DNAs, you know, with other living beings in this dunya. You get me? So therefore we have debunked atheism. We answer, we got the answers. Islam wins, and these atheists, they don't have no answers.
Okay. All right then.
Us.
So
So
thank
I'd
you.
like to add my final part that, I mean, due
Oh,
to this
I thought you just
calamity, I
did.
mean, this true say, I mean, due to this calamity, honestly, I would advise everyone, do not consume rattlesnake and pork meat. Keep away from.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much, everyone.
And
Yeah. So
why so failed to answer?
So thank you. I'm gonna bring the show to an end now. Thank you all for
And Grey Dunya hasn't
jumping on the
learned how to
panel.
speak.
We call the showstopper. We call him the showstopper.
Murderer.
And
And Ratfest doesn't know how to work a
I'm the
microphone.
lyrical gangster.
Okay, everyone. Thanks, Wiso, and thank you, Bad Nest and Grey Dunya. I'm gonna remove you
Be
all.
safe, reactionary.
Big up, big up. Thanks for jumping on. Appreciate it. Okay. So, just before I end the stream, why not give my summary of the show? We had I started off talking about the recent wrestling match back and forth between the Dawa team. I talked about the Dawa beef briefly. I mean, I wanted to get into it in a lot more detail, but sadly we didn't really get to do that. We were visited by men like Why So Religious, Jordan M, Birdness Ratfest, and Grey Dunya. Was there anyone else? I don't remember. Oh yeah, we had the Muslims as well. The Muslims jumped on. Yes, and they tried to screw up the show. Yeah, but why not? Let them have it. I had audio problems tonight, so I couldn't speak. I kept having to get disconnect and come back on, reboot my phone. But alhamdulillah, we managed to continue. Now I think Jordan M got a little bit frustrated and then jumped off in a bit of a rage. That's the impression I got. So apologies if I did anything to cause that. That wasn't my intention. Now let's see. Yeah, with regards to Wiso's last comment about, it's not just Wiso who does that, but a lot of atheists they make this mistake of saying that they're agnostic on certain things, as though it's a balanced perspective, but really it's not. And they don't realize it. They're coming from a position, a default of God not a default worldview of God being absent, of there being no God, right? And they need to be convinced of it. Whereas they never give the statement, oh, I don't know if God doesn't exist. They always say, I don't know if God does exist. Okay? They don't need they don't say I need to be convinced that God doesn't exist. You see the difference? One is coming from a positive angle, and the other is coming from a negative angle. Right, and then if they want to then, so I put this to White, so he understood and he explained it a little bit further. But then I could answer and make it clear that it's not the way that Weiso was describing, because why does Asad-Din why do you keep saying that the dot guy is Paul Williams? How would you know that? Because the intelligibility of facts, right? If you want to look, what is a fact? I mean, how do you know something to be true? You look at the facts around you and your interpretation of those facts based on your intelligibility, or the intelligibility of the facts that you perceive, should lead you to make conclusions based on reason. Now, I'm talking like a philosopher. It's not good. Now, those facts, do they just exist? Or the intelligibility of facts, does that just exist on its own? Do they exist in a world without any creator or sustainer or source? The intelligibility of facts and reason, did it just grow on trees? Where did it come from? So this is a question that atheists like to avoid. But anyhow, let's leave that for another day. But anyhow, yeah, I didn't take when I see the certain group of individuals on the show, I'm not expecting a sort of formal debate or a respectful discussion. So I allow a bit of banter, a bit of back and forth, because I just see people having fun, poking at each other, really. And that's slightly different to how Weiso ran his show, where you had strangers. So therefore, we had to respect each other, give each other space, respond to each other's arguments, etc. So if that was a situation here, I would treat it differently, probably the way Weiso did. But these are people who are familiar with each other. They have a lot of history of banter, not just banter, but even beyond banter. So yeah, I thought I'd let them go at it a little bit, have a bit of fun, especially since my audio was screwed up. I wasn't able to moderate because I kept having to drop out and jump back in. Where are we now with regards to the? Oh yeah, we had another guest as well, King from Australia, and then we had that biblical guy trying to do his magic spell. May Allah protect us from that. Yeah, so with regards to that, brings us back to the beef, the Angus steak. I mean, has Hijab or Sajid Lipim, have they released any new rebuttals? I haven't checked. I'm not even subscribed to either of them. But let me search for Sajid Lipham. Or as Jordan likes to call him, Sajid Lipman. Oh! No, that's from 2 weeks ago. There's a channel called Yusha bin Noon. Muhammad Hijab exposes Sajid Lipam. That's from 10 months ago. All right, that must have been when they talked about Sheikh Al-Albani. Another person called Tahib the Observer. I don't know if you could all hear me because I switched windows there on my phone. So maybe you can hear me now. If you can hear me, please type 1. If you cannot hear me, then I'll disconnect and come back in. All right, so yeah, I disconnected and came back in just in case my audio dropped. Now, where were we? So what should be done about this beef? Before we say what should be done, what do you think will happen if nobody does anything about it? Like if there's no intervention by any third party, what do you think the next steps will be? Do you think Sajid Lipam is going to come back again against Hijab's latest video? Do you think he's just going to maintain radio silence and do a Lewis Hamilton? What do you think he's going to do? Or is he going to respond to Hijab's call for, unblocking him on WhatsApp and connecting, speaking privately? I would imagine there are people behind the scenes who are going to try and act as brokers. That's what I suspect will happen. Let me see. Can you hear me? Yes or no? Can you hear me? Yes, thank you for clarifying that. So this is the Dawa, right? Earlier on we had a group called the Muslims, and this beef that we always witness amongst Muslims is the Dawa. And one thing we've realized from tonight's discussion is that nearly every single name that we've discussed in terms of the Dawa has been involved in beef. Like, can you point out anybody who has not been involved in beef? So let's go through the names of the Dawa people. All right, we've got, let's see, Shamsi, beef. Beef with Ali Dawa, beef with Muhammad Hijab, beef with, who else? I mean, would you call Abdul Hamid a Dawa person? I don't know. Doubt it. Maybe. Yeah, but beef with pretty much, the features. Mufti Munir, that's another one. Like, who hasn't he got beef with? Surprisingly, he doesn't seem to have any beef with Paul Williams. How can Shamsi not have beef with Paul Williams, but have beef with all these other people? That's a bit weird. Is there some sort of racial, reason behind that? I mean, Jen was bringing up the racial angle earlier. Who's this? Ali Dawa. Ali needs Dawa. Philosopher Sabur Ahmed made a video how white reverts getting treated better than black. Jordan M beat all the original scholars in followers. Yeah. Well, Sabur Ahmed used the term Gore complex. The Gore complex. He said a lot of people suffer from Gore complex. And the word Gore is Urdu word, isn't it? That means white. So he's trying to say that people have this sort of inferiority complex to people who are white. Okay. So who is the audience he's addressing when he uses the term Gora complex? Is he addressing all Muslims, or is he addressing a particular people? He's addressing a particular audience, Urdu speaking audience. And the term Gora isn't like commonly used amongst the English population. It isn't a word that's been adopted into English from one of the Commonwealth nations, just like other words have been adopted. Like the word dunya has pretty much been adopted now. What else? Wagwan, you know. There's lots of words that have been adopted into English from Commonwealth countries. But Gora, as far as I know, hasn't really been adopted. It's not, I mean, we understand what it means, we're familiar with it, but it's not used except if it's somebody speaking to an Urdu speaker. So that kind of gives the impression that some of the Dawa people, they're really only addressing a particular demographic, and that is the Urdu speaking world. Although they're speaking in English, but they're Urdu speakers of English, if you want to call it that. Yeah. And that's what it's like when you go to most mosques in England, isn't it? It's mostly Urdu speaking administration, people who run the mosque. And when they give their khutbahs, that's who they're addressing, the Urdu speakers. It's not it's not like an inclusive Islam for all Muslims, no matter what your background. I had this discussion with Mstax once about a Somali mosque, and he was of the impression that, yeah, there's nothing wrong with having a khutbah in Somalian when you're in England. Like, okay, but I disagree with that. I think if you have a mosque in England, even if the majority of your audience is from a particular demographic who speak a common foreign language, you should make English the priority, because there's going to be one or two people. Even if there's one person who doesn't speak the language, you shouldn't make them feel left out. You shouldn't exclude them where they don't understand what's going on. So, if my audio cuts out, please just indicate in the chat for me. Let me know, and I'll drop out and come back in. Okay, now, how did we get to the topic of Sabur Ahmed and using or addressing a particular audience? It's because somebody in the chat mentioned it, isn't it? But before that, I was talking about Sajid and hijab situation. Oh yeah, we said how we started running through the Dawa personalities and if they've had beef. So we looked at Shamsi first. Yes, he's got beef with many people. Who else? Like, I don't consider Bro Haji a Dawa person, but if you want to use, as Jordan said, the word Dawa person, what is a Dawa person? Bro Haji's a I won't say celebrity, he's a personality that we all recognize as a public figure, right, on YouTube. So, does he have beef with anyone? Yes, of course. Right, he got beef with all the Wahhabis in the world, right? He's got beef with all the Saudis in the world. He's got beef with all the Salafis. He's got beef with Dawa man. Like, I've got no problem with his beef with the Shia, but he's got beef with everybody, right? Like, I don't know. Except for Barelvis. He doesn't seem to have a beef with Barelvis. Yeah, gets on with them, okay. Then, so that's Bro Haji. Who else have we got in the Dawa? All right, we got Dawa man. Let's look at Dawa man. Does he have beef with anyone? Do you remember he had Daniel Hakikati on his show, right? And all praising the brother and saying good things about him and to him. Then afterwards, somebody must have told him that, oh, do you know that Daniel Hakikati spoke negatively about the Saudi government? That video disappeared from his channel. like that interview with Daniel Hakiki disappeared. Although that wasn't a public beef, it was I don't know. But forget that. So Dawa man, has he got beef with anyone? Yeah, he had a notable beef with Adnan Rashid at Speaker's Corner. Remember that? He had beef with Ali Dawa, Haytham Haddad. Who else has he had beef with? Why do you beef with me, the maniac psycho? And when I pull out my Jimmy, get ready because it might go blow. Do you remember that? Sorry. So he had beef with who's Dawa man not had beef with? He hasn't. Has he had beef with S pubs? I mean, I don't recall him really going in on S pubs ever. But, cheers. Nice one. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, got interrupted there. So who else we got then? So moving. So we know Dawa man's got beef or has beef or had beef. Then we've got beef with people in his own mosque. Do you remember? Shut your mouth. That's what he was like in the masjid, shouting at everyone. Who else has got beef? Mention another Dawa person for me. Let's see if they've had beef with anyone. Ali Dawa. Has Ali Dawa had beef with anyone? Well, yeah, he's had a beef with Shamsi, definitely. Did he have beef with Tommy Robinson, Jada Franson? They're not Dawa people, so I'm not going to include them. But who else has Ali Dawa had beef with? Don't know. Oh, Suleiman. He's had beef with Suleiman. But everybody at the park has had beef with Suleiman. Yeah. You know what I don't get? How is it possible for someone at Speaker's Corner to have beef with Suleiman but not have beef with Muhammad Tawheed? Brother Muhammad Tawheed and Suleiman, aren't they on the same da'wah? Isn't their belief like the same? I may be wrong. You can correct me. But anyhow, let's move on from that. So you got Suleiman, you got I'm not gonna talk about these guys. But so Ali Dawa, Muhammad Hijab. Has he got beef with anyone? Has he had beef with anyone? He's had beef with S pubs, Shamsi, well, not really with Shamsi, but Shamsi's teachers. Yeah, Bilal Davis and Abu Iyal. Who else has Hijab had beef with from the Dawa scene? Oh, remind me. Somebody tell me. I don't remember who he's had beef with. I'm sure he's had beef with people. Does anybody know who Muhammad Hijab has had beef with? He's had beef. No, maybe he's not had beef with many people. Just Shamsi, right? Is that it? Just Shamsi. Yeah, all right. So Asif, you mentioned Uncle Umar. Uncle Umar has beef with everyone. Like, is there anybody who Uncle Umar has not had beef with? Like, everybody, right? Go Live Media. He was his best friend and ended up beefing him. Had beef with Sister C Alive. Who else did he beef? He had beef with me, of course. Right? He had beef with Ali Dawa. I don't think Uncle Umar had beef with Hijab though. Yeah, if you think about it, Muhammad Hijab doesn't really have beef with many people. He's had beef with Shamsi, definitely. That's it. And now, of course, oh yeah, the S Pubs people and the and now brother Sajid Lipham. Why don't no one have beef with Hindus? Yeah, that's a fair question, isn't it? Right now, we're talking about Dawa team beef, right? Beef between the Dawa people. It's a phenomenon that exists, sadly, and they don't seem to recognize that they have a problem. Okay. Who else? Jab had beef with Sajid's friend. Who's Sajid's friend? Mufti? No, I don't know. I don't know which friend you're talking about. So that's hijab. Who else is there in the Dawa, as they call it? The Dawa. The Dawa. Adnan Rashid. Yeah, he's had beef with Dawa man. Suleiman. Well, I don't consider him the Dawa person. But who else? Generally, he gets on with people, doesn't he, Adnan Rashid? He's pretty calm, cool. But yeah, it's just Dawa man, I think. That's about it. I can't say Kalam because Kalam's just on the next level. All right. Let's think who else is in the Dawa. Oh, Hussein is in the. Is he part of the Dawa? I haven't ever seen him on EF Dawa or on one of these shows. Why is that? Did he have beef with anyone? I can't think of saying beefing anyone apart from Slayman again. Everybody's picked on Slayman. Poor Slayman. Get picked on by all of these Dawa people. Has anybody had beef with Mufti Menk? That's a good question. Has anybody had beef with Mufti Menk? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Oh, all right. Yasir Qadhi. Has anybody had beef with Yasir Qadhi? Yes, definitely. Yasir Qadhi versus the world. He's the only person on the truth. Him and Salman al-Auda, the enlightened ones. Who else you got? Ahmed Ali. Yeah. Is he the Dawa team? I suppose. Ahmed Ali. Has he had beef with anybody? Certainly. I don't know why Ahmed Ali hates me. I've done nothing to this guy. I've never done anything to Ahmed Ali, right? Yet he ended up like hating my guts. Why? I've no clue. No clue whatsoever. Okay, let's see. Fareed responds, had a bit of beef with hijab. Did he? I didn't know that. What was their beef about? Sabur had beef with reactionary and Abu Aisha. Yes, he did. But that was one-way beef. I didn't bring no beef to him. I was just trying to have a conversation. Didn't treat me very well, sadly. Iranian Sunni discourse guy with others and bro Haji. I don't know about that. Do we consider big odds one of the Dawa team? Big odds. A Dawa person? Come on, bro. I can't do that. Maybe Big Odds got beef with Mufti Menk. No, or Mufti Menk's got beef with Big Odds. Imagine that. Ahmed Ali, that's the one glasses Egyptian. Not really. I don't consider this backbiting, to be honest. Oh, well, if it is, yeah, all right. Of course, it's backbiting when the person is not here, even if it's true and it's something that they don't like to be told. But what we're talking about is a subject. We're not talking about individuals in order to backbite them, what we're doing is pointing out that this Sajid Lipham, and look, it's them. It's in our face. They're the ones publishing videos. They're the ones giving dawah to their beef. That's what they're doing. They're giving dawah to their beef. It's not me. We're viewers. So we're commenting on it, right? And we're trying to say, what we're discussing right now is it something unique or is it standard? And it seems to be a standard thing amongst the dawah people to beef each other. Yeah. Yasser Qadhi. Who else got? And Hijab even mentioned their names. Bro, why are they beefing? Yeah, good point, brother. Good point. It's better to be safe than sorry. Has Mansour or has even what's his name? Paul Williams had beef with Mansour and Hashim, I believe, or just Mansour. Can you believe that? Then you got the beef with Jordan and Paul Williams. That seems to be sort of ticking, like approaching or bubbling over. Then you've got as for the online sisters, let's not even go there, bro. There's nothing but beef. All right, so we've realized that beef is an integral part of the dawah scene. If you're gonna get involved in dawah, right? Get involved in dawah. If you're gonna do it publicly on camera, then know that automatically you're going to be stuck in beef, right? It's going to be a lot of beef. What's that say? Nobody parked him. He upset. I don't understand that. Yeah. So Hijab and Sajid. It all goes back to Spubs, this whole beef, you know that, right? That's what it all goes back to. Because Spubs didn't like Hijab. Hijab wants to defend himself against Spubs. He sees them for what they are, goes to his elders in the community, expecting, they will support his move to take down Spubs. He gets abandoned, left alone in the battle. He feels resentment, disgruntlement, and hopefully will not go to another extreme of hating Salafiyya itself, right? And end up becoming one of these Ash'aris and Mu'tazilites. What you see with Brother Yasser Qadhi, sadly, he's now become what he calls post-Athari. So because of the actions of these people who claim to be Salafi, instead of saying, well, that is not Salafiyya, these people are not Salafi, right? Instead of saying that, well, let's not even use the word Salafi. They're not Athari even, right? They're not even that. Instead of saying that, he's gone to the position, well, Salafiyya is wrong, Athariyya is wrong. I'm now post-Athari. Let's hopefully Brother Hijab doesn't go to those lengths. I may Allah guide us all, and also Brother Yasser Qadhi to his straight path. Yeah. Asif, aka Chainsmoker. So obviously that's a fake Asif account. Says reaction: why in Allah's name are you still awake? Because I'm woke, bro. I'm woke. You call it being awake. I call it being woke. When you're woke, you don't sleep, fam. You just stay woke. All right. Okay. Fledgling sophomores, as I like to call them. That's what Brother Yasser Qadi said. Fledgling sophomores. Do you think Muhammad Hijab is on the right path by using a lot of philosophy in his arguments? It's a fair question. All right. I don't necessarily think he's using philosophy in his arguments. If he is, all he's really doing is using certain vocabulary from philosophy to argue certain points which are Islamic. That's the way I see it. Most of what I see from him is like that. It's just he's using a particular vocabulary in English, which is quite academic, and is used not just in parts of philosophy. Okay. So and the types of people he's engaging, that's the vocabulary they use. So he needs to be able to speak that language, right? So if I'm going to, what's that fallacy? If straw man, for example, right? If I said to you, "Oh, what you're doing is a straw man," straw man is a philosophical term, right? Or if you want to talk about objective morality, by saying those two words, everybody knows what you're talking about. Instead of saying that, if you don't want him to use those philosophical terms and you want him to explain what objective morality is every time he's referring to it, it's a bit long-winded, right? At the same time, you need to consider your audience. Do they all understand this academic language that you're using? You don't want to bamboozle people with your speech. The Prophet ﷺ used to use few words and great meaning in his words. So, with that being the case, there is a problem though using that type of language and engaging with people in philosophical arguments, because you can enter areas of discussion which can lead you into kufr, or shall I say statements of kufr, when you try to describe how Allah works, his ways. Yeah, the how. Muslims, we don't do that. We do not do that. If you want to explain why he does something, maybe you can explain potential benefits in doing in Allah's commands, but you don't say why. Allah knows why. We don't know why, and we don't know how. We don't know how. Sadly, in philosophical arguments, you'll end up. It's not easy to avoid entering those types of areas. So it is a delicate area, but to engage the people that he's engaging with, he has to have that vocabulary in his toolbox. Does he do it too often? Does he over rely on that philosophical talk? I don't know. Maybe that's just his field of study, right? Isn't he doing like a PhD or something, or master's degree? Hasn't he got like 10 degrees in different subjects? Like maybe that's his, those are the words that are in his brain. Those are the first words that come to his mind when he wants to speak in a conversation. It's easy to criticize, by the way. Yeah? It's a good thing we have Muslims who understand that language. We need people who can, don't we? And the fact that he's doing so means that you and I don't have to. Infinite regression, ontological arguments, Imbecilical. What was that other one? There's ontology. There's epistemology. All these different things. Logic. A cannot equal not A. Somebody has to understand it all. I mean, do you object to people using mathematics? Not just philosophy, there's also mathematics. There's a philosophy of mathematics. Do you know that? Like, is mathematics a thing? Is it something you can touch? It's a concept. It's not tangible. It's a mental tool that you use, or tools. You get me, fam. All right. What else we got? Oh, Trilla's still around. Still awake, Trilla. The Ash'aris say Salafis ain't. It was nice seeing the Muslims on here earlier. Yeah, I haven't seen any of them in a while. I haven't spoken to them. They always come as a team, you know. Always come as a group, a gang. It's been a while since we last spoke. There was one missing though. What happened to Nando? Not Nando, Rando. He's like always their biggest supporter. The Zahiri are completely ignored and forgotten, just like the followers of Al-Awza'i and Imam al-Tabari. Please don't say you get me, fam. So cringe, says Asif aka. You get me, fam. How? It's all right. I won't say it. What's the common word instead of fam? Somebody wants me to review the video of that Liverpudlian rapper. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Gonna pack some peas and potions, something like that. Pack some peas and potions. Gonna make some packs and potions. Packs. Gonna make some packs and potions. I don't remember the rest. Sammy Guedera. Zahiri were the old school Salafis. They used to be in Spain. Okay. Blood. Okay. I don't think Jordan was happy with how you dealt with Wiso, says Triller TV. Yeah, I got the impression as well. He seemed like a bit offended that of me trying to allow him to be treated like a guest. I don't understand it. What did he expect from me? What did Jordan want me to do with Wiso? I was just trying to allow him to have a conversation. Oh, you get out of my way. Somebody's decided to park right in front of a man's garage. Can you believe it? That is not the most considerate thing, is it? Oh well, alhamdulillah. I have to write a note, a polite note. If it happens again, I have to escalate. One of the biggest problems Shamsi has with Ali Dawa is how he endorses people of Ahl Bid'ah like Haytham al-Haddad and Yusuf Estate. Yes, do you remember? I was trying to understand what he meant by Yusuf. He didn't, when he was talking about Yusuf Estes, he said Yusuf Estates or something like that. Okay, no. That might work. right. Asif, aka Chain Smoker. Now that sound more like you, a white Mike reactionary. Keep it up. White Mike. All right. So the way you wrote there, Asif, sounds like something that Birdnest would write. So I think you might be Birdnest Ratfest, which is why his account hasn't written anything in a while. Ah, okay. But I may be wrong. I'm gonna have some scousers. The Muslims come quick when one of their gatekeepers is in trouble. The Muslims, yeah. You're right, Waisa. I wouldn't say he was in trouble, but yeah, they definitely came on. Okay, coordinated activity. Why so religious? Says Jordan actually made the argument. I read a translation where they translated it as people. I read the translation. That is one of the weirdest arguments from a Muslim ever. Most Muslims battle against translations. Birdness says nobody's in trouble. Rather, your ass be in a cauldron. Why sold religion? Muhammad Hijab never responded to Abu Mus'ab's video on Ali Dawa. Kind of strange. Who on earth is Abu Mus'ab, Ishmael? I don't know who Abu Mus'ab is. Does anybody know who Abu Mus'ab is? Never heard of this guy. Who's Abu Mus'ab? Inshallah. Yusuf Estes is deviant. How? Zubaydah al-Arabiya. Brahvi leaders believe in the same 12 Imams as the 12 Imami Shias. Do they? Madness. That is a madness. How did you know reactionary is so freaking smart, man? Estes and Haddad. This is Tabdi'a. Ishmael, be very careful. Yeah. Man like reaction. Yes, man like Zubaydah. No, not man like Zubaydah, you know. Gal like Zubaydah. Yeah. I was gonna say woman like, but nobody says woman like Zubaydah. I have no idea, Zubaydah. I don't know whose account that is. I think it might be Birdnest, but I don't know. Salam Z. Jordan, if you're reading or listening, please do a video explaining. I think you're gonna say, please do a video of leg day instead of upper body. That was funny though. Anyhow, Jordan, if you're reading or listening, please do a video explaining the proper length of trimming a beard Islamically. Barelvi Sufis believe in pantheism, wahdat al-wujud, so they don't really worship Allah. Okay, when you're doing a show, yeah, why you been going live, Zubaydah? Every now and then I click on your, I search for your channel, click on it, to see if you've done any videos, because I don't get notifications. So if I miss something, I won't know about it. So I'll just check. But you're never live. I don't know what's going on. Anyhow, Ali Needs Tower says, reactionary, Jordan said to you to not give them any attention. Then makes a video about, oh, he's done a video about the Ali Dawa and Apis. Okay, I have to check that out. Beat down, Jordan wants a piece of it. Cool. I have to check that out. Barelvis believe in the same form of fake intercession as the Shias. Okay. Emilio is having cat problems. I think he's worse than Shahid. Oh dear. Jump on interrogate reactionary. He's on about that Syrian guy, Syrian or Lebanese. I don't know who you're talking about. Wallahi, akhi, I'm too tired just listening, Birdness. Well, you come to the right place, Zubaydah. Just listen for a couple more minutes and you'll definitely fall asleep, inshallah. You're all through to the late show with Reactionary. if you'd like to follow our sponsors. Okay, Zubaida, talk to your sister. Reactionary, please. I think he's losing his marbles. Good thing to have Z, but not in the shy type of woman. Why am I reading all these comments? Anyway, what we're talking about, we talked about the beef, yeah, the Dawa beef, and how you can't name a single Dawa person. I think Mufti Menk may be the only name I can think of who hasn't had beef that I'm aware of, anyway. I mean, all right, Abu Usama, has he had beef? I think so. I think he has. She never listens to me, only when I give her a mod. Yeah. Man like Zubaida. That's what Asif said, not me. Abu Musab from One Way to Paradise, who used to be on Peace TV. I don't know who Abu Musab is, Ishmael. I have no idea. Abu Musab. Who is that? Musab. Nope, no idea. No idea. Watch Jen last video. You can both pass as twins. Okay. I haven't seen it. Gay boy reactionary. LOL. Okay, thank you. That's a nice comment, isn't it, Reginder? Is that really Asif's pic? Just asking for. I have no idea. No idea. If that's Asif's picture, then I'm going to block your account because you shouldn't be, doxing people like that or whatever the word is. I don't approve of that behavior. Baravi have never done jihad against the non-Muslims. Their leaders are very anti-jihad. Okay. So this one, I'm going to block you because I don't know if that's Asif or it's not, or if it's not. So just to be fair, I've now removed your account from this channel. Okay. Where are we? Oh, back here. I'm way behind. Okay, boy, is that really? All right, Berelvis. Yep. Ali needs Dawa. What's your point? I think Jen is a pretty woman, so I'll take it as a compliment. Yeah, that's what somebody else told me. I think, was it Zubaida or somebody else told me that Jen's quite good looking. That's good. Good. I mean, it's not going to make a difference to my life if someone's good looking or not good looking. That's, I'm sure people would like to be told that they're good looking. So big up to Jen for that. I mean, well, I say big up to Jen. Thank Allah if you're good looking, right? Alhamdulillah. Okay, it's weird. It says, I've been smoking Hindus on TikTok. Oh, yeah, I need to check that out. Big up for that. Why on earth would anybody choose to be a Hindu? Can you believe that? Asif, aka Chainsmoker, worse than I expected. Many of them wear green shawls like the Yahudi Shias who will follow the Dajjal. The late crap show with Letterman, yeah. It's mad how these trolls give the most lip when they look like they got serious health issues. Jen donated to Apus, but don't believe in him ripping on the Quran. Why? I don't know why anyone would donate to the guy. But I think, right, it's clear that Jen has been really impacted by the mistreatment of Muslims, people who call themselves Muslims, online on these platforms. I may be one of those people. I mean, if I'm one of those people, I apologize. But it's quite clear that people have really stuck it on Jen to the point that She really don't got no time for Muslims, I tell you. Well, when I say for Muslims, for idiot Muslims. You know, she's seen the reality of a lot of people. But what I'd like to say is that it's not the reality of Islam. It's we have to remember most of the people we engage with online are just not well. We're not well. We're projecting our depression. Brelvis say it's impossible for a Muslim to become a mushrik or polytheist, so they deny the existence of munafiqeen. Actually, you know about the NFL being sued for discriminating in hiring black coaches? Well, if that's true, that's a good thing. Big up. That's a good thing. You see, people criticize the United States, but they do stuff like that. Why aren't any British football clubs sued for discriminating against black managers? Where are the black managers? Are there any? I remember Paul Ince was applying for a job. He might have coached Southampton or some team like that. But they'll happily give a job to someone like Arsene Wenger, or I bet you Wayne Rooney becomes the head coach of Manchester United soon. Frank Lampard, all these people, they'll be coaches, no problem. Why not Paul Ince or some other black player? People want to deny there's racism. It certainly is racism, bro. Now, we got Dawa people speaking up against the Uyghurs, right? Should the Dawa people be speaking up against racism? They did momentarily after the BLM stuff kicked off. That seems to have disappeared now. The pick anyways. But Ravis say it isn't shirk to pray to others besides Allah. So long as they're good people. Yet Mary was a good person, but it's forbidden. Okay. Uh-oh, Asif is F up now, says Tommy. Baravi Sufis seem to even know the very basics of Islam. Okay, reactionary getting a big head. Never used to block peeps, fam, just because he made it a podcast bigger than Joe Rogan. Okay. Who's getting a big head? You're talking about Sajid Lipham. Hindu, yeah, because that's what Hijab said. Hijab said that Sajid Lipham blocked him on WhatsApp. The features also said the same thing. Hindus have been attacking me for the last week. Zubaydah, you should have told us. We'll come defend you, inshallah. Can't let that happen. Because I expose their rapist gods. Yeah, you're talking about that Ashvameda thing. You got to check out that documentary of Daniel Hakikatu, part 3 on polytheism, where he starts off going into the Hindu religion, where they the Hindu priest, when there's like a king or whatever, he gets married, they make the queen go to sleep with a horse's private parts, the live horse inserted into her. I mean, look, this is disgusting. This is Hinduism. Like, what on earth? And people want to talk about the Prophet's marriage to Aisha. All these people who question Islam and criticize it, they got nothing to come with that's any better. Their stuff is 100 times worse than anything they accuse us of. Reactionary, are you still part of the Muslim Council of Discord? Arsenal 86. No, I was never like. They used to allow me on their platforms, but I was never part of them. I was always like an outsider. But they did visit us today on the show earlier on. They're known now as the Muslims, by the way. Yeah, the Muslims. And now they triggered. So everybody get on TikTok whenever you get a chance, and let's support Zubaydah against these Mushrikeen, Islamophobic people. Barelvi's Sufis praise Hindu idols in their books. Wow. Assalamu warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's not a nice thing to say. Alaykum salam, Muhammad Hamdan. Asif in the chat. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. Who is friends of the Ibadis? But reactionary, you definitely 100%. You marry one of them because I witnessed it all. Where do you try to beg your way into the group? What? But reactionary, you definitely 100% are one of them. Ah, okay. Because I witnessed it all where you tried to beg your... I don't know what you're talking about, Tommy. That group has booted me off of their server at least 3 times. I think it may be 4 times. It could even be 5. Yeah. They've added me in, booted me out. Added me in, booted me out. So I don't know what you're talking about. Sadly, you know, the Muslims have not accepted me in their group. Zubida, why are you not on no more? Yeah, why are you not on no more? But, you know, don't pressure the sister. Like, she's on doing the stuff on TikTok. And it's not fair to put pressure on people online in the public eye because, you know, pressure leads to problems. So let's not put people under pressure. People like when they like. Reactionary. Laura Peeps get into Hinduism because them man's got a giant 20-foot plastic monkey in Barking Hindu temple. For real. Okay. Right. Okay. All you have to do is, yeah, look, Mr. Pelu, I don't know what his problem is. This guy hates Islam. When I say Islam, I mean like Ahl Sunnah. He hates Hadith. What's his problem? I was being polite to the guy, and he's just spewing hatred. Tehran Pool is a little bit more, what's the word? Polite. He's a bit more. He shows a little bit less animosity, shall I say? I don't know what he really believes in terms of the Sunnah. Maybe because seems like he's doing a PhD or something, master's degree. I guess that's why he's got these interviews he's doing with academics. All you have to do is eat some halal beef on Insta with Z and enjoy it. Break their mushrik hearts. Oh my gosh. If you did that, that would be like, I can imagine that video going viral. Imagine eating a beef burger. You know, one of those M&S type adverts. This is 100% beef. And they got that soothing sort of music in the background. And then you turn to your left while you're eating the burger and you look at the Hindu idols. You look back at the burger and you decide to munch into it anyway. That would be a viral video. The Relvis are Yahudi Munafiqeen, just like the Shias. And yes, they use the same fake ta'weez as the Shias. Wow. I've been on TikTok, Muhammad. YouTube is dead, but I will be back soon. Ah, okay. So YouTube's dead. Well, YouTube has been dead. Nobody's been going live. Lampard is the new Everton manager already. Last week or so. Oh, wow. See, there you go. Yeah. No black English managers in Premiership. True that. Well, reactionary, if you watch football, I guess I don't watch football. Not a fan of football. But I did. I'm a little bit sad I didn't watch the African Cup because it seems like it was a good final match. But didn't watch it. Can't stand a female opportunist who uses Islam for views, says Ishmael. People screaming racism. What race? Sorry, who's the female opportunist that uses Islam for views? Ishmael. People screaming racism. What racism? Racism is in Palestine and in Gaza. That's racism. Yeah, come on, Mohammed Hamdan, bro. Like, actually, is LeBron in decline now? Blood. Don't know. I've fallen out of love with basketball. I'm not a fan of it anymore. They can keep basketball. I'm not interested in it. What do you think of the hijab ban in India? I reviewed that documentary on my channel months ago and the dead horse ritual. Oh yeah, did you? It's madness. I must be way behind in the comments. Barking Hindu temple. The reason why Sajid Lipam is against Muhammad hijab is because of Daniel Hakikatu. That's not the reason, okay? That's not the reason. Oh, what? Is Muhammad hijab against Daniel Hakikatu? I don't think he is. Maybe he is. I don't know. Because I've never seen them work together, so maybe they are against each other. But to be fair, who's done a better documentary like than what Daniel Hakikatu did? I watched that part 3 documentary on polytheism. That was impressive. That was a real piece of work. There's many more horrific practices in their books. I'm going to do a whole series on Hinduism. Yeah, man. Gotta do that. We should all support you on that. You should link up with Hijab and these guys and what's that guy called? Smile to Jannah, the brother, Zishan. If you do something with him. Or Daniel Hakikatu, that would be good. Daniel exposed Umar Suleiman and Muhammad Hijab supported him with Ali Dawa. Okay. So that's why. All this vile animal love created this. I don't understand you, bird nest. Zubaydah, yes they do. Next week, inshallah, Muhammad, be ready, Akhi, because we're going fully in. Yeah, and get that woman, Amina Sada, involved as well. Bring a whole crew. There's a guy called Khiam. He's a proper Hindu guy. Yeah. TikTok is full of coconuts. Can only name 5 channels that are on the haqq. Yeah? Who? Which channels are on the haqq on TikTok, Ishmael? Tell me so I can look them up. Muslims just jealous they've not got a huge 20-foot plastic. Zubaydah just came here to big up herself, says Why So Religious. Claim victimhood and have you promote her TikTok. Okay. Is that what's going on, Zubaydah? The religion of Hinduism is actually a form of the Yehudi religion. I don't know about that. The religion of Hindus was Jainism. Hindu is not a religion. Okay. Reactionary. Zubaydah is cool. She's not a type of woman you can put under pressure. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Reactionary. Have you eaten at the UK chain called Mac Halal? No, I haven't yet. You recommend them? Zubaydah, over 400 Pakistanis stripped naked and abused a female TikToker in public in Pakistan. Be careful. Yeah. Maybe they're Brelvis. All needs dawah. Ali needs dawah. They might not be Muslims. They might have been Brelvis. Who did that? Okay, are you actually getting through to any of them, Zubaydah, says Bird Nest Raffles. Decent question for once. No black English managers, not coaches, numbnuts. The biggest victims of racism are ironically the Palestinians and the people of Hindustan. Actually, what happened, blood? Yusuf was a mad baller. How so, fam? Yeah, no, forget basketball, bro. It's dead. I'm talking about these so-called superior Indians. Some of them claim they're superior caste or higher caste. I sense Jen undercover in this chat. Indian is an Illuminati name. Don't try to take on Hinduism, fam. Them man's got millions. Million gods versus one god. Come on, what kind of dumb comment is that? We got one god, bro. That's one true god. Yeah, one true god. Anyway, we're not insulting people's religions here. Everything you have read from Zubida has been about herself, her social media, how people have treated her, and what her plans on those social media is. Okay. But you know why? So to be fair, all right, let me just be fair here. People are going to be about themselves, aren't they? They are going to talk about them. I guess all the questions to her were about her. Why aren't you live? Why aren't you doing this? So she's saying, she's trying to show that she is still active, but not on YouTube. Anyhow, you're free to have your own opinions. Speakers corner. All that animal God caused this virus, you know. Man, like bird nest. All right, so I've reached the end of the comments finally. Alhamdulillah. So I think I'll probably end the stream. I've said what I had to say about the beef. What do I think is going to happen next? I suspect certain people in the background are going to try and get them to resolve their issues. Right? That's what I suspect will happen. And I hope they do, for their own sake. Muslims, we should love each other and not holding out anything in our hearts against each other. Will fitna end amongst Muslims? Will they, or sorry, I want to say fitna, beef. Will the beef end? Will Dawa people stop beefing each other? Don't know, mate. Don't know. Yeah, don't forget we had there was also a beef between Hamza and Milahan. Yeah, Milahan and Ali Dawa. So when you think about it, has Zakir Naik ever beefed? Who did Zakir Naik ever beef with? You're telling me Zakir Naik never beefed anyone? That's quite impressive if he didn't. She talks down to you on her channel, allows people to make dua against you on her channel about you being imprisoned, horrific things to your family, then promotes herself on your channel. The word Indian is 33 in Python. Okay. People can't survive without the internet, and you think they can't survive with religion. Indian is a fake word. The American Indian too are fake, a fake history. Please leave the stream up, React. I missed the first 5 hours. Milahan versus Milahan. Muhammad Hijab supports Umar Suleiman and Sajid Lipham is anti-Umar Suleiman. That is the difference. Oh, what happened to the brother that used to teach in the masjid of the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam? What was his name? He was from America. And he joined Umar Suleiman's company. What was his name? Do you all remember? Has he got beef with anyone? Zakir Naik beefed Mahdi stick insect. Modi. Oh, Modi. Okay. Wow, you've been on here for over 7 hours. Are you sure? Can't believe it, bro. That's a long time. I thought you'd just come on. Zakir Naik is beefing Modi. Okay. Yeah, I think that's enough time online. So I'm going to, if you all don't mind, with your permission, I'm going to bring the stream to a close. So yeah, we'll come in for our final approach to land this stream. Yep. Coming in, gonna land, and there we go. All right, everyone. Thank you for tuning in and supporting the channel. Like, share, subscribe, super chat, PayPal, all of the good stuff. And if you got any questions, yeah, let me know. Is there anything else you'd like me to review? I'm thinking twice whether I should review that Liverpudlian rapper because music, you know. But we'll see. I've been challenged to see if I can understand what the guy says in this song. We'll see. Let me mix some packs and potions. Packs and potions. Yeah, we should get that dude. What's his name? Charlie Big Potatoes to come and rap it. All right, everyone. I'll leave it there. Thank you again. Peace and blessings on the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.